in 3.
Hello, this is the Alabama Weather Network. This is meteorologist James Spann. We're live. It is 11:32 on Monday morning, the 1st of June, the first day of meteorological summer, first day of the hurricane season. And we thought we would just spend a little time with you and that we have a lot of things happening. We have severe storms beginning to move into the northern part of the state now. And so we'll kind of, first off, just set the stage with a radar. We have multiple storms that are strong to severe across southern Middle Tennessee, and those are pushing south. This particular bow-shaped segment here will likely move into extreme northern Jackson County. So for those of you in extreme northern Jackson County, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me just say up front, we do not expect any tornado warnings today. Wind profiles don't favor tornado formation. The main concern, strong straight line winds. So again, extreme northern Jackson County up here around High Top. That is a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45. New storms are forming rapidly across the northeastern corner of Mississippi, and we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 12:30 for parts of Franklin and Colbert counties. In the northwestern part of the state, the storm just south of Iuka, Mississippi will be rolling to the southeast, and that's the motion today. We have a northwest flow aloft, so storms will move from northwest to southeast. And again, the main concern will be damaging straight line winds. And on top of all of that, we have a severe thunderstorm watch that will show that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This is not a tornado watch, but a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. And the counties you see here in pink, and the southernmost counties in the watch are Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Jefferson, Shelby, Talladega, Clay, and Randolph. So this does include Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, points north to the Tennessee state lines. So for the rest of the afternoon, we will probably have several line segments and batches of thunderstorms coming through, potential for strong, damaging straight line winds. So we'll go back to the radar. And again, as you watch the coverage, what you see here on this side of the screen, those are live camera views coming from the Region Skycam network. We'll rotate through those. You see in the top box, that's coming from section in Jackson County, looking up into this storm that's not even in the county yet. You're not going to see anything at this point, but that's looking north. And then below that, we have a Skycam at Cherokee, which is in Colbert County, looking back in the direction of the storm near Iuka, Mississippi. And again, these will be moving through initially the Tennessee Valley and then working their way southward, maybe reaching Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden later this afternoon. And again, it's a northwest flow situation. And as we continue to see the daytime heating process going along here, the air becomes quite unstable across North Alabama. Instability values could exceed 2,500, 3,000 joules per kilogram. That is very unstable. And one other thing I wanted to mention today is this: the ground in many places, it's saturated, which means trees can come down easier because of the saturated soil. In fact, there's a new warning. This is in effect for northern Madison County. And again, what the Weather Service in Huntsville is doing, they're pretty much blanketing these storms coming in from southern Tennessee with warnings. And again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings. This warning for Madison does not include the city of Huntsville. Does include places like Hazel Green, Meridianville, the northern part of Madison County here. That's in effect until 12:30 for the batch of storms that is coming in from southern Middle Tennessee. And again, these will probably be extended southward with time. And we'll be watching mainly for tree damage. But as I was talking about, the greatest concern, a lot of trees could be coming down today because of the saturated soil. And remember, by definition, when you have a severe thunderstorm warning, that means the wind gusts could exceed or should exceed, to verify, 58 miles per hour, or you've got 1-inch diameter hail or larger. There could be some small hail with these storms today, but the big concern is going to be winds. So again, when you see these polygons popping up, that represents the potential for winds exceeding 58 miles per hour. That's considered damaging wind. And the concern is that with the soil conditions we have, we might see some trees coming down with winds of 40, 45, maybe 50 miles per hour, lower than that. So again, we have clusters of severe thunderstorms approaching Alabama's Tennessee border. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for northern Madison County, north of Huntsville, extreme northern Jackson County, well to the north of Scottsboro. And then we have the warnings in effect over here for the western parts of Colbert County and Franklin County in northwest Alabama. And that's it. There's nothing else going on across the entire state. So again, we're focusing on the zones where the weather's going to be active, and for the next several hours, it's going to be the northern part of the state. South Alabama, you're good. There could be a few little isolated showers, but you're fine, no issues for the southern half of the state. And again, this is June 1st. One other point here is the fact that we are now out of tornado season. Alabama's tornado season runs from November through May. So here we are in June. Traditionally, we do not have tornadoes in summer unless there's a tropical system involved. You need a tropical storm, a hurricane, something to get that proper shear within the atmosphere. But other than that, these summer storms, traditionally the main concern, it's microbursts, strong straight line winds in the summertime. And generally speaking, in summer, we have random convection, random storms that pop up in the afternoon and evening hours, but this is driven by a little disturbance coming down the backside of a trough, so there's some dynamic support for this today, and that's the reason for that watch. Heavy rain falling up in Nashville. It's been a stormy morning there, but again, the air is rain-cooled and stable up here along Interstate 40. This is where the air is unstable now, the northern part of Alabama. So again, that's what we're going to be dealing with for the next several hours. So, Drew, let's look at this one over here, the one that is coming into Colbert and Franklin. Again, this storm, as you can, by the way, this right here, Shoals here, Florence here, this is US 43 coming up into Tennessee. That's US 72, which is right here. And again, this storm could produce some pretty strong winds and possibly some hail. And Drew, I'll let you kind of explain that. The people have already asking questions. What do those arrows mean? So I'll let you explain the skits.
Yeah, James. So what we're seeing there is basically computer algorithms. Basically, we're taking the data that is coming in through the radars, and our friends and partners at Barron, they take that data and they kind of analyze it and are looking at is this storm potentially at least strong, maybe severe, and what are some of the attributes of that, and so it can kind of help us determine how strong a storm is, whether it might have rotation, things like that. The particular arrow you're seeing here, if I click on it, it also will give you a kind of projection, a storm ETA for it, so it shows that Midway, Mississippi, the storm is going to be there near at 11:48 and things like that. So it gives you that, but it also gives you some information about the storm. How kind of an estimate of how fast it's moving, southeast around 24 miles per hour, and tells us some other things about hail potential and things like that. So whenever we see that type of an arrow, and this one's called a severe, there's also one called a shear. Shear is what we're usually seeing during tornadic situations, so we're not really expecting that today as much. Although sometimes straight line winds can trigger them too, but generally these severe ones are going to be with kind of standard severe thunderstorms that have straight line wind risk, hail risk, and so we'll use those occasionally to kind of give us an idea of where the storms are going. But when you see the arrows showing up on the storms, at least it gives you an idea that the storm is usually fairly strong. It usually takes a fairly strong, maybe not necessarily severe, but at least a fairly strong storm to get one of those to show up. So that's what you're seeing there. And we'll turn them on and off. I might turn them off now for a little bit because they can kind of clutter up the screen a little bit sometimes. But yeah, that's kind of what those are there, James.
All right, Drew, thank you. So again, it's 11:41 on Monday morning, June 1st, and we're going to be live for a little bit here today. We've got full crew in the studio, and we're going to have some folks out in the field today just watching these storms to see if they can indeed produce their potential of damaging straight line winds. And we don't expect any tornado warnings. I know that when you typically see me in the suspenders and the red tie, we have tornadoes flying. We don't have that problem today. We have a problem with straight line winds. And understand, straight line winds can produce damage like a small tornado. So we're encouraging people to pay close attention to the warnings that are issued today. And these are all going to be severe thunderstorm warnings. And everybody's situation is different. I often get people asking, what do I need to do? I live in a trailer, and do I need to leave now? Do I need to treat this like a tornado warning? It all depends on your elevation, the number of trees you have around the trailer, the condition, the health of those trees, what type of trees they are. There's so many variables that we just don't know, but what we do here, we give you the information that you can use so you can make a good decision on what to do with these storms today. But again, our greatest concern, it's going to be trees that will be coming down with these heavier storms. So again, the westernmost storm It's this one you see here that's north of Tishomingo, Mississippi, that will be crossing the line into Colbert and Franklin counties. And again, you can see the polygon colored in the yellow shades here, and that's moving to the southeast. All of these storms today moving from northwest to southeast, and these have popped up pretty quickly. And again, as we get past the noon hour, the instability values will only grow higher as temperatures continue to pop up, increase. In fact, we might see some spots touching 90 today, and that will make the air rather unstable, in fact, very unstable with these storms coming in. So that's the storm that's coming into Colbert and Franklin. Let's look at the storm coming into Madison County, north of Huntsville. And again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for northern Madison County. This polygon does not include the city of Huntsville. Again, this is 231, 431 here, Meridianville, Hazel Green here. Over here, you've got Tony and Harvest in the western part of, northwestern part of Madison County. New Market is over here. And this Boeing segment you see here is going to be marching south, moving into northern Madison County soon. The storm is not in the county at all. It's still exclusively in Tennessee. So, but again, heads up, the greatest concern here, strong straight line winds. And again, within the radar beam height, thank goodness at this point, the winds don't look that excessive, but they could grow stronger in a heartbeat considering the environment that they're moving in. So that's the storm coming into Madison. And then let's jog east over here to northern Jackson. And again, you can see there's a very small part of Jackson County under a severe thunderstorm warning, just this little small triangle here that's just to the east of High Top, and that's for this bow-shaped echo that might clip that extreme northern part of Jackson County. And Drew, I think that new warning was kind of an extension of it looks like that's the original warning, and this is the new warning here. Whatever, this is going to be for extreme northern Jackson County for that enhanced wind you see that's will most likely be crossing the state line here in just a little bit. And again, what you're seeing over here, this is the Region Skycam network, and we'll be rotating these from time to time, but at the moment, these are our two cameras with the better eye on these approaching storms. We've got the storm in Cherokee, that's in Colbert County. That is not Cherokee County, that is Cherokee, Alabama, in Colbert County. And notice the dew point. Dew point is 75. That is, you see a dew point of 75, temperatures coming up through the 80s. That's pretty ripe air mass. It's primed for some big storms. And then up at Section, it's cooler. They're at 72. That's at Wethington Park, looking down into the Tennessee River. 72 degrees with a dew point sitting at 70. So again, the air not quite as unstable here as it is over in the northwestern part of the state, but still, the Weather Service in Huntsville believes that these could produce some strong straight line winds. And again, we stress, if you're in Jackson County, this warning does not include 90% of the county. Scottsboro, Section, Stevenson, Bridgeport, none of these places are in this polygon. It's a little small segment up here near High Top, and kind of the same thing for Madison County. Meridianville, Hazel Green, New Market, Tony, places like that. Polygon has included these communities, but not the city of Huntsville, not the city of Madison. And again, we'll get those things across the line pretty soon here. And again, for those of you just joining us, there is also a tornado watch that is in effect. I'm sorry, a severe thunderstorm watch, no tornado watch, severe thunderstorm watch in effect for about the northern third of the state through the evening hours, and that does extend as far south as Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden. So just be aware of that. All right, Drew, you're staring at that storm up there. What you got?
Yeah, just noticed here, and we may want to switch back to the triple box here in a second too, but just looking at the storm that's coming into basically coming towards Ardmore at this point in northeastern Limestone County. And it's got, just looking at the velocity, it doesn't look like we're seeing really heavy winds with that. I'll just kind of sample those again. 30, 40 mile per hour winds. We're looking at that a little bit over 2,000 feet. But if we switch back, I don't know if we can pull the...
take Ardmore full, links
take
one.
Ardmore full. Got Colby Sheehan here, who's running the cameras for us today, one of our interns this summer, and got a nice look at the storm from our Region Skycam. Looking back towards us, you can see the rain shaft starting to come in, got some low clouds here, and the wind's gusting up to about 16 miles per hour. So the storm's not quite to the camera site yet, but we'll see what kind of winds we get out of that for just in the next few minutes here. You can already start to see the trees starting to blow around a little bit there as the rain shaft is approaching. but 79 degrees current temperature, and there's a dew point in the low 70s again. But we'll keep an eye on that camera as the storm moves in.
Right, and what we'll do is we'll leave camera views up so you can see the different storms. Again, the top view, that is coming from Cherokee in Colbert County, looking at that storm. The bottom view, that is Ardmore in Limestone County, looking at this storm. And we should mention that this warning for northern Madison does include that northeastern corner of Limestone. So extreme northeast Limestone and northern Madison counties under a warning for this, and we'll kind of watch that thing together live with a Ardmore Skycam coming from the Region Skycam network, and the same thing for our storm that's coming into Colbert and Franklin counties up in northwest Alabama. So again, it's 11:48, and we have no tornado warnings. We do not expect any tornado warnings today, but we expect a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, these are thunderstorms that are capable of producing strong winds. That's the main concern today. And again, this storm, quite frankly, Drew, it almost looks like it's not quite as organized.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it looks like the lightning has definitely come down a smidge here. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes because we're including some lightning back from storms further back towards the west as well. But I'd say just in and around this storm, that's the Warren storm itself, I'd say for sure lightning's come down here recently. Never had a really rough-looking velocity signature previously either, but I think those probably have come down a little bit too. So it's just kind of looking a little bit less organized, a little bit looser, so to say. And looking at the hail swath, it's still showing some possibility of some, I'm assuming there's likely some hail aloft in the storm, but it doesn't look like a storm that's probably producing hail at the ground at this point. So yeah, that warning goes until 12:30. But we'll see if Huntsville decides to keep it going for a little bit longer or not. I'm about to switch over to their chat here to see if they've made any comments on it. Doesn't necessarily look like it yet. So we'll see there, but definitely looks like we're trending in the right direction, at least for now. But I would say decent chance as we move through this afternoon that we'll see some pulsing of these where they kind of go up and down, or maybe one collapses and another intensifies nearby. That looks very possible for today there, James.
All right, so again, the good news, this storm clearly is weaker. The lightning output has decreased, and quite frankly, it looks clearly sub-severe at this point. Even though looking at it from the Cherokee Skycam, it looks mean, but a mean-looking cloud doesn't make a storm severe. You have to have 58-mile-per-hour winds, and there's really no evidence in that. So unless this thing ramps up again, I really don't think this warning will be extended. Technically, it runs until 12:30, but if that weakening trend continues, they might let this thing go a little early, and this individual storm will likely pass south of the shoals right here. This is Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, the Quad Cities right here. And again, that isolated storm is going to be moving south of the shoals. And again, it just looks pretty puny at this point. So let's go back to our storm that is currently moving into Limestone and Madison counties. And again, that's the one you're seeing here with the Ardmore Skycam. Again, just for your reference sake, the camera's about right here looking right back up into this thing. You can see the tremendous amounts of rain, that big rain shaft with this thing. And again, often when you see kind of a bow-shaped echo like that, that's a clue that there could be some fairly strong winds in there. And again, that bow-shaped echo is going to be maybe clipping the northeastern part of Limestone County, then coming down into parts of northern Madison County. So again, this is all north of Huntsville initially. Of course, the whole band of storms will be shifting southward during the course of the day today. And again, they'll probably reach Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden sometime late this afternoon. They're going to keep on rolling from northwest to southeast with time. And then we have this other cluster of storms that might be clipping Jackson County. And that's the reason we have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the extreme northern part of Jackson County for this batch of storms you see here coming out of Tennessee. And again, evidence of pretty good winds in through here. Again, that's a 41-mile-per-hour gust. And the radar beam height is very low. That's getting pretty close to the surface. So that would be a pretty good representation of the winds that would be down at the surface. So again, severe thunderstorm warning, extreme northern Jackson County. There's a 49-mile-per-hour wind velocity within the radar beam. And again, that would be pretty close to being down at the surface. And I would say that might be the highest wind velocities we're seeing right now. It's this storm that might clip extreme northern Jackson. And again, this is far, far north of Scottsboro. This is just for a small part of Jackson County. In fact, it does not even include High Top, where the radar is located here. But let's take the Cherokee camera full, Ryan, if we can. I just wanted to take a good look at this thing full screen. So this is the storm that's coming into Colbert County in northwest Alabama, and it's weaker. The good news, the intensity has gone downhill, and I think they've canceled the warning, Drew.
Yeah, it looks like they did.
Right. So the Weather Service in Huntsville has canceled the severe thunderstorm warning. And again, I say this all the time. Just because a storm looks mean, that doesn't mean it's severe by meteorological definition. And that's a mean-looking cloud, but that's not a severe storm. The storm is clearly weakened below severe limits. So again, despite that ominous look, the severe thunderstorm warning for Colbert and Franklin has been canceled. So, and while we're looking, Ryan, full screen, let's go full screen with Ardmore. And this is our camera that's up on the Tennessee state line in northeastern Limestone County. And there is a warning for this line segment. And again, we're basically looking at a very heavy rain shaft that will be cutting across extreme northeastern Limestone, then coming into northern Madison. And this has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Madison County. We'll go back to our triple box configuration. This way you can watch all the different views here. But again, this is the line segment here that has prompted this severe thunderstorm warning. And let's look at the velocities on this one, Drew. What do you think? It's hanging in there.
Yeah, it's still looking better than the one over that was heading towards Cherokee earlier, near the Cherokee camera. But still, the velocities don't look quite as high in this storm versus the one further to the east that's got that warning for kind of that rural northern sliver of Jackson County. So, and as far as the where we're detecting these 30 mile per hour winds, we're a few thousand feet off the ground, a couple thousand feet off the ground. So, yeah, looks not too much of an issue right now as far as severe level winds over 58, 60 miles per hour, but certainly some gusty winds with this. And as we've talked about, with the saturated soils, we still might be able to see a few trees get knocked over, even by winds that you wouldn't expect to normally do that. Any trees you got around your house that are dead or dying or leaning over, those are the kind of ones that might get pushed over in these kind of situations. So just be aware of that kind of thing. But that definitely doesn't look like a really strong damaging signature at this point.
All right, so again, and remember, it's still before 12 noon. It's 11:55. Once we get toward 1, 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon, heat levels will keep rising over North Alabama, and the instability values will keep rising. And the higher the instability, the greater the chance we'll see wind damage. These are really the first storms of the day affecting Alabama, and we haven't had that much time for the air to destabilize. And again, over here, especially in Jackson County, you can see that temperatures are in the 70s for the most part, not even in the 80s, and I think that will help maybe mitigate any problems up here for Jackson County. But still, sometimes strong dynamics can overcome marginal thermodynamics. So we've got these storms that are basically riding along the state line here. And that's the reason we have these warnings. And again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings, not tornado warnings. We do not expect any tornado warnings today for extreme northern Madison, extreme northeastern Limestone, extreme northern Jackson counties, for these storms that are rolling to the east, southeast. And we'll just see how they behave. And again, like Drew talked about, based on the radar signatures, the wind velocities, I'd say at this point, don't look like they're at severe criteria. That's 58 miles per hour, but they could intensify. And again, I will stress the top box up here, that thing looks nasty, but that storm is not severe. That is a thunderstorm that is coming into Colbert County and Franklin County from northeastern Mississippi. It's weakened. And again, the Weather Service in Huntsville canceled the warning, and that's the right thing to do. The storm's clearly not severe. The lightning has come down. It's clearly not as organized as it was, even though it looks pretty impressive on the Skycam here. But that warning has been canceled, so just wanted to point that out. And again, the bottom box, that's the Ardmore camera. That's that line segment that's about to kind of clip northeastern Limestone in northern Madison. And again, basically, we're just seeing a whole lot of rain falling from that particular sky cam, and they're sitting at 72. And again, we'll just kind of see. And these could ramp back up as well throughout the course of the afternoon today. So, and again, the object of this, I don't think we'll be on the air for 8 hours in a row here. We'll kind of come and go today as the warnings come and go. But we just wanted to spend a little bit of time with you now just to give you a heads up on what's to come later today. If we can, Drew, let's look at that watch one more time. And a lot of people are asking about different towns. And understand, you can see that it's not one long line. We have line segments that will be in different places. So we can't give you a specific ETA for any one point. The window is going to be open between now and 7 o'clock, really. But in terms of Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, Ashland, Sylacauga, Talladega, Roanoke, Wadley, places like this. These communities in the southern part of this watch. It's going to be later today, probably after 2 o'clock, maybe after 3 o'clock before the storms arrive. For the Tennessee Valley, again, for the next couple of hours, but really between now and 2 o'clock, that's the most active time for you. After 2 o'clock, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden. And people are asking in South Alabama, will the watch be extended to the south? Probably not. Once we get the sundown later this evening, the air becomes more stable. The storm should weaken with time as they drop to the south. They still could produce heavy rain and gusty winds, but the chance of organized severe weather in South Alabama is very low. It is much higher here, and that's the reason for that watch. So again, there is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for about the northern third of the state. The southernmost counties in the watch box would be Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Jefferson, Shelby, Talladega, Clay, and Randolph. And the watch is in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. It also includes parts of north and northeastern Mississippi. We do not expect tornadoes. But let's take Cherokee full, Ryan. Again, I wanted to just take a look at this storm. It's pretty impressive. Again, this is not a severe storm. Again, we stress it is not severe. Routine storms can have really creepy looking shelf clouds. They can have creepy looking scud clouds. But that does not have to do with their intensity. Sometimes the bark is worse than the bite with these storms. And again, in the case of the storm that's coming through Cherokee and Franklin counties, you've got some heavy rain, gusty winds, CLCs, creepy looking clouds, but the storm is not severe. You just can't issue warning after warning after warning for storms that aren't severe. You can't do that. Nobody will pay attention to warnings when they actually are. And so, again, I'm very thankful that that Huntsville let that warning go. But again, that's a great look at that storm coming into Colbert County, Cherokee, up in the northwestern part of the state. And let's take Ardmore full real quick, Ryan, while we've got the cameras up full. It's pouring right now. It is just coming down. And that's the thunderstorm that is creeping into the northeastern corner of Limestone County out of Tennessee. And again, notice the winds, Drew, not that bad.
Yeah, so far, still holding at around 12 miles per hour and not seeing gusts anything more than 16. So we'll see if that continues for a little bit longer, but kind of would expect to have a little bit more than that. Sometimes it may take a second for that to pop up on our system. Might take a quick look at that right there on the back end part of that. But yeah, at least currently what we're getting fed here looks like not anything too crazy.
Right, and again, this is real world live observations that you see here. The winds averaging 13, gusting to 16. So again, there's averaging 11, gusting to 16, and that is certainly sub-severe at this point, which is good, but it's absolutely pouring. Rain rates are tremendous, obviously, with this tropical moisture-laden air mass. We're going to see some big-time rain rates today that might produce some flooding issues. We've had minor flooding issues in scattered pockets over the past several days. But again, that's what it looks like with the Ardmore storm. So let's triple box it again. We're at the high noon hour, 12 noon. This is the Alabama Weather Network, and we're live on this Monday looking at severe storms creeping into extreme North Alabama. The Ardmore camera is basically located right here, and it's got this heavy rain. And again, that's extending now down into the northwestern corner of Madison County. And thankfully, the winds have just not looked that bad at this point with this storm. And again, let's do a couple of pixel queries in here. We'll see what the winds look like. And again, there's a minus 44 And the radar beam is not that high, so we could see some gusts to maybe 44, 50 miles an hour with this as it comes on in to Madison County. Even though at the Ardmore site over here, the wind velocities are not that high. The higher velocities are over here in northwestern Madison County. So again, those will be coming down. And again, this is Highway 53 right here. Tony Harvest, this is 231, 431, Meridianville, Hazel Green here. And that will keep on moving to the southeast, and those stronger winds could be affecting the northern end of the parkway here, which is a very densely populated part of the world and also a heavily traveled road. And that's the one thing people are also asking, do we treat this like a tornado warning? Well, not necessarily in this case, but just understand with these storm line segments like this, you could see enough wind to knock down some trees. And you have to make that decision for yourself. If you want to be driving, I personally would probably not want to be driving in this because of the low visibility with the excessive rain and the strong gusty winds. But again, that's a decision you have to make. But again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings, not tornado warnings. And again, that main segment will be pretty close to 231, 431 here about the next 15 to 20 minutes. And we'll just kind of watch that as it drops on down to the south. This is the line segment here that's prompted this warning for extreme northern Jackson County. And again, this is basically for the part of the county near the Tennessee state line. The high top radar is kind of sitting on the southern edge of the severe thunderstorm warning polygon here. And again, you can see those enhanced wind velocities right in through here. We've got a gust to almost 50, and you can understand the radar is here, so that's basically almost right at the surface. Not quite, but almost at the surface, and that is representative of the type of wind gust you might see down at the surface. So certainly this is going to be a gusty storm coming through extreme northern Jackson. And all of this is going to be shifting south. Let's kind of look at a bigger view, Drew, maybe kind of show the what's happening up here in Tennessee. And again, Nashville, this is just rain. No severe weather problems there. These heavier storms are just kissing the Alabama-Tennessee state line. And you can see this line segment will be coming through the shoals pretty soon. No sign of severe criteria being reached. That's the reason there's no warning in effect here. We have no warnings at all for Lauderdale, Colbert, Lawrence, none. And I know that you got some creepy looking shelf clouds, and it's raining heavily, and there's thunder and lightning, and the winds are gusty. But remember, to be severe, the winds have to hit 58 or 1-inch diameter hail. And we see no evidence of that in the segment that's coming down toward Florence and Muscle Shoals. Now, that could change. Remember, you look at the radar here at 12:05, and then you come back and look at it at 12:35, it might be radically different. The intensities might be going up tremendously. But again, at this point, the storms approaching the shoals are subsevere. These two, this line segment here, kind of clipping northern Madison, northern Jackson, those could produce some pretty strong winds, and that's the reason for those warnings for northern Madison and extreme northern Jackson counties. And again, unlike a tornado, we can't call out specific points. A tornado is very small. These are larger line segments, and anywhere within the line segment, you could see strong winds. So it's not going to be a day where we're going to be calling out specific points like we do with tornadoes. But again, notice to the south, there's nothing happening down here. Fayette, Jasper, Aniana, Gadsden, Center, Leesburg, Weiss Lake, Smith Lake, everything is nice and calm. But this big batch is moving to the south, southeast, and in time, that will be affecting the areas to the south of the Tennessee River. So it's going to be later this afternoon before you have a problem with that. And again, the line segment here, that is weakened. The warning was canceled. Earlier, the Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Colbert and Franklin. That's gone away because the storms have weakened and they're simply not severe. And again, the storms north of the shoals. In fact, we might want to pop on our one of our Florence cameras, fellas, lady and gentlemen, if we can do that in one of our boxes just to see what it looks like from Florence. We want to look north and take a look at the incoming storm. And I would imagine there's an impressive shelf cloud, and it's going to look like the storms we have seen here over the past 15, 30 minutes. You'll have a pretty good-looking shelf cloud, tremendous amounts of rain. But again, we'll see. Now, the good news at Ardmore, temperature's down to 69, so now that is rain-cooled, stable air. There we go. That's our sky cam at Renaissance Shoals that is looking up into the shelf cloud coming into Florence. And again, a shelf cloud is on the leading edge of a thunderstorm. It has nothing to do with a wall cloud, nothing to do with a tornado. It's a shelf cloud. And almost every storm in the summer, they've got a shelf cloud. These are very common. It's nothing out of the ordinary, but again, they can look ominous. But that's coming into the shoals, and again, there's just no evidence of any wind close to severe criteria, so there's no warning in effect there. And again, notice the numbers, though. The temperature, 84 with a dew point of 73. That's pretty ripe, pretty juicy, if you will, which we achieve in summer often here. And with any little dynamic support, storms can get pretty hefty. But notice the wind velocity is just not that bad. The inflow is not bad into this thing. Wind out of the south, sustained winds less than 5, and the wind's only gusting to 21. And that is an elevated observation point up at the Renaissance. So again, that's looking north right into that, and we'll keep a close eye on that. And again, Ardmore is down to 70, and we might want to go, let's go to Section in the bottom box. Section is one of our sky cams in Jackson County. And again, we've got it looking north. In Section and Scottsboro, not in this warning at all. The warning in effect for Jackson County, that is for the storm complex near the Tennessee state line. But again, that's just a view of the conditions. Now, the one good thing about the Section camera, it's 74. Which means the air is relatively stable. You want to see 80s really to get unstable air going, and they've got a rain-cool 74, which is good. But again, there's a look at the storms coming into northern Lauderdale County, up here around Lexington. Killen is here. And again, it's clearly sub-severe. We just don't see any evidence of damaging wind, 58 miles per hour or greater, or large hail in here. There could be a few spots of small hail, but again, everything looks good here. So let's go back over to northern Madison, and I would suggest let's look at the velocity real quick on this thing, Drew. This looks like it might be going downhill to some degree. What do you think? It's close.
I think you're right. Yeah, in those last couple of scans there, it looks like a lot of times just kind of looking at the level of the green color there. The brighter greens typically mean higher velocities, and it does look like things are getting a little bit darker there, but still got potential for some 20, 30 mile per hour wind gusts. Maybe again, we're even sampling this a couple thousand feet off the ground, so may not even be getting quite that. But the winds are gusting up a little bit. But this certainly, I think you're right that this one has started to ramp down a little bit as well, and maybe I'd also say at least in the part of the storm that's right there in the northern part of Madison County, that the lightning output I think has gone down a little bit here recently as well. So
I do believe that the intensity is decreased here. Still, it's pouring. I mean, obviously it's pouring if you're underneath this thing, but in terms of the wind and the lightning output, we've seen a decrease over the last couple of volume scans, which is good. This thing's coming down again toward 431, 231 here, coming down toward Hazel Green. And again, I would imagine you've got a pretty nasty looking shelf cloud, much like the one you're seeing there in Florence. But again, the storm north of Florence is not severe. And I would suggest that the odds of this one reaching severe criteria at the moment are not that high. So again, just kind of a gusty thunderstorm coming down through parts of northern Madison County. And we'll check on our Jackson County storm. This thing is hugging the state line. It's crossed over. In fact, let's look at the velocity since we're right here at the radar. And this is basically going to be the surface winds you can expect here. And we've got a 47. That's pretty stout there. So again, we could see some pretty strong winds still coming through extreme northern Jackson County. And the storm that'll be clipping pretty close to the radar site, and then north up toward Lakeview, Tennessee. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for extreme northern Jackson. I would suggest out of the various line segments we're seeing, this one really offers the higher wind velocities based on radar data at this point. And again, we've got the section camera down below looking north up in that general direction, but this is not close to Section, not close to Scottsboro. It's in the far northern end of the county near the radar site up here. So again, that's our Jackson County storm. We'll go back to the Madison County storm. And again, you can see that it's producing a lot of rain, some thunder, some lightning, but the overall intensity has gone downhill just a bit in the past couple of volume scans. But the one thing we have talked about today is that with the soil conditions, with the saturated soil, some folks have had 6, 7, 8 inches of rain for the past couple of weeks. trees could come down easier today because of that. So just be aware of that. Even a sub-severe storm could knock down some trees. And again, let's go to the batch of storms north of Florence. Again, got a good visual here from our Skycam at Renaissance Shoals. And again, you can see that this is what you're looking at on radar. And again, pretty good storm coming into Killen right here. And again, that's at 43 and 72. And maybe a little small hail, but not 1 inch for sure. And again, hail detector really showing nothing, maybe a little bit of small hail up in here north of Killen, between Killen and Lexington. But again, it's clearly sub-severe. But let's take that full screen, Ryan, the Shoals Renaissance camera from Florence, just to give you a good view of this thing. And this is what folks are seeing across the Tennessee Valley this afternoon here at 12:12. We are in the afternoon now. Again, this thunderstorm, it's just not producing damaging wind. It's not producing large hail. And that's the reason there's no warning in effect here. But again, it's very prime, ripe out ahead of that with that high dew point of 73 and temperatures there in the mid-80s. So we'll go back to the triple box, and again, we're watching storms that are basically on the Alabama-Tennessee state line this afternoon. And again, I stress, we have no tornado warnings. We do not expect tornado warnings today. And again, I don't think we're going to be here for 8 hours, wall to wall to wall to wall. We'll probably come and go this afternoon. But we just wanted to kind of talk you through this initial phase of this as the storms come in toward Athens and Florence and Huntsville. And they've clearly moved into northern Lauderdale, northern Limestone, northern Madison, northern Jackson. And these are producing, in most cases, winds in the 25, 35 mile per hour bracket, maybe some higher gusts. And again, really, of all the velocities we're seeing here, the highest would be on this one that's in northern Jackson County near the high top radar. High top's giving us a good, really good low-level view slice into this thing. And again, that one might offer the higher wind velocities as we speak. But again, gusty winds, heavy rain, north of Huntsville, up 231, 431 in Hazel Green, coming down toward Meridianville, over toward Newmarket. And again, at the moment, they've been relatively behaved. I've heard of no damage, Drew. Have you? I've not seen any coming off the chat sessions here.
No, yeah, it looks like from the Weather Service in Huntsville, they were saying that they had not heard any reports coming in of any sort of severe weather here. Just this was posted just the last 10 minutes or so. So they're asking for reports if anybody has any, but it does look like there might be maybe a few reports of a couple of trees down up in Tennessee, but nothing so far, it seems like, in Alabama at this point.
All right, which is certainly very good. And I'm looking at all of the sources I've got here coming in from our Skywatcher chat, and they're good. The Skywatchers are great. The Open Socials, not seeing any reports here of down trees or anything, and that's a very, very, very good thing. Yeah, just don't see any reports of damage in Alabama. Had a few scattered trees reported down up around Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. And again, we've got our Skycam at Renaissance Shoals, looking at a sub-severe storm that is north of Florence. We've got thunderstorms in the western part of Colbert County, but again, clearly not severe. And non-severe storms over northern Lauderdale, north of the Tennessee River. We did have one tree down at Rogersville yesterday from a storm. I had a couple of photos of that. And again, in Limestone County, the storms are north of Athens, up here toward Elkmont and Ardmore. They'll be dropping to the south, coming into downtown Athens here fairly soon. There's US 72 right there. And again, storms north of Huntsville. And we might flip from section to Huntsville. Just take a look at the Montesano mountain camera just for the fun of it to maybe glance up into this from Huntsville. And again, Drew, the wind velocities just don't look that impressive with that.
No, yeah, they're still continuing to, I'd say come down overall, or at least maintain, and they're not anywhere close at this point to severe level velocities getting up closer to 60 miles per hour or anything like that. So, yes, no real evidence, it doesn't look like at this point, of any sort of strengthening. I'll just kind of lapse it real quick so we can kind of see it over time. You can definitely see even that storm that's ended up now in Jackson County. you had some of those brighter greens. Those were close to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I think maybe even a few above that when we were looking at the storms here in the last hour or so. And even this cell never was quite as strong looking as the one that's ended up in Jackson County, but it did have higher velocity. And as it's continued to push further to the south, definitely looks like it's come down a smidge as well. It's also moving closer to the radar. Sometimes you kind of naturally see that as you're sampling the storm lower down, but certainly we're not seeing any evidence of really strong winds that are going to be a problem necessarily with this storm in northern Madison County at this point, James.
Yeah, I just saw, Emily, you might pull up that tree from Killen, and we'll take a look at that. It's a small tree, and this is in Lauderdale County. And like we've talked about, you're going to have some trees that can go down today with sub-severe winds. And by that, 35, 40, 45 miles per hour. Trees that maybe are weakened or just simply they don't have the big root structure because of the saturated soil. But again, we've got some minor trees down, and again, everything else I see is just related to shelf clouds and things like that. So we've just not had any major issues in Alabama so far today. And again, I think the storm that's north of Huntsville, probably producing winds of 35, 40, 45 miles per hour. Obviously thunder, lightning, very heavy amounts of rain in this tropical air mass. But again, I'm not quite sure it's at severe criteria at this point. But it's coming into Hazel Green, Meridianville, north of Huntsville on 231, 431. Ryan, let's take Huntsville full screen just so we can kind of look at that. This is coming from the top of Montesano Mountain. And again, that's... And if we can maybe pan that camera a little to the right, a little more to the north, Colby, this, maybe not quite that far. That's looking at the tower leg there. There we go, right there. Yeah, that's fine. We can leave it right there. That's perfect. Thank you. And again, for those, as a reference, our camera is very close to Montesano Mountain Elementary School, Montesano Elementary. Had a chance to visit them back during the spring this school year. It's a great school. And again, this the obviously up on the mountain gives us kind of an elevated view, and that's a good look at the storm that's north of Huntsville. And again, just evidence that it's maybe not quite at the classic severe limits. So let's go back to the triple box. It's 1219. And we're going to stay with this until these storms get through Huntsville and Florence and Athens, just to kind of see how they behave. And again, we don't intend on being here all afternoon. We'll just kind of come and go as the warnings dictate. And again, we do not expect any tornado warnings today. The promise here, if there's a tornado warning anywhere in this state, we're live. That's the promise. For severe thunderstorm warnings, we get a lot of those. And again, we'll be live for some not, if it's not especially serious. And again, this is a look at the storms coming into the shoals, and it just, despite the kind of ominous clouds on our sky cam over here, it's just not looking that bad. Again,
James, I will mention, I just saw a report come in from Andy Kula, Huntsville, that there's getting some more reports of trees down in Lauderdale County, but still expecting 30, 40 mile per hour wind.
Yeah, he just issued a warning.
Did he? Okay. Yep. There we go. Yep,
and that might be related to the, again, we saw a small tree. And again, Emily, if you can get some of these images in from our viewers, that would be great. We got a bunch that have come in on the Facebook side, just to show what it looks like. And we thank you for taking the time to send those in. It's 12:20, and again, the new warning, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for parts of Lauderdale and Limestone counties and parts of Madison County. So again, this new warning does include the Shoals, Florence. It includes down to Highway 20. It includes most of Limestone County. This includes Athens. It does include the city of Huntsville for this line segment that you see right here that is in northern Lauderdale, northern Limestone, and northern Madison. So again, the new warning is set to go until 1:15 this afternoon. In that the Weather Service believes there could be a few spots in here where there could be enough wind to cause some tree damage. And again, it's going to be a type of day where we might see some tree damage with sub-severe winds, again, because of the saturated soil conditions. So, Drew, give us a radar tour real quick.
Yeah, James. Just kind of looking at some of the radar signatures with this, and then looking at the reflectivity, and you can definitely see that you've got heavy rain here, a good bit of lightning. There's been probably some embedded, maybe small hail. I haven't really seen reports of that, but at least aloft. Looks like some of these storms, especially as they were back in Tennessee, have seen a little bit of hail with them. But again, looking at velocity, I know we've seen some reports of some trees getting knocked down in Lauderdale County. Not seeing super large velocity values necessarily in the data that we're seeing here, but we are kind of getting, we don't have really great radar data as far as velocity in this area. We're kind of in between a couple of radars, so sometimes it can be hard to get a real good feel for it. But as we kind of do some of the queries here, it is showing potential for some 20, 30 mile per hour wind gusts. And I think the Weather Service did mention 30, 40 mile per hour winds are likely with this, at least with some pockets of higher gusts. So it does look like we're getting some pockets of higher gust in there, even if we're not necessarily detecting it really well on the radar. But like we've mentioned, with saturated soils, even we could be seeing some of these trees getting knocked down by winds that you wouldn't normally expect to knock down trees. So it still could be that we're seeing 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts that are knocking down some of those trees that might be kind of already on their way out. So that looks like that could be the case now, because we're certainly not seeing really, really strong signatures coming out of the radar at this point, James.
All right, so it is 12:23, and we are in the process of watching the thunderstorms coming into the Tennessee Valley. And let's see here. I was going to take Wexo. If you guys have it, I've got a bunch queued up on Wexo 5. Can you see Wexo 5 over there, Ryan? From because one of the most important things we can do, that would be me right there. So let's go to Wexo 5 and let's show some of these. Again, these are images coming in from the Tennessee Valley this afternoon. And again, there's a look at the ominous sky that is over the shoals, the underbelly of these thunderstorms, if you will. And again, we thank everybody for taking the time to send in all of these images from the shoals this afternoon. And again, of course, the dark clouds don't make a storm severe. We talk about that often. It takes 58 mile per hour winds or greater for a storm to be severe. And again, I've really not seen any firm evidence of that with these storms, but again, based on some reports of trees being down, the Weather Service in Huntsville, they've gone ahead and issued severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Florence, over to Rogersville, Town Creek, Athens, Elkmont, Huntsville, for this batch of storms. That's for parts of Lawrence, Colbert, Lauderdale, Limestone, and Madison counties up in the Tennessee Valley. And again, there's our severe thunderstorm watch. So let's go back to our triple box. We are at 12:25, and again, we'll stay with this a little longer, in that we've got these warnings that are currently in effect. And again, we stress we do not expect any tornadoes today. We do not expect any tornadoes today, but there could be some spots where the winds could be quite strong. And again, you can see Drew showing kind of an area of these brighter greens that would represent stronger wind velocities.
Yeah, what I was showing there, James, I just saw a report that came in from a tree that fell on a house north of Killen, and that obviously was in the past. This is back about 15 minutes ago. So I'm thinking this area right here, that you've got a little bit of enhanced velocity right around this area north of Killen. So that might have been where we started seeing some of those reports where they now issued the warning. But I'd say now it looks like it might not be quite as strong of a signature there from that part of the storm. It's now kind of moved in between Killen and Lexington. Still 35 mile per hour winds at beam height there. So still maybe have some pretty gusty winds with that part of the storm, but it doesn't look maybe quite as intense. You had higher reflectivity values earlier with that as well. So it looks like maybe the intensity of thunderstorm has come down a little bit, kind of right as they issued that warning, James.
And that's the way it works sometimes. Often storms are pulse-type storms in summer, where they pulse up in intensity and then they pulse down in intensity. And that can happen pretty rapidly, and that's probably what's going on here this afternoon. But again, we are in the process of watching strong to severe storms coming down through the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama this afternoon. And these storms have produced a little bit of tree damage. In fact, let's see, Ryan, give me 1 second. Let's look at WEX 05, and if you look carefully, you'll see that is one bit of tree damage that is at Killen, which is to the east of the Shoals in Lauderdale County. So again, that's an example of some of the things we have seen this afternoon. And we want to stress it's not widespread. We've not heard of widespread problems, but again, that's an example of what we have seen in spots today. So we'll go back to the radar, and again, we've got that line of strong to severe storms moving through, coming into Florence now. And again, you can see in real time the weather with our region Skycam network. Above, that's the shot coming from Renaissance Shoals. Down below, that is the shot coming from Montesano Mountain in Huntsville. And obviously, both of these cameras are looking right into this. And again, we had the Ardmore camera up, but it's raining so hard you can't see anything at that point. And again, soon we'll flip down to the Decatur Skycam once we get the rain in over Florence and Huntsville. But on these cameras, we can just watch the storms come in. And I will say, we now have a wind gust to 61 at Renaissance Shoals. All right, so that is severe criteria. So again, and I will say now, the camera's elevated. If you've been to the beautiful facility up there, you know the restaurant, you know where it's located. It's up on the top of that thing, so it's way off the ground, but still, with a wind gust at 61 there, we probably got winds gusting to 50 down below that. So again, that is a sign this thing is really packing a punch. So again, a wind gust to 61 at Renaissance Shoals with 74 over 64. And again, in Huntsville, the storms are still north of Montesano Mountain. The gust there is only at 9. But again, clearly that is the strongest wind gust of the day, 61 at Renaissance Shoals. And again, there's a look at your storms from near Florence, just north of Athens, and then coming right into Madison and Huntsville. And we should mention the storms in Jackson County have weakened tremendously. Again, the air is more stable here, so they're below severe limits, and that warning has gone away. So the warning earlier for northern Jackson, that has been canceled, or it's gone away. The main concern, it's the storms now from near Huntsville to Athens over to Florence, basically right on U.S. Highway 72. And within these segments, you could see some pockets of stronger wind gusts. And again, at the Florence camera there, you see a wind gust to 61, and the sustained winds out of the north at 32. That's outflow coming from those thunderstorms. So sustained winds of 32 gusting to 61. And it will be interesting to see what it looks like at our Huntsville camera. And again, that's up on the mountain, so it's going to be elevated, but still, that'll give us a very good idea of what's to come here. So it is 12:29, and we're going to stay with us for a while now that we have the new warning in effect. And again, this is until 1:15 this afternoon for much of Madison, almost all of Limestone, a pretty good chunk of Lauderdale, especially the eastern half of Lauderdale, northern Lawrence, this is north of Moulton, basically along 20 here, and into the far eastern part of Colbert County. And again, these storms are approaching the Tennessee River. They'll continue to drop on down to the south, and we'll just see how they behave as they do that. And remember, as the storms work their way south today, the air will have more time to heat up and become more unstable south of the Tennessee River. So again, it's a case where it's going to be a fairly active weather day today. No tornadoes expected, but strong straight line winds. So let's take WEX 05. Let's look at some more of these images. Emily, we'll just scroll through some of these. Again, these are all photographs that you've sent us from the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama. And you can see the ominous conditions that we have in place. And all these storms today are going to be producing ominous-looking clouds, shelf clouds that are on the leading edge of a storm. And again, we stress these shelf clouds have nothing to do with a wall cloud, nothing to do with a tornado. We're not going to have that today. But again, on the outflow of these storms coming in, the winds can be pretty intense as they move on down to the south. And again, all your photos and videos just gives us an idea what it's like out in the real world, along with our region Skycam network. We have learned over the years that for you to properly make decisions for you and your family, you need to be able to see the weather in addition to just looking at radar. And that's why all of this is so important. Let's take Huntsville full screen, Ryan, if we can. I just wanted to show a look at the incoming storm That is a wall of tropical rain coming into Huntsville. So far, the peak wind gust up on the mountain is sitting at 13 miles per hour. Temperatures down to 71. We've got the rain-cooled air that's come in from the north. And once this line segment passes, your risk of severe weather has ended for the day. You'll have rain-cooled, stable air. So again, for Huntsville, Athens, the Shoals, this is your show, if you will, right now. As we get into the 1, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock hour, the activity will be shifting to the south, and the risk of severe storms for the Tennessee Valley will be pretty much over. So let's go back to our triple box, which shows the heavy rain coming down at Florence, and again, peak wind gusts 61. Huntsville down below, and this is the storm coming into Huntsville. And again, that will be it will continue dropping to the east-southeast. And you can see this is just one storm within a line of storms that stretches over to Florence. So let's look at the rest of these storms, Drew. We'll kind of work our way back off to the west. Again, the heavier storms coming into Athens, raining heavily along Highway 72, Rogersville, out to Killen, Center Star, back over toward Florence. I would suggest the higher wind velocities are probably in this region here, but still they don't look that overwhelming at this point. Again, you need 58 mile per hour gusts for a storm to be severe. And clearly, at least on that high elevation spot in Florence, we achieved that with a 61 mile per hour gust. But again, the radar velocities don't look that overwhelming at this point, but still they could pulse up and pulse down as they continue to drop on down to the south. So let's do this. Let's take the top box and flip that to Decatur, and let's look north from Decatur. And that will give us a view from Morgan County looking back into this. We have a sky cam that's in downtown Decatur that will look right back into this. The Ardmore camera is just all rain at this point. You can't see much. So again, we'll look north from Decatur, and that's our north-facing shot right there. And notice they're at 86. It is warm, it is unstable. So the environment to the south of these storms, very unstable, and that's the reason we have that severe thunderstorm watch in effect here for the rest of the afternoon. So big storms now from Huntsville to Athens, Rogersville, Killen, and the Shoals. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a large part of Madison, Limestone, northern Lawrence, and extreme eastern Lauderdale and extreme eastern Colbert counties. And that warning in effect until 1:15 this afternoon as the storms continue dropping to the south. And again, we'll be watching the wind velocities. And again, so far at Huntsville, the peak wind gust is at 13. So far, so good. But looking at so many of I just don't see a lot of widespread damage, which is really good. We've had a couple of trees down, a bunch of creepy clouds, but I'm just not seeing a lot of tree damage so far at this point, which is a good thing. And again, the other thing too, we could have some temporary flooding issues. The one thing, these will be very, very efficient rain producers. Rain rates are pretty excessive. We probably get 3-4 inch an hour rain rates in through here, through parts of Madison and Limestone and Lauderdale counties with this dropping to the south. Let's take Decatur full screen, Ryan, real quick. We'll take a look at these cameras full. This is coming from Decatur on the Region Skycam network, looking due north, right into the belly of that storm that's over Athens now, producing gusty winds and heavy rain. Let's go to Huntsville full screen. I want to take a look at that. This is coming from Montesano Mountain. And again, it's about to start pouring there. We're going to, in a minute, have visibility down to just nothing because of heavy rain. But the good news so far, the peak wind gust flowing into that thing is at 13. The winds will shift around to the north here shortly. We'll get the outflow. We'll see what that looks like. And up in the Shoals, that was where the winds hit 61. That was on the outflow of these storms. And so far, we haven't really had that gust front to come through the mountain up there at Montesano Mountain so far. But again, 69 degrees. Dew point 66, and it looks like the wind is starting to shift around. The wind basically calm at this point, but again, that's just a wall of heavy rain coming in. And Drew, we need to build Channel 31 for their radar radome being in our shot there.
Yeah, I know.
Now, we have some good, in fact, I actually walked into Channel 31 when I was at Montesano Elementary. I got to walk in. The last time I was in Channel 31's building was in 1974 during the super outbreak. I was in high school, and they let us use some phone lines in there. But again, that's all up on Montesano Mountain. Drew, what you got? Looks like a lot of rain.
Yeah, just talking about the potential rain total. So just in the last hour, we've gotten close to an inch in parts of northern Limestone County there, up towards Ardmore and Oakmont, places like that. Almost an inch in kind of the northern part of, or kind of eastern part of Lauderdale County as well. Seeing some pretty heavy totals in northwestern Madison County, up near Tony and places like that. So yeah, we don't have any sort of flash flood warnings or flood advisories, anything like that. We probably would expect these storms will kind of push through quickly enough over time that we probably won't have sustained flooding issues necessarily, because we think this will be progressive enough to not just kind of train over the same area. But like we've talked about, we've had enough rain in recent times that there still could be some occasions where you get a heavy enough cell over, especially a more urban area. The more concrete you have around, the more pavement you have around, it's going to create more issues with flooding typically. So there still could be some issues with probably more temporary street flooding occasionally in some of the heavier cells. But again, nothing from that perspective as far as any sort of alerts that have been issued at this point. So we've got our severe thunderstorm warning. Still remains the one that we have, the only one that we have across the state here so far, James.
Okay, dokes. So it's 12:38, and we are in the process of watching a band of strong to severe storms over Alabama's Tennessee Valley. Nothing happening down to the south. I say that. Let's look at the Mobile, just for the fun of it, real quick. Let's look at the Mobile radar. I would imagine we have spotty showers down here. Well, not really. A couple of showers in Covington County, and that's it. So good. South Alabama, you're good. So we'll go back to the Tennessee Valley. And again, there's our one warning in effect here. And again, you can see it's for much of Madison, much of Limestone, northern Lawrence, extreme eastern Colbert, and Lauderdale. For the segment that's coming into Huntsville and Athens. And again, these storms continue to drop to the south-southeast. Additional storms are forming in advance of that line through parts of Franklin and Lawrence counties. At this point, they're considered subsevere. And again, it's just going to be an afternoon of watching the weather. And again, we don't plan on being here for 8 hours at a time. This is not a tornado day. This is a day of severe thunderstorm potential. So again, we'll probably take a break, come back. We'll just stay on here as needed. But again, we're going to stay with this until we get the storms on past Huntsville and Athens, just so you can see what to expect if you're down here in Moulton or Decatur or New Hope or places like this as it drops on down to the south. And again, we're watching our cameras from Decatur and Huntsville. And you can see in real time what the weather is doing there.
New warning coming
Got a
out.
new warning for Colbert and Franklin. So that would assume that what the Weather Service is doing, they're going to issue warnings for this stuff right in through here from Red Bay back up to the Shoals. And we'll see that pop on here in just a second. There it is. So there's your new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for all of Franklin County and the southern part of Colbert County for storms that are kind of lined up here from near Red Bay back up toward Littleville and the Shoals. So let's go back to again, we've got a good view coming from Hatton, by the way. This is in Lawrence County, and again, that camera is located here looking back into all of this to the north and west. But if we can, let's quickly peek at that Florence camera. Just wanted to see how heavy the rain is. Well, either Florence camera is fine. We'll take a look at our UNA camera or the Renaissance Shoals camera just to peek at that. Yeah, it's just pouring rain. All right, so we'll go back to Decatur. I just want to take a peek at that. And again, we've still got the peak wind gust at 61. That was earlier as the storms came through. So we'll put Decatur in the top box, looking at the storm coming in from Athens. Down below, this is the Skycam at Hatton. This is in Lawrence County. And again, Drew, looks like those winds are pretty hot over there near Red Bay.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably, that portion of it would be the main kind of threat area potentially for some wind issues at this point. So 50 miles per hour, we're getting that about a couple of thousand feet off the ground. Looks like a good bit of lightning there in Red Bay as well. Kind of zoom in a little bit more. So again, right around or right just to the south. It looks like Red Bay itself, a lot of those heavier winds are probably just kind of pushed through there. It still is probably pretty windy though if you're in Red Bay, but eventually down towards, you've got also Little Bear Creek Reservoir that's within Polygon area here as well, Atwood, Hodges, places like that. And we got some heavier rain for sure. Don't know if we necessarily have any hail within that as well, but certainly a good bit of lightning with it and some gusty winds that, again, could be up close to severe criteria. So we'll have to be watching for some potential reports out of this part of the storm in this kind of far western portion of Franklin County. It looks like the last scan here might have come down just a little bit in intensity, but still looks like there's a good gust out ahead of these storms here, James.
Okie doke, 1242. And we have a band of strong to severe storms stretched out across North Alabama from Red Bay and Franklin County up to Florence, Athens, and Huntsville. And again, you can see that it's kind of a broken line here. It's not raining heavily for the entire duration of the line, but within that line, we've got some pockets of stronger winds, maybe a little bit of small hail mixed in. Had a few reports of small hail. And again, no tornado concern here, but let's look at the Hatton one full screen, Ryan. This is going to be one of our Lawrence County cameras at Hatton. And a lot of people see that and they might wig out, and there's no need to do that. That's not a wall cloud. That's not a tornado. That's just a ragged low cloud base coming off the line of storms. But I want to point out the numbers. It's 87. And again, as we see temperatures getting up there closer to 90, that's going to push those CAPE values. CAPE is convective available potential energy. That's instability. Those CAPE values could reach 3,000 joules over the northern part of the state with a dew point of 76. That is a very ripe, juicy, unstable air mass. And again, the wind profiles do not support tornadoes. I want to stress that again. It looks like a new warning is coming out, Drew. This one's going to be for parts of DeKalb, Jackson, Lawrence, Limestone, Madison, Marshall, and Morgan. And what the Weather Service is doing, they're just going to blanket a warning in effect in advance of this line. And there it is. So this is your new warning, and this it looks like they're just going to put everybody under a warning, basically, except for most of Jackson. This includes the southwestern corner of Jackson County. What you see here, Scottsboro, this is not severe. But there's some concern that these storms over Madison, Limestone, Lauderdale, they could produce strong wind gusts as they drop to the south. And again, in some cases, maybe up to 58 miles per hour. Let's take Decatur full screen, Ryan. We're going to look at the line of storms coming into Decatur. This is the Region Skycam in Morgan County. And again, we've seen these sites all up and down the camera network today, and we're so thankful for this camera network. I have never had this many resources, people, and cameras to work with in my career. It's outstanding to be able to show you what it looks like. Instead of you having to go out in the front yard, we can just show it to you like that. So again, this is what it looks like in Decatur. Let's go to Hatton full screen. And again, you see how the sky has changed so quickly with that shot. Again, the line of storm is going to be coming in relatively soon. Into the community of Hatton, which is northwest of Moulton. It's between Moulton and Florence in Lawrence County. Got a severe thunderstorm warning for Marion County that's just been issued by the Weather Service in Birmingham, so you'll see that painting on here in just a second. And the warning is right here. That's the new one. Again, that's for the storms coming out of Franklin County. So that line segment from Red Bay back over to Bell Green and Russellville, that'll be dropping into Marion County. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for Marion County in northwest Alabama, in addition to all these other counties that we have. And again, it might be one of those days where the Weather Service offices will just blanket a warning for everybody based on the instability involved here. So again, the storm stretching from Red Bay to Russellville, possibly producing some strong winds, and that'll be crossing down toward Hackleburg, Phil Campbell, ultimately places like Hamilton, Brilliant, Bear Creek. So again, if you're in any of these places, just be aware you've got potential for strong, potentially damaging straight line winds with this activity that's over Franklin County. Let's look at Lawrence County, Drew. We'll just kind of run down the line here. These storms have formed out ahead of that line. In fact, we can go to our Moulton camera. We'll flip out from Hatton to Moulton. and just see what the Moulton camera looks like. We have the Hatton camera is here. Of course, the Moulton camera is here. We'll see what that looks like. And obviously, it's raining heavily in downtown Moulton. They've got 83 with a dew point of 76. And again, we're looking at the peak wind gust. So far, Decatur's peak wind gust is 15, Moulton at 11, which is good. But these storms are probably not going to offer the stronger winds. These up here will, from Muscle Shoals right down Highway 20, coming back over toward Decatur. And again, this is a northwest flow situation. Storms today moving from northwest to southeast. Again, you can see that motion as Drew rolls the radar back and forth. And obviously in Decatur, it's looking pretty rough. Let's go to our Decatur full, Ryan. This is what it looks like. And obviously that camera is shaking and baking, rocking and rolling. We got the outflow now, the north wind at 15. So far, the peak wind gust is at 21. And that's the beauty of having all of these sky cams with weather stations at them. We can watch the actual real-time weather data. So again, we've had there the 40. Okay, 40, yeah. I knew that it was going to change pretty quickly. So the Decatur peak wind gust is 40 miles per hour. We have a sustained wind up to 28. You knew when that camera was shaking, it was a lot more than what we showed there. So peak wind gust is up to 40. And it's still, this is what everybody's experiencing within that line, all the way from the Shoals to Town Creek, Decatur, and then over into Huntsville. This is fairly common, so we'll just stay with this for just a minute and watch the update to see if the wind gust goes any higher than that. So again, this is a live look from the region Skycam. 41 mile per hour is the peak wind. Winds are sustained at 32 at this point. So let's triple box it. And again, the Moulton camera. Let's take Moulton full screen. Again, this is another good look at the storm that is in Lawrence County. This is actually ahead of the main line. Temperature 76, the peak wind gust at 11. The stronger wind velocities are with the storms north of Moulton as they drop to the south. So we'll go back to our triple box. And again, we've got this line. Let's look at a bigger picture here, kind of reset the whole thing. If you're just joining us, it's 1249. We have a line of strong to severe storms from Red Bay to south of Florence, around the Shoals, over here to about Town Creek, then to Athens and Huntsville. Severe thunderstorm warnings blanket most of the Tennessee Valley. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Limestone, Madison, Northern Marshall, all of Morgan, all of Lawrence, all of Franklin, much of Colbert, at least the eastern part of Colbert, and also for the northern two-thirds of Marion County in northwest Alabama. This main line here will be dropping to the south, and with the air becoming very unstable, temperatures approaching 90 with very high dew points, and the Cape values are quite high, these northwest flow storms can be in a position to knock down a whole bunch of trees and power lines. Drew, can we just pull up the power outage map? Let's just see if we have any outages so far from the storms that are in the Tennessee Valley in 2000. So we got 2,000 outages now in Lauderdale County. So that's a sign. Again, that's when you really start to see the effect of this wind. So far, so good for Limestone, Madison. Numbers are much lower here, but again, 2,000 without power in Lauderdale, which makes sense. We've recorded the highest wind gust, 61, at our camera there that is in Lauderdale County. So we'll go back to the radar. No tornado concerns, by the way, today. A lot of people come and go. I know that we're being repetitive, but we want to be sure that you understand that we don't have any tornado concerns today. This is all straight line wind concerns. But the line of strong to severe storms now stretching from near the Jackson-Madison County line east of Huntsville, through Huntsville to Athens, back over toward Town Creek, and then toward Red Bay in Franklin County. And understand, within this line, not everybody is going to see winds of 40, 50, 60 miles per hour, but there could be spots within the line where that's the case. And considering the saturated soil conditions, some trees could come down pretty easily. And along with falling trees, that means, of course, also the chance of falling power lines as well. So just be aware of that. As the storms continue dropping to the south and east, they should come down toward Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, probably around 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon, something like that, around 3, I'd say, a couple of hours from now. So if you're in those cities in that part of the state, your turn will come later today. Jackson County, we have just a warning for a small part of southwest Jackson County. Most of these showers are sub-severe, the ones that are near the river and near Scottsboro. Raining heavily, yes. Severe, no. So again, those heavier storms now. And boy, let's go to Decatur full. Ryan, we got a wind gust of 54. And that is right at severe criteria. Keep in mind, to be severe, you need 58 mile per hour winds, and we are right at that. So we've got a wind gust of 54 in downtown Decatur. Winds are sustained at 36. Temperature 77 with a dew point at 66. And again, it is just pouring rain. And this is what folks are dealing with. Winds gusting to 54, torrential rain. It is not a good day. And again, quite frankly, I would not want to be driving in a situation like this, in that that's just not, obviously not very good conditions. So let's go back to our triple box. And again, you can watch the camera at Moulton you see here in Lawrence County. This is Morgan County, Decatur, for that entire line as it works its way into the south. And I guess the concern, Drew, is that these storms are going to hit this air where it's 88 degrees with a dew point in the mid-70s. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, I think so, James. That's something we'll definitely have to watch as it continues to move further towards the south. And there's lots of areas further to the south that are able to get a good bit of sunshine in so far this afternoon at this point. If we look at our satellite picture here again, you can see out ahead of the storms, all the white up here obviously are your clouds, but further to the south, you got lots of sunshine out there. If we were to take a Skycam tour in this part of the state right now, we'd see lots of sunshine. So that's helping to continue to increase the temperatures. And of course, we've still got that very humid air mass in place that we've seen here for a long time now. We'll go ahead and just take a quick peek at the statewide temperatures here. We'll load that temperature map up. I know we've been looking at them from our Skycams as well, but there you go. You can see we've got 87 in Hamilton, 87 in Birmingham, 89 in Tuscaloosa, and we've got 90s down in parts of the southwestern part of the state, Demopolis, Selma, Thomasville, all hitting 90 degrees or better. And so we still, the models have tried to indicate that as the storms move that far south in the state, as they takes time to get down there, that they eventually will start to wane. But it does concern us some to see those kind of temperatures with the kind of moisture that we have in place. Just lots of instability that's available for these storms to tap into. So that'll be something that we certainly are concerned about as they move to the south. And I think I think it'll be a while before we start to see a downward trend in the storms that much. I think just given the atmosphere that we have in place there, James.
Okay, 1254, and again, notice these temperatures around 90 down here. It's just hot as a firecracker. And with these storms dropping to the south, that's not good. They're going to be entering a very, very unstable air mass. And you can see what they're producing now. We've got a peak wind gust at Decatur at 54, heavy rain falling. The peak wind gust at Moulton is now 30 in Lawrence County from the storms coming in there. And we had a peak wind gust of 61 in Muscle Shoals at Shoals Renaissance up in Florence earlier today. Line of severe storms now stretching from Huntsville to Decatur, Moulton, over to Red Bay. And again, we've got new storms forming out ahead of that in parts of Winston and Lamar and Marion counties. But the main band is this thing right here. And with that, we have severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down the line. Now, the warnings have gone away for, as you can see, for Lauderdale, northern Limestone, and northern Madison. The warnings are currently in effect for northern Marshall, southern Madison, extreme southwestern Jackson, all of Morgan, all of Lawrence, all of Franklin, most of Colbert, at least the eastern part of Colbert, and the northern two-thirds of Marion counties in northwest Alabama for the line that's dropping on down to the south. Let's go to Moulton full screen, Ryan. I just want to take a look at these things. You can see it. That's a pretty impressive view of the line of severe storms coming into Moulton and Lawrence County. The peak wind gust 32. Emily, what you got? Okay, let's take WEXO 5. And these are all from the Tennessee Valley earlier today. And again, we thank you for sending these in. in that it lets us see the weather through your camera phone, where real people are, where they live. A lot of wind eddies on the base of these low clouds with these thunderstorm shelf clouds. The wind eddies can occasionally look like funnels or tornadoes. Not in this case. Those are simply eddies on the base of these things. But again, all of these images were taken from the Tennessee Valley from the past 15 minutes or so. Trash cans are down, Drew. They're down. I mean, it's going to be one of these days where anything can go flying. We all know the state birds are going to go flying today, the trampolines. And again, visibility very, very restricted, and I would just not want to be traveling through these by car today. And again, you can see some what you got?
Well, I was going to say you'll like this one. The one we got up now was referred to as a toad choker.
Toad choker, yeah. A cow peeing on a flat rock. I mean, I totally understand. And again, all of these were from the Tennessee Valley within the past 15 minutes or so. And again, your camera phone lets us kind of use that as a window to the world. And we're thankful for that. But again, the greatest concern, it's from strong straight line winds. No concerns with tornadoes today. So let's go back to our triple box. It's 1257. We've got a peak wind gust at Decatur of 54. Let's go Decatur full screen, Ryan. This is going to show that it's still rough. I would imagine we have some flooding, minor flooding at least in Decatur, downtown Decatur. The wind sustained at 26, gusting to 54 in the Tennessee Valley, coming off the region's Skycam network. Let's go to our Lawrence County camera at Moulton, full screen. The peak wind gust so far remains at 32 miles per hour, but again, the storms are coming in, and soon it's going to look like that Decatur camera. The rain's going to be so heavy you can't see much. In fact, let's go back to Decatur full screen really quickly, Ryan. Again, this is what it looks like in Morgan County in downtown Decatur, and it's needless to say, what you see there is what you get, and this is what you can expect for those that are in the path of this line of storms. Extremely heavy rain rates and very strong winds. And again, in downtown Decatur, the winds have gusted to 54 miles per hour. So we'll go back to our triple box. You can see the storms now stretching from Huntsville, downtown Huntsville, Madison to Decatur, and then over into Lawrence County, near Moulton, then curving back over into Franklin County. And within this line, within spots, not necessarily for the entire line, but you can see maybe some small hail and very strong straight line winds. And again, as you can see in our top box, we've got one of our chasers in the field, Chris Mann. Where's Chris today, Drew? Do we know his exact location?
He said he's in Coleman near exit 305 facing to the north currently, so he's kind of staged there. I guess waiting on the storms to continue to move further to the south.
Okay, so again, that'll give us a good look at the storms coming into Coleman County as they continue to drop on down to the south. Watching many other reports coming in. And again, I'm seeing a few scattered trees down. I've not seen any major structural damage so far, which is good. And I've not seen anybody injured today, which is good. That's the primary metric. It's the fact that we don't want anybody hurt. But again, we're focused the radar on Lawrence County, and again, the camera is what you see there. That is coming from Moulton. And I tell you what, Colby, I got a big job for you. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to set up a sequence with our sky. Now that we've got Chris in the top box, I want to rotate cameras, and we're going to rotate between Hatton, Moulton, Decatur, Huntsville. And Drew, you might pick up some other ones that are in the zone with those cameras. Marion County cameras we have. Double Springs, we have a camera in Double Springs down here. So we're going to set up a series of cameras in the path of the line that will be rotating through. So you can see that in the bottom box. And again, in the top box, that's Chris Mann, one of our chasers in the field this afternoon here at 1 o'clock. And if you're just joining us, thank you. This is the Alabama Weather Network. I'm James Spann. We've got Drew McCombs here with a full crew in the studio. And as always, we have chasers in the field. We do not expect tornadoes today. Again, I know that when you see me and the suspenders and the red tie, you're thinking it's a tornado day. It's not. This is a severe thunderstorm day, but based on the type of environment these storms are moving into, they could easily produce straight line winds that could knock down a lot of trees and power lines. And that's the kind of day it's been here. So again, notice at Decatur, the peak wind gust there, 54 miles per hour at Decatur. And that's the one thing you can see in real time as the cameras rotate through that real-time weather data, which is very helpful. Got a report of a tree down at the intersection of Trademark Drive and Martin Road in Madison County. That's coming from Madison County EMA. We've had some smaller trees that have come down around Killen earlier. That was in Lauderdale County to the northeast of Florence. And again, you saw earlier with our power map, we have at least 2,000 power outages now in Lauderdale County, 2,000. So about 2,000 folks without electrical service. And that band continues to drop on down to the south. But again, just you can watch in real time all of our cameras on the Skycam network in the path of these storms. And is Double Springs in the loop?
I believe we got it in there. Cole can double check, but yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I want to be there's Double Springs right there. So again, that's a Winston County look into this. And of course, we have the cameras in Lawrence and Franklin counties and Morgan as well that you'll be seeing. So again, we want to the one thing we want to do here is make this visually interesting. Nobody wants to see some old man standing in front of radar for 8 hours. That's pretty boring. You want to see the weather, so that's why we have people out in the field enabling us to do that. Let's see. Winston County, severe thunderstorm warning. This is, again, what the Weather Service is going to do. I think they're just going to blanket all of the counties in advance of this line, which means we've got a new warning coming out for Winston. You'll see it pop up on the map here in just a second, and that's probably going to be for the entire county, and that's for the storms coming out of Lawrence County. And again, we've got Double Springs, our Double Springs camera in the rotation, so you'll be able to see that as it rotates through. Again, we've got there's our warning there. So it's all of Winston County, the entire county. That is a severe thunderstorm warning until 2 o'clock. And inevitably, we're going to have a warning for Cullman County. Again, they're just going to keep on moving to the south as the storms drop southward today. But again, the weather should begin to improve in Decatur here. And it's been a rough ride in Decatur. You watched our camera there. It's not been good. They've had a wind gust to 54, tremendous amounts of rain, probably some flooding issues, flooding concerns there. And again, let's take a look at Huntsville real quick and see how we're doing over here. We'll flip it over to the high top radar. And I would suggest the main issue in Madison County, it's potential for flooding. The lightning output is lower here in Madison County compared to Morgan County. Tremendous amounts of lightning here, hardly any lightning here. There is some, but not that much. So I would imagine the storms that are in Madison County seem to be not as strong as they were 10, 15, 30 minutes ago, which is good. Wind velocity is not looking that impressive. The wind's not especially that hot. You can see winds 20, 26 miles per hour. That's well below severe limits. However, that's a pretty good one here. That's 51. This is in Jackson County, in that southwestern corner of Jackson County. So again, strong wind velocity showing up in here. In fact, there could be some pretty good-sized hail falling along Highway 72, US 72, down here below Paint Rock, down toward Woodville. I wouldn't be shocked if we had some pretty decent-sized hail falling in through there based on the reflectivity. And again, that's all moving down here toward Lake Gunnersville, which is what you see right here. There's Grant, there's Highway 79, this is Lake Gunnersville. Needless to say, I would not want to be a mariner in a boat on the lake at this point. You need to get off the water. If you know anybody out here, by chance, call them and tell them to get in. I said so, okay? You don't want to be out there. Lightning alone is a problem enough, but with these winds and the chance of hail and strong winds, you just don't want to be out here at Lake Gunnersville. So again, this is the lake right here. Storms right here dropping to the south. Let's go back over to our storms in Lawrence County. Again, we're just going to work this whole line here. And the conditions have improved a little bit in downtown Moulton. The heavier rain now southeast and northwest of Moulton. And again, keep in mind, all of this is dropping to the south. The wind velocities at this point don't seem especially high in Lawrence County, but the rains have been tremendous. Again, there's the Moulton camera, the peak wind gust 32 miles per hour, which we can handle that. Peak wind gust at Moulton 32, temperature down to 71 with a dew point of 67. And once these storms move south of you, you're done with it. That's the end of the severe weather threat. The severe weather threat will be shifting from the Tennessee Valley southward during the course of the afternoon. And again, in northern Morgan County, those are radar-derived wind velocities within the radar beam. Remember, the radar beam is not at the surface, it's aloft. The Earth curves, radar goes in a straight line. But still, it's coming into Priceville. That's Interstate 65 right here. In fact, I was up at Point Mallard Saturday a week ago for the Alabama Jubilee. Had a marvelous time there. And they're getting soaked, obviously, at Point Mallard right now. Storms in Huntsville, rain beginning to taper off in the city in points north. Heavier storms down toward the river. And again, as this band of storms you see here in Morgan County drops on down to the south, inevitably we're going to have a warning most likely for Cullman County. So again, we'll keep it here for a while. If you're just joining us, yes, sir, go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, James, that speaking of Morgan County, looks like a number of reports are starting to come in from Morgan County 911 of some damage in and around Decatur. So they mentioned they're getting a lot of calls for that. Tree on a house near Runnymede Avenue southwest in Decatur. Multiple trees down at 16th Avenue southeast and Jackson Street southeast. Bank Street and Cherry Street. Looks like some power lines are involved. So as we were looking at with the camera earlier, looked like it was a rough ride there right in downtown Decatur where our camera's located with that gust that we saw above 50 miles per hour. Starting to see some reports of some at least some tree and a little bit of power line damage with that. So that certainly looks like something we'll have to continue to watch with that cell as it moves further. Heading towards basically Priceville at this point. Hartselle is next in line here. You can see as it continues to kind of move down US 31 and I-65. So places like Hartsville, Somerville, Falkville, these are areas that could see similar conditions here if the storm continues to maintain strength there, James.
All right, let's take the sky cams full if we can, Ryan, on links 1. Take it full screen. Just want people to see that in a full screen mode. And again, with that, you got real-time weather data. The peak wind gust at Moulton is currently at 32. That's Russellville, which is in Franklin County. Their peak wind gust is currently at 24. But again, Decatur, I think, by far has had the roughest ride of all of these storms that we have seen today. That's coming from Sulligent. This is in Lamar County. Again, Lamar County is obviously going to deal with this. Everybody will deal with these storms this afternoon. Obviously, the wind is not much of an issue there so far in Lamar County and Sulligent. This is our sky cam that is in downtown Cullman. And again, look at the numbers, 85 degrees with a dew point of 70. And again, that's a look at the incoming storms. I would imagine that we'll have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Cullman County soon. Look at the peak wind gust at Decatur. Now, the rain rates have decreased, but when you've got a peak wind gust of 54, obviously you're going to have some trees down. And like Drew indicated, there's a lot of trees down in Decatur. This is coming from Double Springs. We've lost the weather data, but we've got the real-time camera there, and you can see the shelf cloud coming into Double Springs. Winston County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is coming from UNA and Florence. Now, there, the peak wind gust is 29. Over at Renaissance Shoals, we had a peak wind gust of 61, a little to the east of that particular location. So it seems like the western half of Lauderdale did good. There's your peak wind gust of 61. That's coming from Renaissance Shoals and Florence. And again, down below, that's the Wilson Dam and the Tennessee River. And we are so thankful for these cameras. They are worth their weight in gold. This is coming from Hamilton in Marion County, where we got 81 over 66. So far, the peak wind gust is at 27. So we'll go back to a triple box. And again, Chris Mann is in Falkville. I do believe he just, yes, he is in Falkville now. So he is in Morgan County. And we've also got Chris Pitchford, who is out. She is going to Marion County. And but again, we got Chris in his live stream. And again, Chris is along Interstate 65, north of Cullman, south of Decatur. He's near Falkville and Hartselle. And again, he is kind of going up into the belly of this thing. So let's put the reflectivity back on real quick. And again, you can see this broken batch of storms from the western part of Marion County up through Hackleburg around Bear Creek, curving up into Lawrence County around Moulton, then curving over to near Priceville and Morgan County, and then over to south of Huntsville and approaching Lake Gunnersville. Within that, we probably have some areas of hail. Again, I would suggest right in through here, we've got some hail falling just south of US 72. And you can see that in the hail detector right here. This is north of Grant, again, in extreme southwestern Jackson County. So some of the storms have been producing some hail today, but not all of them. Mostly it's been a wind problem. But once you get deeper into Jackson County, the storms over here around Henniger, they're sub-severe. Yes, it's raining heavily, but they're not severe. The severe problems begin here in northern Marshall County, then curving over into Morgan County, and then over into Lawrence, Franklin, Winston, and Marion counties in northwest Alabama. And again, these storms should be into the Birmingham Metro, Tuscaloosa, Gadsden around 3 o'clock or so. Again, this is Interstate 59 right here. There's your line of storms. They're moving, remember, they're moving to the southeast. And again, very steadily, so I would say by 3 o'clock, they'll be impacting Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, and Gadsden. And out ahead of that, we've got a few individual storms forming. Again, we've got one just to the west of Cullman, out toward Jones Chapel. We got some up toward Battleground up in the northwestern part of the county. And again, that's the you can watch these sky cams and get a really good look at what they look at. That Hamilton camera looked pretty ominous. You saw there coming through a minute ago. And again, we've got Chris Mann, who is live on Interstate 65. He is near Falkville and Hartselle. So he's basically coming up right into the storms themselves. He's basically about right here. And so he'll be in it in just a matter of minutes, and we'll see what his stream looks like. Peak wind gust at Moulton so far 32. You can see the bottom box down there, 32 miles per hour. And again, that's manageable. We've had others that have had winds of over 50. Again, our Decatur Skycam had a peak wind gust of 54. Russellville peak wind gust 24. That's manageable. That's good. That's a good thing for Russellville. We can handle 24 mile per hour winds. And of course, they're rain cooled. Once the storms are south of you, you're done with it. There's the Sulligent camera coming in from Lamar County. Boy, 88 over 77. That is very unstable conditions. Temperature 88, dew point 77. That's about as high as it ever gets in early June here. That's more like a mid-July, late July type dew point. And again, that's our Cullman Skycam. The peak wind gust at 13. They're at 86 with a dew point of 70. But again, these individual storms keep forming out ahead of this. But again, Chris is right in through here. And if I had to guess, that warning might be for...
Cullman.
Cullman, yeah.
Marshall.
Cullman, DeKalb, and Marshall, which we kind of knew that was coming. So again, you can watch and you'll see the polygons pop up here. This will be in effect. And again, this is a weird situation here because Blount County belongs to the Birmingham Weather Service office. Cullman County belongs to the Huntsville Weather Service office. And if you're over here in Sneed, you're thinking, wait a minute, how does this work? You got a warning here, and no warning here. It's a Weather Service jurisdiction thing. I would imagine that Blount County the Weather Service in Birmingham will fill in this hole pretty soon. But again, a new warning in effect that is for southern DeKalb. This includes basically Geraldine and Point South. It includes Gunnersville, Albertville, and Marshall County, Lake Gunnersville. And this includes pretty much all of Cullman County, pretty much the whole county. So that batch of storms that are going to be coming to the south, and if you're in Sneed, Susan Moore, Bluntsville, you'll probably have a warning soon. Every office is a little different in terms of when they pull the trigger on these warnings. So again, that's the situation there. The main concern coming from damaging straight line wind. not tornadoes. We don't expect any tornadoes today. We're expecting damaging straight line wind. A report from Morgan 911, line down on fire over a house in Somerville in Morgan County. Got reports of flooding at Bob Wallace Avenue and Memorial Parkway in Huntsville. I think that's Huntsville's biggest issue. It's just heavy rain and flooding. We've heard of no specific damage in Huntsville. The wind velocities did not seem to be that high coming through Huntsville. Multiple lines down in Decatur, power lines. In fact, if we can, Drew, let's look at the power map real quick to see how that's changing. That really tells us at a glance where your biggest problems have been today. So let's take a look at our power outage map. Oh yeah, we're now at 3,500. Just a few minutes ago, we had nothing. Now in Morgan County, we've got 3,500. We've got 2,000 in Lauderdale County. And again, for Madison, that's not that many, 400. So again, the stronger wind velocities were down here in Morgan County. Limestone, really not enough to measure, which is a good thing. If you're in Athens, you came through this pretty much unscathed, it seems like. In Lawrence, we don't have any showing up here. And then low numbers for Winston and Franklin and Blunt. But again, clearly the power outage winner at this point, it's Morgan County with 3,500 outages. And again, 2,000 outages up in Lauderdale. So again, just to get your bearings straight, on the top, this is Chris Mann. Chris is in Morgan County, and the storms are about to come right through his particular location here. He is near Hartselle and Falkville.
Looks like he's maybe right there at the Falkville exit off 65.
Okay. So again, we've got Chris Mann at the Falkville exit on I-65 in Morgan County, and we're rotating our sky cams that are in the path of the line of storms. And you can see those in real time along with the live weather observations. Thankfully, in Hatton and Lawrence County, the peak wind gust was 15. I know that some of you had winds stronger than that, but again, and again, Huntsville, the peak wind gust at 19, which is good. There's Cullman. Of course, the storms are coming into Cullman from the north. They're not there yet. They're at 85 with a dew point of 70. But again, Drew, it's a case where not everybody's getting these strong winds. We have pockets of these higher winds.
Yeah, James, for sure. We're seeing in some cases the radar hasn't been able to pick up on them as much as some of the sensors and obviously the trees and stuff like that. So it's been kind of interesting that we haven't always seen really strong wind signatures in what we look at in velocity, even though we're getting enough to knock down a few trees in some spots. And speaking of that, I did want to mention I'm looking right now near Hartselle where we're seeing that 37 mile per hour reading from the radar, and it looks like there are some reports of some trees down on power lines, Curry Street and Sparkman and Washington Circle in Hartselle. So we're starting to get some reports of some trees starting to come down in Hartselle as the main thrust of this cell is starting to move through Hartselle, kind of the northern part of it, and just east of there near Somerville right now as well. But still some of the stronger looking velocities with this. And again, I haven't seen a lot of reports, I don't think yet, from this area, but at least looking at the radar, they're near Grant, just to the south of Woodville, in parts of northeastern Marshall County is where we're seeing the radar at least showing up 40, 50 mile per hour possibilities. So that still kind of looks like a pretty mean part of the storm. Still has really high reflectivity values here, so good chance this is dropping some hail as well. So it'll be interesting to see if we start to see any reports coming in from that area. And again, it'll be heading, as James mentioned earlier, heading towards Lake Gunnersville. We'll be crossing over Highway 79 here fairly soon. And so again, if you're in those areas, if you're doing stuff on the lake or whatever, you want to definitely be inside. And again, look at this. Look how much the lightning is jumping out ahead of it. This is where things can get really dangerous, is if you are out on the lake and you've got lightning jumping out ahead of the storm. So certainly if you're out on Lake Gunnersville, you want to be getting in right now.
Let's go to WEXO 5, Ryan. And again, that's some small hail. But again, the storms are clearly producing some small hail. Again, you can see a lot of limbs and debris and some of the roads. And while we look at these images from you, thanks for sending these in to us. This is from ALEA, the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency. Multiple trees are now across U.S. Highway 72 in all lanes on US 72 near Cox Road in Limestone County are currently closed, and they will be for an undetermined amount of time. Troopers with the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency's Highway Patrol Division continue to monitor the situation and provide updates accordingly. So again, we have multiple trees that have blocked US Highway 72 near Cox Road. That is in Limestone County. And again, that's an example of the kind of problems that we have seen today across the Tennessee Valley. And again, if you're driving, just be aware of that potential for these downed trees and power lines. And that often, if you're especially on a rural road, you can't really see it. Maybe they're around the bend and they're about to make a turn there. But again, just be careful, and that we do have trees down. And again, all these images were captured by you that you're seeing there. And we thank you for taking the time to send those in to us this afternoon. Very ominous, turbulent clouds on the base of these thunderstorms. And again, there's a lot of wind eddies on the base of these clouds that show circular motion, but there's no concern with tornadoes here. The main concern, damaging straight line wind. All right, let's go back to our triple box. We're live at 1:22 this afternoon. And again, we've got multiple warnings in effect, obviously. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. And to tell you what, we might want to go to Ryan, maybe take out Chris. I think we've lost his feed. Go to one of our sky cams if we can, up on the top. Another sky, there we go. Thank you. That's our Decatur sky cam. And again, notice the peak wind gust at Decatur was 54 miles per hour earlier today. And that Decatur, the risk of severe weather is ended for you. As you can see, the rain is much, much lighter. Things are much calmer. The wind is now sustained at 7. But again, the line of storm stretching from near Hamilton right up to Moulton, Hartselle, Falkville, and then over here around Lake Gunnersville. New storms are forming south of that line through parts of Cullman County, west of I-65, parts of Winston County. And again, with some of these storms, not all of them, but with some of them, we have potential for hail and strong straight line winds, maybe enough to cause tree and power line damage. So this is coming from Chris Pitchford, and Chris Pitch is in Marion County, I do believe.
Yeah, she's along I-22. She's just to the northwest of Winfield, kind of heading towards Hamilton. Okay, so that's Interstate 22, and she is between Winfield and Hamilton. Just a different view, and again, that's coming from Marion County, and we'll watch her live stream. But she is approaching this storm, and again, there could be some small hail falling in that storm just southwest of Hamilton, but she would be right in through here, coming up on that thunderstorm here. And again, Marion, Winston, Cullman, Marshall, severe thunderstorm warnings blanket this entire line up into southern Franklin, southern Lawrence, southern Morgan counties, and extreme southern Madison counties. And as the line continues to shift southward, inevitably we'll see more of these warnings. And again, if you've been watching us the whole time, you've heard me say this a lot, but again, I want to stress we have no tornado warnings in effect here. These are severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect for much of North Alabama. Now, in DeKalb County, the warnings are just for the extreme western tip of the county. The storms over most of Jackson and DeKalb, these are not severe. This is where the problems begin. This storm coming into Lake Gunnersville, right here below Grant. And again, that could produce hail, strong straight line winds, and you don't want to be out on that lake on a boat. This ain't the time to be doing that. You need to get off that vessel and get in. We had a Spanning Alabama story on a man hit by lightning on Lake Gunnersville who survived. His story was just incredible, but you don't want to be in his position. You really don't. Let's see here. New warning. True is, I heard the... Lamar and Fayette.
This is going to be Lamar, Fayette, and Marion. So this is the new warning here. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Marion, northern Fayette, and the northern two-thirds of Lamar. This includes Vernon, Sulligent, Detroit. This includes Guin and Winfield. Not quite the city of Fayette. Of course, these warnings will be extended southward with time. But the warning's in effect for this cluster that you see here that's located just to the south of Hamilton, south and west of Hamilton. And again, this is rolling to the southeast like that. We've got a few weaker showers in advance of that, but that's the main concern right here. A lot of lightning and strong winds. We're not concerned about tornadoes. We're concerned about straight line winds. And again, we've got one of our cameras is at Sulligent. And tell you what, if we can look at that Sulligent camera really quick, Drew, I know that we got so many of these things. Again, that's the Hamilton Skycam. This will be the camera that is at Sulligent. Thank you, Ryan. It's 86 over 73, 86 with a dew point of 73. And obviously, the stronger winds have not arrived. The peak wind gust at 3, but that's a good look into the storm that is coming into the northern part of Lamar County from western Marion County. And again, we've seen scenes like this throughout the course of the afternoon. Interesting note here, and we'll go back to our triple box coming from the Weather Service in Birmingham. They did launch a balloon at 1 o'clock, 18Z. And in the words of Aaron Davis, the sounding is absolutely juiced. And he's right. The instability is at about 4,000 joules per kilogram. That's a lot. 4,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE. CAPE is convective available potential energy, with some areas still warming. So again, the damaging wind threat is the main concern, with downdraft CAPE values over 1,300 joules. And again, that's certainly within the criteria for damaging winds based on these soundings. And the lapse rates also support maybe some spots with large hail. We've seen some mostly smaller hail today. So again, the main concern is coming from damaging straight line winds with the instability at about 4,000 joules per kilogram. That is indeed absolutely juiced. So here's a look at our storm segment. And again, it's broken. This is not a solid line. It's more of a broken line of storms with line segments from just south and west of Hamilton to Smith Lake. The weather, and again, just like Lake Gunnersville, I would not want to be on Smith Lake right now. No, that's not a good idea. The storms extend up into northern Cullman County around Vinemont, up toward Lacon, Hartselle, Falkville, Eva in Morgan County, and northern Marshall County. And again, these segments coming down toward Lake Gunnersville as we speak. And within this entire segment, there could be some spots with winds maybe gusting to over 50. And it looks like we got Krista that is in it now. She is in that. What she's doing, she's driving right into this. And again, there's no tornado involved. We're not putting anybody into a tornado. And, you know, the more I look at it, she might be, well, we'll find. I know that road like the back of my hand. When I see a road sign here, I'll find out in just a second. But she's coming up on an exit. Can we hear her, Drew, by any chance?
I haven't heard her yet, but in theory, if she can hear us, we can see. Yeah, it sounds like, Krista, you there?
Let me turn my ears on here. I got so many boxes. Let's see.
There's some background noise, but I don't hear any. Krista, can you hear us? Yeah, she may not be hearing us. But
okay.
I will say that looking at her current position, it looks like she's getting pretty close to the 278, US 278 exit that you can take up to Hamilton off 22 from what it appears. She's in that vicinity.
Right. She's probably right at Hamilton right here, and she's into this core. And again, this is the storm that is coming into Hamilton right now. And again, that's what it looks like. And obviously, we don't want you to drive. Krista's she's an experienced chaser. She's done this for a long time, and she is safe. But it's probably not the best thing to do is to drive in conditions like this. And she'll be taking a right going up into Hamilton. She'll pass the state trooper office there on the right, and she'll be in downtown Hamilton here in just a little bit. But again, she's basically right here, coming right up through here into downtown Hamilton. That heavy storm stretches down into northern Lamar County, down toward Detroit, Hinson Springs. Yeah, that's, look at the Sulligent camera, wow. That's pretty. Let's take that Sulligent full if we can, Ryan, real quick. This is looking into that storm from northern Lamar County. And again, we've had these very, very ominous, turbulent clouds. A lot of wind eddies on the base of these things, but again, there's just no sign of any tornado activity, and we don't expect any. The wind profiles don't support that. We do note we're getting reports now from Marion County, a number of trees blown down, most likely from winds in the 40 to 50 mile per hour bracket. And again, today, with the soil saturated, it doesn't take quite as much wind to knock over a tree as it normally would. So keep that in mind. You can have some tree and power line damage with winds of 40, 45, 50 miles an hour. It doesn't have to be 60 miles per hour or greater. But again, Krista is coming up into downtown Hamilton, which is the camera that you're seeing in the top box. And again, down below, this is in Lamar County at Sulligent. And I would be curious at our Lake Gunnersville camera, if we can pull that one up, Colby. We've got, there's so many cameras in the path of this thing. We've got one at Albertville, but let's look at Lake Gunnersville, and we'll pop that up in the bottom box. And again, that section, we've got one from Lake Gunnersville, and Drew. Lake Gunnersville is down.
Yes, there's no camera feed, no.
Okay. Well, that's not good. We hope it's not related to the weather today. Let's look at Albertville, which is in Marshall County. And again, hopefully that will be up and we've got full control of that. Yeah, and I'll let you kind of work that Albertville camera. And let's take Albertville full screen. Again, this is coming from Marshall County. And we're looking at the storm that is currently over Lake Gunnersville that will be affecting Albertville here soon. Yeah, that's a good look at the shelf cloud out ahead of that. And again, that's we've seen this type sky all afternoon. And again, that will be rolling right down Highway 431, Sand Mountain, Albertville, Boaz. And again, ultimately, this will be coming down into Etowah and Blount counties. And again, this is, so far the peak wind gust at Albertville is 11 miles per hour. But we'll watch that change. Let's go to our Coleman Skycam if we can. Colby, I hate to make you do all this work here, but these cameras are gold. The storm is coming into downtown Coleman. And we're seeing it 85 with a dew point of 73. I'd kind of like to look north-northwest from our vantage point there in downtown Coleman, which is pretty much what we're doing right now. That's a pretty good look actually in that direction. We'll go back, let's go back the other way. I think we were, yeah, that's looking toward the Warehouse District. That's the incoming storm right there. It's just a wall of rain. So it's about to start pouring in downtown Coleman. And again, all of Coleman County is under a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect there. And within a matter of minutes, it's going to be raining so hard you can't see much. But again, at this point, the peak wind gust in downtown Coleman is 19, which is certainly bearable. Let's go to the Hamilton Skycam if we can. And again, this is going to be a fixed camera that is right by downtown Hamilton. I want to check the wind gust. There's a wind gust of 43, by the way, at Coleman. Coleman just hit 43. Hamilton's wind gust so far, 28. Go back to Coleman real quick, Colby. Got a wind gust of 43 in downtown Coleman, and the core of that thing is not quite there yet. So again, that's an example of the kind of winds that we're experiencing, and I'm afraid with a 46 mile per hour or 43 mile per hour wind gust, even that type of gust could bring down some trees and power lines. So again, we have this is part of our line of storms that's stretching from Lamar County and Marion County up through Winston, northern Walker, Coleman. We now have warnings for Blount and Etowah. New warnings have just been posted for Blount and Etowah counties. This would include Gadsden, Aniana. The severe storms extend up into Marshall around Lake Gunnersville. But again, just wanted to show we've got that peak wind gust of 43 miles per hour from our Skycam at Coleman. Let's go back to Albertville real quick. I want to take a look at the peak wind gust here. At 22, all right, we're holding at 22. That's up on Sand Mountain. So let's go back to our triple box. And again, Colby, just kind of go through, I'll let you pick the camera views that people are seeing here. You kind of rotate through the ones in the affected areas. We've got cameras in Blount County near Aniana. We've got cameras in Gadsden. We've got cameras everywhere. All right, Drew, what you got? You've been staring at the radar. Give us an update on the trends.
Yeah, I wanted to look at that, and also I'll mention real quick, since it's in the vicinity there, that Chris Mann, of course, which we had his feed up there. He wasn't showing in his feed. I think I took a few pictures that we can try to put up here in a second, but he had a tree down blocking the right lane on 65 southbound just north of Vinemont. So had a few trees trying to already start to come down in that area as he's kind of in that direction near Vinemont on 65. But yeah, looking at the wind velocities, again, we're still seeing generally 20, 30, maybe 40 mile per hour wind gust showing up, or at least being sampled by the radar. And so we still continue to not see necessarily 50, 60 mile per hour being picked up by the radar, but it certainly looks like, as we've seen with the reports coming in from places further to the north, that these 30, 40, and in some cases 50 mile per hour wind gusts are certainly sufficient to start knocking some trees down, as it seems like we're getting more and more of that, those reports starting to come in. So you can see also like a lot of lightning continuing. It looks like in right there near downtown Coleman, near Vinemont, you're getting lots of lightning with this as well. So keep that in mind. And also we've seen some of that small hail as well. So these are some nasty storms moving through as well. We definitely want to be inside for sure. That would be the main thing, is don't be out and about, and see if you can postpone any sort of travel that you've got planned here in the near term. Let these things pass if you can, and just kind of hang out and sit tight there, James.
Yeah, let's look at a bigger picture, Drew, kind of expand out. We got a lot of new warnings here. So let's go through the new warnings we have. And again, this is your line of severe storms here. We have new severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Etowah, Blount, Walker counties. So the newer warnings, all of Walker, all of Blount, all of Etowah County. This would include Aniana, Susan Moore, Bluntsville, Locust Fork, Gadsden, Atala, Southside, Duck Springs. This includes Altoona, Jasper, Sipsey, Dora, Summiton, Empire, Parrish. In Fayette County, this includes Hubbardville. The warning in Lamar County includes Vernon and Sulligent. Let's just say if you're north of the Tennessee River, the risk of severe storms is pretty much over for you. From the Tennessee River south, the line of storms stretching now from Lake Gunnersville on the river down through extreme southern Morgan. Now for Decatur, the risk of severe weather is ended for you. Hartselle, the risk of severe storms is ended for you. The storms are now moving into Cullman County, down into Winston County, Marion County, Lamar County. And remember, we're not working tornadoes today. This is just a large area of severe storms within line segments. We can't give you a specific spot like we can with a tornado. Just understand that any of these storms within this band here, it's capable of producing strong, potentially damaging straight line winds that could exceed 50 miles per hour. Again, we've got a peak wind gust in Cullman of 43. It's pouring right now in downtown Cullman. That's coming from Double Springs in Winston County, where they've got obviously some heavy rain nearby. So again, downtown Cullman, the peak wind gust so far 43. May be different in your neighborhood in Cullman. This is Gadsden. Of course, the storms are not into Etowah County yet. They will be soon. And Etowah County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll be watching that camera with great interest. And again, we're rotating all of these cameras through just so you can see the actual conditions. Hamilton so far, the wind gust 28. That's our Skycam near Hamilton, which is manageable for sure. The highest wind gust out of all of our camera observations today was at Renaissance Shoals, Florence. They had a 61 mile per hour wind gust. Our Skycam at Decatur had a 54 mile per hour wind gust. And along with that, a lot of trees and power lines down. Let's check our power outage map. And again, this really tells our story of who has the bigger problems at a glance. And you can see that Morgan County has clearly got the biggest issues of all here. 9,000 outages in Morgan County. We've got 2,500 in Lauderdale. We have 1,500 in Marion, and now 2,000 in Cullman. So again, this Morgan-Cullman County cluster has produced 11,000 power outages. Lauderdale at 2,500. And again, Marion County, 1,500 currently without electrical power because of strong thunderstorm winds this afternoon. And these will continue to drop southward over the course of the next few hours. Checking the numbers, by the way, we're at statewide, we're at 19,531. 19,531 are currently without power statewide. So almost 20,000 folks without electrical service, and that does include those served by the co-ops, Alabama Power, and the TVA. So we'll go back to the radar, and again, we're watching a band of severe storms dropping southward. Chris Mann is along Interstate 65 in this mess in Cullman County. And again, you can see the sky cams with their real-time weather data. But again, Lake Gunnersville to downtown Cullman, into Winston County, Marion County, northern Fayette, and northern Lamar. Drew, what you got? Looking at
just saw that the Weather Service in Huntsville just issued a new warning for, I think, this little segment here. This is one we've talked about a few times, looking more intense than some of the other ones. They put a considerable damage tag on that warning, and that's for the potential for, I think, potentially some larger hail. So showing golf ball size hail possible, 60 mile per hour wind gust still possible as well. But the hail signature on this part of the storm has continued to look a little menacing there. So that I think is the reason they went ahead and upgraded this to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So again, if you're in that part of DeKalb County, it's kind of just to the east of Gunnersville, just to the northwest of Geraldine there near, it's actually pretty close to Bucks Pocket. I'll turn the reflectivity back on. Looks like it's kind of already moved through Bucks Pocket State Park and moving through Grove Oak right now. Geraldine eventually it's going to be moving really close to you there. So that's, we just wanted to mention that they've put that tag on that part of the storm there, James.
And again, that when you see the considerable tag, that means there's a chance of considerable straight line wind damage. And again, sure enough, we've got some pretty hot velocities in through here, in excess of 50 miles per hour within the radar beam height. Maybe not quite that strong down at the surface, but again, with the saturated soil conditions, that could easily knock down some trees and power lines. So again, that's coming into Geraldine. That's Alabama Highway 75 right here. This is up on Sand Mountain. And again, if you're in Geraldine, or Fife, which is right up here. Fife's kind of on the edge of the polygon. The greater concern is down to the south. Just be aware that this could produce some very, very strong straight line winds and large hail as it moves on to the south and east. So again, that is a severe thunderstorm that is located northeast of Albertville with potential for pretty strong, maybe damaging straight line winds. And again, if you're in Geraldine, you just might want to treat that like it's a small tornado. Go to a small room in your house, lowest floor near the center, no windows. WEXO 5, let's take that, Ryan. And again, Emily, thank you for working today. These are images coming in from our viewers. And again, that's a sign of the fact that some of the storms do have some small hail. And in some cases, the hail might be a little larger than that. But all of these images and videos were captured in the last 15 to 20 minutes across the band of storms stretched out across North Alabama. And again, we're modest clouds. Often you see those pouches underneath these cloud bases that represent a very turbulent atmosphere. That's pretty impressive to see that.
That's in Florence.
I'm sorry?
That was in Florence.
That was in Florence, okay, up in the shoals. You know, State Bird is not doing well. We knew that. And again, there's a little bit of wind damage from these storms, and they have really kicked up a fuss today. And again, there's a pretty sizable tree down. Do we know the location of that one?
Simcoe?
Okay, Simcoe. That's in Cullman County. All right. So again, that's of what these storms are capable of doing. But statewide, about 20,000 people have no power right now, and the numbers are coming up as we speak. And of course, restoration efforts are underway. Another tree down. Do we know this location?
Hartselle?
Hartselle. That's in Morgan County. Wow. Goodness gracious. It looks like Huntsville. That shot right there. Big Spring Park, you think, Drew?
Yeah.
The Arsenal.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Okay, that is the Arsenal. Okay.
Did look kind of like that, though, didn't it?
All right, so let's go back to the triple box. It's 145. And again, the strongest storm of all of them, it seems to be this one that is sitting on top of Lake Gunnersville. And again, this is crossing over into DeKalb County. Fort Payne is here. There's the interstate. And again, Fife is here. Geraldine is here. Albertville is here. That's Alabama Highway 75 right here. And again, that storm is coming right into the community of Geraldine. And we have, you saw the new warnings being issued as the storm has moved to the south. We have all of Etowah County under a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes the city of Gadsden, all of Blount County, Susan Moore, Locust Fork, Aniana, Straight Mountain, Sneed. If you're in Blount County, you're under a warning. Hayden, and again, we'll take a look at as the cameras rotate through. We'll check the Coleman sky cam in a second to see the peak wind gust. Anybody seen the peak wind gust in Coleman so far? Last I saw it was about 42, 43. We'll watch that come through here in just a second. But again, with the type of soil conditions we have, you can have some pretty sizable trees coming down with winds of 40, 45 miles per hour. It's not taking a lot. And again, Chris Mann, what you got there, Drew?
Yeah, I was going to say, looks like 16 in Coleman is all that they've gotten so far as far as wind gust.
Okay, we saw one of 43 earlier.
Oh, okay.
And maybe it reset itself, but before.
Yeah, I think it resets it fairly often. So.
Okay, so at one point we had a gust of 43 at Coleman, but still, again, here's the deal: Geraldine, Gunnersville, Joppa, Baileyton, Brooklyn, Holly Pond, Simcoe, Coleman, Smith Lake, Arley, Lynn, Carbon Hill, Eldridge, Brilliant, Winfield, Vernon. That's the band of storms coming through North Alabama. And again, for those of you over most of the Tennessee Valley, you're done with it. Except around Gunnersville, Lake Gunnersville here. It's still obviously shaking and baking here, but Huntsville, Athens, the Shoals, Scottsboro, you're done with any risk of severe storms. This is a one and done thing. And again, you can see that band of storms continuing to push to the south. And again, it should be in the Birmingham metro easily by 3 o'clock, probably before 3 o'clock. I'd say by maybe 2:30, 2:45 this afternoon, about 45 minutes to 1 hour from now. So again, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, you'll be dealing with this in the not too distant future. So just heads up. And again, the main concern, it's going to be strong straight line winds, possibly enough to damage trees and power lines, and some hail in addition to that. But the main concern, it's damaging straight line wind. On the midday sounding, the instability is at 4,000 joules per kilogram, CAPE. That's very, very high. And with some dynamics into play here, that's not a good combination. So again, we're concerned about trees and power lines coming down. New warning for southern Lamar and southern Fayette counties. So what that does, that puts all of Lamar, all of Fayette in a severe thunderstorm warning. So all of Lamar, all of Fayette, now in a severe thunderstorm warning. All of Walker in a severe thunderstorm warning. And all of Cullman, all of Blount, all of Etowah, all counties in a severe thunderstorm warning. For tornadoes, we define small segments of counties, the polygons. But with a long line like this that's broad and widespread, it just makes sense to issue a warning for the entire county. So again, all of Etowah, southern DeKalb, southern Marshall, all of Blount, all of Cullman, all of Walker, all of Fayette, all of Lamar, southern Marion, southern Winston, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Let's look at Birmingham and look up into some of the velocities in this Cullman County storm. Drew, I'll let you kind of talk our way through what folks are experiencing there in Cullman County.
Yeah, James, so we're switching over to the Birmingham radar here, and again, you can still see heavy rain and lots of lightning moving through Coleman at this point, moving towards Hansville, moving down Holly Pond as well. Bremen, and you're about to get some pretty heavy rainfall and lightning, but it's Dodge City as well there, right along the interstate. But switching to the velocity product, definitely looking like things are looking pretty healthy there. We'll go ahead and do a few queries on some of this. So, seeing 63 mile per hour readings, 60 mile per hour wind readings. Now we're catching this a little bit over 3,000 feet off the ground, so probably subtract a little bit from this. But of course, we've seen lots of reports of trees down and things like that with these storms. So certainly believable that we've got something nearing that down at the surface. And so it looks like things are maybe starting to kind of back it up a little bit here. But yeah, it certainly looks like intensity of these may be ramping up a little bit here more recently. So again, especially towards Holly Pond along US 78, looks like there's some really rough winds there now. Hanceville, you'll probably get kind of a glance with that as well. Eventually, Bluntsville, you'll likely see that again near Bremen, Wilburn, places like that. Looks like another kind of corridor of heavier winds. Hopefully, maybe a little bit less in Dodge City, but I still wouldn't chance it. Again, these storms have had a history of producing some damage, and so we want to certainly respect all parts of it. But it does look like some of the heavier parts there, kind of again just to the east of Crane Hill there, west of Dodge City. Moving down towards moving over Smith Lake at this point. So again, like we talked about earlier, I think it looks like it's pretty much engulfed. Hopefully everybody's inside at this point, because it would be pretty rough if you're still out there.
Yeah, would not want to be on Smith Lake right now, put it that way. Would not want to be on Lake Gunnersville or Smith Lake, either one. It's not good. And again, this is Smith Lake. You can see the fingers coming out through Cullman and Winston and Walker counties, and the storms are basically sitting right on top of the lake. But no doubt with those radar-based wind velocities we're seeing, we've got some really strong wind gusts down at the surface. And again, this could be easily enough to knock down a lot of trees and power lines here. And again, that will be continuing to move on down to the south. So what I want to do, Colby, let's go over and if we can stop it at Jasper. I know we've got it looping through here, but I'm going to call out some Skycam shots. I want to stop at Jasper. And let's take Jasper, the Skycam links one full if we can, Ryan. Yeah, I'll let you kind of pan the camera over just a little bit. This is in Walker County, north of Jasper. And I wanted to show those numbers. 89, Drew, goodness, with a dew point of 75. That's oppressive. Mm-hmm. With some dynamics coming into play. Again, let's tilt up a little bit so we can see maybe a little more of the sky. And again, that's a pretty impressive shelf cloud. That's the leading edge of this that's coming into Jasper. Again, at the moment, the peak wind gusts are 10, but the stronger winds have not arrived at the Skycam site yet. So, but again, this is what it looks like from our Walker County Skycam that is just north of Jasper, really up there kind of between Jasper and Curry. And it gives us a great view of these incoming storms. So if you are in places like Jasper and Fayette, you're going to be seeing these strong winds soon, quite soon. Again, this is the storm that is over Smith Lake and that is dropping south. It is the storm that's over Cullman dropping south. And of course, all of this is going to wind up in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden here soon. And again, all of Etowah County is under a warning. All of Blount County under a severe thunderstorm warning. All of Cullman County. All of Walker County, all of Fayette, all of Lamar. The Weather Service blanketing the whole area here. So we'll go back to our triple box and again, take a look at these storms themselves. Let's go up to Lake Gunnersville real quick. And if we can go to our Albertville camera, maybe Colby, in our bottom box. I just want to check this out. And again, this segment has really looked very intense coming into DeKalb County here, the western part of DeKalb County. Peak wind gust at Albertville, so far 24. That's manageable. That's good. And again, we've got these stronger wind velocities that have been coming down toward Highway 75, Geraldine, Fife, right in through here. The numbers have maybe come down a smidgen, but still, you can see we've got some wind velocities in the mid-50s over here in Marshall County and northern Blount. And so we've still got segments where this could easily knock down a whole bunch of trees and power lines. Let's go to Cullman while you're there, Colby. Just wanted to take a peek at downtown Cullman. Obviously, it's pouring rain now. The worst of the wind is over in Cullman. This is the Skycam in downtown Cullman. Peak wind gust 43. Yeah, that's the peak wind gust I've been seeing. So we had a wind gust of 43 in downtown Cullman earlier. That was about 15 minutes ago. And those stronger winds are now pushing into southern Cullman County, down here toward Colony, Dodge City, Cold Springs, Brushy Pond, places like that, Hanceville. And again, all of this will be crossing over into Blount County. Stronger winds coming into Blountsville. They'll be coming into Susan Moore pretty soon. Again, there's a 63 inbound. And again, that's going to pack quite a punch, and this could knock down a lot of trees and power lines. And we're here not for the tornado threat. There is no tornado threat. The threat is from damaging straight line winds. That's the greatest concern here. So let's go back to our Jasper Skycam, Colby. Again, we're going to bounce back between these and just kind of we'll watch Jasper. I'm curious to see what the wind velocity is like on that camera. And so far, so good. The peak wind gust is 6 on the camera that's located, again, it's up here about in this area between Jasper and Curry. And we'll see what it looks like. But let's take Jasper full, Ryan, real quick. This is that's a shelf cloud. And again, we stress this has nothing to do with a tornado, nothing to do with a wall cloud. That's a shelf cloud, leading edge of a storm. And underneath that shelf cloud, you're going to see some low, ragged clouds that can look like funnels. Sometimes you see these wind eddies, but again, there's just no concerns of tornadoes today. But hey, if a tree's going to come down on your house, it doesn't matter if it's a tornado or straight line winds. You want to be in a safe place. So as these storms approach, the idea is just to be in a good, safe place in your home, almost like it as if it were a tornado warning. Small room near the center, lowest floor, away from windows. And we've had a lot of trees down today. We've heard of no injuries. We've heard of no major structural damage so far, which is good. But again, these storms are coming down into an area where it's very volatile. The very, very high CAPE values and instability values. And again, these storms will only strengthen. So we'll go back to our triple box. So 157 coming up on 2 o'clock. And again, Chris Mann is where? Drew, do we know his exact location? Out of curiosity.
Let me zoom back over there and see. I know he said he just had some really gusty winds, but let me see if I can pinpoint him on here.
Yeah, he sent some photos of some downed trees and power lines.
Looks like he is, he said exit 289, so he's near Blunt Springs.
Okay.
On 65.
Okay, so he's shifted back to the south, and he's in that far western part of Blount County along Interstate 65. He's basically right in through here. Again, this is Hayden is here. Blunt Springs is right here. And so Chris is right in this area right here, looking back into this. So we've got Chris's view from western Blount County looking into this. And again, you can see that really impressive Jasper view coming from the Jasper Skycam, which is north of downtown Jasper. And again, we'll kind of watch the wind velocity values on there. But again, this line of storm stretches from Geraldine all the way down to Millport near the Mississippi state line. And it's not quite solid, but it's almost solid. And understand, we're not having 50-mile-per-hour winds everywhere in the line. We're not. But there are spots where we are getting that kind of wind, and that could easily bring down some trees and power lines. And again, we're glad you're with us. We've just decided to stay with us for a while today, and that we have no tornadoes, but this is a fairly high-impact thunderstorm type event for the state. And again, those stronger winds will be coming down right toward Susan Moore, Locust Fork, Aniana, Hayden. That's Alabama Highway 160 right here. The community of Smoke Rise is right here. That's US 31, Blunt Springs, Garden City, and Cullman County. And again, that's pretty impressive. It's going to be a gusty batch of storms coming in here. Let's check our power outages real quick, Drew. And again, I think this at a glance tells us the story in terms of who's had the roughest ride today. And no doubt it's Morgan County. It's 9,500 outages in Morgan County today. We are at 4,500 in Cullman County. We are at 1,500 in Lauderdale County, 1,500 in Winston County. Again, Limestone and Lawrence, you've fared very well today, but the big problems, Morgan and Cullman. Those are the two biggest counties, and with other significant issues in Winston, Marion, and Lauderdale counties from power outages here. And let me get a statewide update. We are now at 29,000. Goodness. We have 28,997, so practically 29,000 statewide from the storms today. So let's go back to the radar. We're still watching the Jasper winds. So far, the peak wind gust at 22, and that's manageable. And again, Chris Mann, he is right here watching the storms come in from his vantage point. And they're going to be in the Birmingham Metro around 2:30. Looks like around 2:30. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, around 2:30 or so. So just be aware of that. And warnings will likely be required for Tuscaloosa, Jefferson counties, and Calhoun counties. Now, if you are in the Tennessee Valley, risk of severe storms is over for you. Huntsville, the Shoals, Athens, Scottsboro, Decatur, Moulton, Russellville, you're good. The storms began here around Albertville on top of Sand Mountain in southern Marshall County, northern Blount, southern Cullman, northern Walker, southern Winston, into parts of Fayette, Lamar counties. And again, let's look at that storm over there around Millport. That might have some pretty good size hail in it. Now, this is coming from Birmingham. The beam is getting somewhat higher, but again, this storm near the Millport's down here. It's actually west of Vernon. Not quite as intense looking with a lower beam coming from Columbus, but again, same thing, good bit of lightning here. All right, so we have new severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Jefferson and St. Clair. Jefferson and St. Clair. Again, there's a 60-mile-per-hour radar beam indication in Lamar, and again, that's not that far off the ground. That's a pretty close view there, but let's look at our new warnings, Drew. So we now have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Jefferson and for St. Clair counties. We'll watch and this is for the northern part of those two counties, not for the entire county. So this is the new warning here. Northern St. Clair, this includes Steele, Asheville, Springville, Shoal Creek Valley. In Jefferson County, this includes Graysville, Adamsville, Gardendale, Kimberly, Morris, Warrior. It includes Trafford. It includes Pinson. And again, this is for this incoming line of storms, and this will likely be extended southward as the line continues to drop southward. But again, just this is a heads up that if you're in the northern part of St. Clair, northern part of Jefferson, you could see storms with straight line winds that might exceed 50 miles per hour. And these storms have had a history of knocking down trees and power lines. And again, we've got statewide about 29,000 people, 29,000 with no power. And the bigger numbers are coming out of Morgan and Cullman counties for this segment of the line here that's come down through these two counties. This is Morgan, this is Cullman, and that segment is coming right down toward the Birmingham metro. So just be aware of that. If you've got those kind of outages in Morgan and Cullman, the numbers could be obviously a lot higher in Jefferson and Shelby if those things keep up. Storms coming into downtown Jasper, pouring rain, Carbon Hill, Eldridge. We've got storms coming into Fayette, Vernon, approaching Barry, and those will keep on dropping to the south. And again, potential is there for damaging straight line winds. But, you know, I still have not seen any structural damage. Drew, have you? I mean, anything that I've missed here?
I don't know if I've seen anything outside of, trees ending up on maybe a few structures or a few cars or things like that. But actual pure structural damage where the wind itself has done damage to a structure and not a tree, don't think I've seen that yet. But I mean, the number of tree damage reports and some hail reports starting to come in, those have been plentiful, and honestly, in some cases, you get so many of them, it's kind of hard to, might miss one. But yeah, I don't think I've seen anything yet. Double checking, see if we see anything from our sky watchers or anything like that. I've been checking the Weather Service chat, also checking them as well, but don't see anything as far as like actual structural damage to this point. Do see maybe some street flooding starting to come in. This is from our sky watcher in Coleman County. Nicholas Williams, it looks like it's near Coleman there. And in fact, we may be able to pull this up here in a little bit. This is one that Emily may be able to pull up on WEX 05. I don't know if she's got, okay. Yeah, she'll let me know when she can pull that up. So it looks like, again, not only winds, which seems to be kind of the main threat with this, lots of lightning, also some small hail, but certainly some flooding as part of this as well, at least some kind of temporary street flooding as possible. And got it up? Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and, Ryan, let's take WEX 05 there. So yeah, this is from, again, let me switch back over, Coleman, near Coleman, from Nicholas Williams, our sky watcher in that area. So again, you can see some water going over the roadways there. So, this would be those kind of situations where places that are typical places that you get really heavy rain and water starts to go over the road. Looks like you're getting some of that here. At least the good thing about this is that these storms are moving pretty quickly. So This should be fairly transient. We shouldn't have issues, kind of long-term issues there with that. So we can go ahead and go back to the radar here, back to me here. So again, just kind of taking a look at our latest, and I want to kind of focus back in because some of the heavier velocities and some of the stronger reflectivities we've seen have been over here in parts of kind of the western, southwestern Lamar County. So I'm going to switch over to our Columbus radar here and zoom in a little bit. So again, this is to the southwest of Vernon. Now, Vernon, you're getting some heavy rain. You're getting a lot of lightning, though, just to the west of there, kind of near Malloy, along Alabama 18 as it's heading towards the state line with Mississippi near Star. Some really heavy rain. Let's switch back over to the velocity. Yeah, so we've seen, as James mentioned earlier, we are not far from the radar here in Columbus. We're detecting these velocity values of 50, 60 miles per hour just a few hundred feet off the ground. So good chance we're getting something close to that right at ground level. And again, talking about what we've continued to talk about with saturated soils and all the already evidence we've seen of trees coming down in other spots, I would expect we're going to see some trees down in places like Star, High Togi, along Alabama 17 going south of Vernon. Now, it looks like kind of the core of this is already moved past Vernon at this point, but in fact, we'll just kind of go back. Yeah, it looks like, Vernon, you may have just missed the core of the higher winds with this. Not to say that there couldn't still be some trees down right around Vernon as well, but looks like the main core of this that probably, I'd say, just given what we're starting to see in other parts of the storm complex up towards Geraldine, Grant, Woodville, places that further to the northeast that saw some hail earlier, I'd say there's a good chance, a bunch of lightning. We're seeing really heavy reflectivity just a few hundred feet off the ground. Say good chance we're getting some decent sized hail out of this storm in western Lamar County as well. Now we'll shift back over kind of towards the central part of the thunderstorm complex. I'll switch back over to the Birmingham radar here. We'll take a look at the most recent velocities. Again, we've seen those velocities. They were kind of on the uptick there for a little bit. Looks like maybe near Nectar there in Blount County might be where we've got some of our higher velocity at this point. Yeah, we're seeing about 60 mile per hour velocities there. And so again, if you're in Nectar, if you're in Locust Fork, looks like Hayden, Smoke Rise, places like that, you're about to get the heavy winds here fairly soon. Eventually, Warrior, Trafford, Corner, places like that, the storms will be getting there pretty quickly as well. And Colby, you got something going on with the cameras or on camera?
Cameras. We have a report from a volunteer firefighter in Marshall County that he heard dispatch say that there is a possible tornado touchdown.
That would be straight line winds. That's, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes with, so yeah, it looks like maybe some straight line wind damage or some wind damage, and you said Marshall County.
Yes.
Sometimes the people may interpret it that way, but obviously they'll take a look at it. But yeah, likely straight line wind damage, I think, with that. Say that again? Little Mountain Marina. Okay. Gotcha.
Right. What happens often, people see trees down in concentrated areas or twisting damage, and they just assume it's a tornado, where in a case like this, a 99% chance it's all straight line winds. The atmospheric profiles don't support tornado formation. Damaging straight line winds can produce a lot of problems. But again, here's the big picture. Severe storms now from the southern tip of DeKalb County into western Etowah County out around west of Attala. Approaching Aniana, coming through Susan Moore, Bluntsville, Cleveland, through southern Cullman County. For the city of Cullman, the risk of severe storms has ended. Severe storms through northern Walker, coming into downtown Jasper. Severe storms in Fayette and Lamar counties. Large hail could be falling in that storm that's located to the west-southwest of Vernon. And again, this will be coming into the Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden areas around 2:30 to 2:45, and then into the Anniston area around 2:45 to 3 o'clock this afternoon. It could be that the more severe storms will stay west of Anniston, and we hope that's the case. And it's a close call for Gadsden here, but again, it's a very well-defined cutoff here. And again, we're watching our sky cams rotating through. The peak wind gust in Jasper so far is 32, and that's a good thing. 32 miles per hour, that's manageable. So understand, within this entire line, we've got segments where the peak winds are 25, 35 miles per hour. But in spots, you've got winds of 50, 55, 60 miles per hour. Our sky cam up in Florence measured 61 miles per hour with these storms. The Skycam in Decatur measured 54 mile per hour gusts with these storms. So again, they're certainly packing a punch throughout the entire segment here. Again, Birmingham is here, Tuscaloosa here to get your bearings straight. And again, they'll be in the Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden area. In fact, Gadsden really by 2:15. If you're going to get it, it's going to be 2:15 to 2:30. Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, I'd say 2:30 to 2:45. Just in terms of the timing, a lot of things are happening outdoors. It's June. It's meteorological summer. So the warning is for northern Tuscaloosa and northern Pickens counties. The latest warning here. This is until 3:15. This severe thunderstorm warning is basically from Northport and Lake Tuscaloosa north. In Pickens County, it's basically from Carrollton north. But again, remember, all these warnings will most likely be extended southward with time. For the Birmingham Metro, we have northern Jefferson, severe thunderstorm warning, northern St. Clair, severe thunderstorm warning. And again, we stress all of these are severe thunderstorm warnings. There are no tornado warnings. We don't expect any tornado warnings today. Atmospheric profiles don't support that. But the wind damage could be pretty extreme in some spots. Again, the instability values are sky high. In fact, we've got the instability values approaching 5,000 joules per kilogram, which is that's as extreme as it gets in spots based on the midday sounding data. And that is a very explosive powder keg type atmosphere. So these storms will certainly maintain their intensity as they drop to the south over the next few hours. And once we get the sun down this evening and they push into South Alabama, the dynamic support weakens. The air becomes more stable. Storm should weaken at that point. But for the next several hours, it's going to be a pretty rough ride here. So again, we've got our easternmost counties, southern DeKalb and Etowah, severe thunderstorm warning, all the way to the Mississippi state line. But again, let's look at Gadsden here. We'll just kind of do a tour. We'll start on the eastern side of all of this. And obviously, the more intense part of this storm is out in the far western part of Etowah County, out toward Altoona, out toward West End School out here, Walnut Grove. And again, the city of Gadsden is here. That's Interstate 59 right here. The really big part of this thing is a little to the west of Interstate 59, again out toward Walnut Grove, Altoona, places like that. And again, this storm will be coming up on top of Chandler Mountain. You see that right there. That's Chandler Mountain. And the community of Steele is located right here. Interstate 59 right here. There's Gallant, Camp Sumatonga. Horsepins 40 is right there. There's Whitney Junction. There's Asheville. So just be aware that within this segment here, there could be some hail and very strong winds. That is west of Gadsden, moving to the southeast. And again, that will likely affect at least the southern and western part of Etowah County. And of course, the line itself is pretty solid. It runs all the way through. Let's go to Blount County. You see it's coming through Blountsville. It's coming through Locust Fork soon. It's coming through Hayden now. Southern Cullman County out toward Holliday, Brushy Pond, Cold Springs, Walker County, Curry, Jasper, Carbon Hill, Eldridge, Fayette County. Storms approaching Berry, approaching the city of Fayette. In Lamar County, heavier storms in the southwestern part of the county where we might see some pretty decent-sized hail falling here west of Millport, southwest of Vernon, along with a chance of strong straight-line winds. Any of these storms are capable of producing strong winds. Here's a report from Blount County EMA. Report of structural damage in Blount County along Highway 132 and Kudzu Road. Reported debris from a barn in the roadway. And again, if you're, it's going to be tough to be driving through this stuff today, and that can easily happen. Again, so a debris from a barn in the roadway on Highway 132 in Blount County near Kudzu Road. Got reports of trees down in the Speak community. That's in Lawrence County. Let me go back to Birmingham. A large tree down at the intersection of US 31 and County Highway 5 in Hayden. So again, a large tree down. It's blocking US 31 right here. US 31 in Blount County, Highway 5 in Hayden. Power lines down on County Road 9 in Hayden. All this is in Blount County. A tree down is on Forest View Circle in Hayden. So again, there's a lot of this going on here. It's not just an isolated spot. It's very much through the entire length of this line of severe storms. And notice these storms are about to move into Jefferson County. Warrior, Kimberly, Morris, US 31 here, Interstate 65 here, Hallmark Farm sits right there, and Gardendale down here. And so from Gardendale north, Adamsville, Graysville north, we've got this warning, and that will be expanded to include downtown Birmingham soon. So again, here at 2:16, storms are entering Jefferson County. Let's go back off to the west, and again, you can see that the storms are about to enter northern Tuscaloosa County. The segment here coming through east of Fayette back over toward Berry, that'll be moving down into Tuscaloosa County, down around Samantha, Northside High School, Wyndham Springs. This is Highway 69, that's US 43. That's Highway 171 right there. And then over here in Lamar County, that storm may be producing some pretty good sized hail. That'll be crossing down into Pickens County. This is US 82. You've got Reform here, Gordo here, Coldfire, McShann, Ethelsville, and Stafford. Those are communities near the Mississippi state line. So just be aware that many trees will likely be coming down as a result of this. And if you have to make the decision that's best for your family. Let's go to WEX-05. Thank you, Emily. These are views from the line of storms in the past couple of hours.
This is from Woodsville. Some hail was falling there.
I'm sorry, from Woodville?
Woodville.
Okay, that's in Jackson County.
This was from Holly Pond.
All right, that's in Cullman County, Holly Pond.
This is Grant.
Grant, Marshall County, got some hail falling there.
This is in Hartselle.
Hartselle, that's in Morgan County. Again, we've got almost 10,000 people with no power in Morgan County. This is from Hartselle. And again, that's an example of the size trees that have been coming down today.
This is from Winfield.
All right, Winfield in Marion County. Ominous sky, the underbelly of these shelf clouds.
This is Red Bank Road in Decatur.
Okay, this is in Decatur, Morgan County, Red Bank Road. And again, that is a sign of what we have seen over and over today.
This is also in Decatur.
Goodness. That's Decatur in Morgan County. Our Skycam recorded a peak wind gust of 54 miles per hour there.
This is Good Hope in Smith.
Okay, Good Hope in Cullman County. Small hail there.
West Point.
West Point, that's in Cullman County, northwest of the city of Cullman.
This is also West Point.
Okay, that's also from West Point. Shelf cloud there.
Dodge City.
All right.
This is Highway 79.
Oh boy, do we have an exact location on 79 for that?
I can
Probably not. It's okay. Highway 79 is a long road in the state, but again, that's a sign of the kind of damage that we're seeing. Again, that's some small hail
Smith Lake.
from Smith Lake.
And then this is in Athens.
Okay, modest clouds coming from Athens. And again, thanks to everybody for the images that you send us. It's our window to the world, and we appreciate that. All right, let's go back to the triple box. So we have a line of severe storms now from west of Gadsden, around Attalla, out toward Altoona, then curving into Blount County. The storms look a little weaker maybe in Blount County, but I don't like to use that word weak. Although even the ones that have not looked that strong have produced some scattered wind damage. Storms coming through western Blount County out here toward Blount Springs, then back into Walker County. Pouring rain in Cullman, in Curry, in Jasper, southern part of Smith Lake. Heavy rain falling at Berry and Fayette County, and then that big storm that's located to the west of Millport in Lamar County. And again, this is it. This is a one and done thing. Once this line passes, you're done with severe weather. So it's over. If you're in Cullman, the risk of severe weather is over. Double Springs, Haleyville, Hamilton, Bear Creek, Phil Campbell, Hackleburg, you're done with it. Albertville, Gunnersville, Fort Payne, Scottsboro, Huntsville, Athens, you're done with it. Again, once this line passes your location, then the risk of severe weather is pretty much over for you, which is a good thing. Again, watching more reports coming in from the Weather Service. We have a tree down on power lines at Rickwood Caverns in Warrior, which would make sense based on the radar presentation here. So again, power lines down at Rickwood Caverns. We have a tree down on Tumbling Gap Road in Gallant, which makes sense. A tree down on Jack Cole Road in Hayden. Tree down on Highway 179 in Etowah County. A tree down on Highway 231 in Aniana. And again, many more of these tree reports coming in. Drew had the hail. We've had some hail, Drew, in these things. We have.
Yeah, no, we've definitely seen. Obviously, we just showed some pictures coming in on that, and yeah, a lot of it's been fairly small, but there's been a few of those places, especially kind of on the eastern side of the line there, where we saw some potentially up to golf ball size hail. So I mean, that kind of hail can actually do some damage, but hopefully most of it is not that type. But yeah, if you look further up, that was this little stripe up here that moved in from parts of Marshall into DeKalb counties. You can see a little bit more of a kind of a scattering of it here as you move further towards the west. Maybe a little decent amount there to the west of Coleman and Hansville. But with these, certainly I still think we're probably seeing some small hail, but those signatures don't look quite as much like large hail signatures as what we saw up there to the northeast. However, as we switch back over to go back to the Columbus radar here, some of the signatures I'm seeing here probably in parts of Lamar County, looks like that could be a little bit better. Another little hot spot potentially for some hail there, kind of to the southwest of Vernon, and heading towards Fernbank, Millport at this point. I'll switch back to the reflectivity. So it doesn't look like a really rough core like we saw up in the northeast earlier, but still think there's probably some hail mixed in. We've got a lot of lightning with it as well. So a decent chance, especially considering we're not very far from the radar here. We're seeing some little pockets of high reflectivity, probably seeing some hail with that as well there, James.
Okie doke, 2:23, and we've been on the air for about 3 hours here, and I wasn't quite sure we'd stay on the air the whole time, but we just thought we would. The nice thing about the Alabama Weather Network, we're not cutting off any programming here. We don't have to worry about that. We can go live anytime we want to go live. The only thing we're cutting off, it's our own programming, weather. So we just thought in this case it would be best to hold it here while we have this line of severe storms coming southward affecting a lot of people. And let's go quickly to our power outage map, Drew. And again, this really tells us a good story about the impact to different parts of the state. And you can tell at a glance, our bigger problems are coming in from Cullman and Morgan counties. It looks like both counties now at about 8,500 outages. Blount County, 3,000. We've got 2,000 in Winston County. Jefferson is up to 800 now as the storms have entered the northern part of Jefferson County. And let me get a statewide total. We are now at 34,210. So in Alabama, we have 34,210 without electrical service because of the line of severe storms rolling through. That's a lot of folks, 34,000. So let's go back to the radar. And again, the storm should be coming into Tuscaloosa and Birmingham between around 2:45 or so. The storms are entering northern Jefferson and northern Tuscaloosa counties now. And again, you can see in Etowah County, just west of Gadsden. And Colby, if we can pull up that Gadsden, Scott, let's just pull up Gadsden. We'll stop the sequence and go to Gadsden wanted to see what it looks like from the camera we have there. And you might want to move that around a little bit and see if we can kind of get a point of reference. Obviously, it's pouring rain. The good news, and again, the camera's up on the mountain by Nakalula Falls, and so far the peak wind gust is at 13. We can live with that. That's good. But notice the stronger winds are down here west and southwest. In fact, there's a 73. Goodness gracious. That's within the radar beam. That's not down at the surface, but it's pretty much a guarantee that we might have winds gusting to well over 50, 60 miles per hour along Interstate 59 down here below Attala. Again, Steele is located right here. Rainbow City is right here. Southside is down here. So again, just be aware that we've got some pretty strong wind velocities here. So again, at the camera site, which is right here, not bad, 17, but I have great fear west of Gadsden, we've got some really high wind gusts coming in here along Interstate 5920, and probably some hail as well. And again, this is Chandler Mountain right here, that little plateau type feature you see here. Best tomatoes in the universe grown up on top of that mountain. Steel is here, and again, this is US 11 here, going to Atala. That's Interstate 59 here. Interstate 759 is right here, going into Gadsden over toward Rainbow City. So again, that's a pretty nasty looking storm just to the west of Gadsden. And again, it's moving down in this direction, so the core of this thing might miss the city of Gadsden. And again, so far the peak wind gust at the sky cam there is at 17 miles per hour, which is very manageable, which is a good thing. So again, just wanted to check that out. So let's go back and kind of go down the line, Drew. Let's go to Blount County and take a look at the activity here. And if we can pull up the Aniana camera, Colby, want to take a look at the peak wind gust we've had in Blount County at Aniana. It almost looks like, Drew, those are weakening a bit coming down into Blount County, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
So the peak wind gust at Aniana is 13. That's a win. And again, it looks like these storms in Blount County have weakened a good bit. Still, they're gusty, but again, a 13 mile per hour wind gust, we can handle that all day. The camera is up around Palisades, by the way, this camera that is at Aniana. We have these things all over the state. Again, this is Chris Mann, and it looks like Chris is at First Baptist Gardendale, Gardendale's First Baptist Church. And boy, look at the sky there. That's pretty impressive. So again, Chris is in the parking lot at Gardendale's First Baptist Church watching the storms coming into North Jefferson County. Most folks know the big cross in front of the church along Interstate 65 north of downtown Birmingham. So we've got a good view of that. Let's go over into Walker County and see how we're doing here. We'll keep moving to the west-southwest down the line. And let's peek at our Gadsden camera, Colby. We'll pull that one up just to look. I want to see the peak wind gust on the Gadsden sky cam. The Gadsden sky cam is up here north of Jasper. Hey, I'm sorry, Jasper. Let's again, last time I peeked at the Jasper camera, the winds were not that bad. Peak wind gust at Jasper, 32. Manageable. But again, Drew, we're still getting some pretty good velocities in through here within the radar beam heights. So just at that one spot, we had a wind gust of 32. Some of you might see higher gusts than that. The storms are coming, really, they're about to cross over into Jefferson County here. So again, south of Jasper, Parrish, Oakman, Cordova, Barton Chapel, Argo, Sipsey, Empire, Dora, Summerton, pouring. Very strong gusty winds, but again, at the Jasper Skycam, the peak wind there is at 32. Those storms extend into Fayette County. And let's go over to Lamar County. And again, this has been a pretty interesting cell here that's near Millport. Again, this is the better look at that. This is coming from the Columbus Air Force Base radar. We've seen some fairly strong wind velocities in this thing coming south. And we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for northern Pickens and northern Tuscaloosa counties for the activity that's dropping onto the south. Outflow boundary, Drew?
Yeah, just noticed, hadn't really noticed that in the radar presentation until here more recently, but starting to kind of see that outflow boundary out ahead of things, which, sometimes when you see that, you feel better about your storm intensity, but a lot of times that's with a tornadic sort of environment. But we, with these type of storm, convective systems like this, with the storms coming in like they are with this big complex, a lot of times you've got this kind of big cold pool aloft that starts to kind of collapse down, and so we may be seeing kind of some evidence of that there. But it doesn't look like the storms are losing too much intensity, but maybe, I don't know, is maybe a little bit less compact there. So I mean, we'll see. We'll kind of watch the trends there. Still don't have too much confidence given the atmosphere out ahead of it that we're seeing any sort of downward trend, but a few little pockets there where maybe things are trying to calm down, but not to say that it's going to stay that way there, James.
We should mention we now have 40,000 statewide, 39,699. That's the actual number, but the bottom line is 40,000 people statewide with no power from this line. That's a lot, and you don't want to be sitting with no power in a muggy, June day. That's never a good thing. So about 40,000 people without electrical service. If you're just joining us, it's 2:30. I'm James Spann, Drew McCombs here on the Alabama Weather Network. We're watching a line of severe storms dropping southward today. These entered the Tennessee Valley around 11:30, 12 noon. They've been moving steadily to the south. It's a small little batch here, but it's packing a punch, and we have a new warning. Let's look at our new warning, Drew. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to include the rest of the Birmingham Metro, northern Shelby. There we go. This is our new warning right here. So the new warning means that all of Jefferson County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Northern Shelby County under a severe thunderstorm warning. Northern Talladega County under a severe thunderstorm warning. The western half of Calhoun, this does include Anniston, Jacksonville, and points west. It does not include Piedmont, and all of St. Clair County. So this is a new warning until 3:45 for this line of severe storms that has had a history of producing wind damage down trees and power lines. And again, as of this moment, we've got 40,000 people statewide without electrical service. We do not expect any tornado problems here. The wind profiles don't support tornadoes, but it does support very strong straight line winds. We have a very unstable atmosphere ahead of this line. The instability values are excessively high. The CAPE values, CAPE is convective available potential energy, in some cases over 4,000 joules per kilogram. That's very, very unstable. Buoyancy, parcels of air rise freely, and with the little wave coming in this northwest flow aloft, it doesn't take much to get these storms going. In addition to the chance of damaging straight line winds, we have some pockets where there's some small hail and also a little bit of flooding in spots because the rain rates are tremendous in here. Some of the heaviest rain is falling just south and west of Gadsden, heavy rain falling over the southern half of Walker County. And again, these are rain totals over the past hour. And again, you can see that some spots have gone over 1 and 1.5 inches of rain just in the last hour alone. And that's the kind of rain these storms are producing. So again, but once we get this out of here, we're going to trend dry for a while. The weather looks totally dry here for the latter half of this week and the entire weekend ahead. So this is the last in the series of thunderstorm episodes for the state. So again, let's go to our Gadsden sky cam. And yeah, look at Tuscaloosa, 91 degrees. That's coming from the campus of the University of Alabama down here. 91. It's hot, really unstable. So in Gadsden, again, the greater chance of hail, the greater chance of strong winds to the south and west of Gadsden. Notice the peak wind gust in Gadsden, 17, and that's a camera on the mountain by Nakalula Falls. And that's not that bad, but the greater wind velocities are west and southwest of downtown Gadsden. A chance we've got some hail falling in here. That's the hail tracker product. Probably small hail, but still, there might be a few pockets of hail up to the size of 1 inch in diameter. And there's a look at our wind velocities. We'll do a couple of pixel queries. And again, you can see potential for winds within the radar beam over 58 miles per hour. Probably not as strong down at the surface, but still, that's a sign it's a very gusty thunderstorm capable of knocking down trees, producing some small hail, causing some minor flooding. And again, that's going to be coming down right toward Lake Neely Henry on the Coosa River, and then ultimately into the western part of Calhoun County, affecting places down 431, Glencoe, down toward Alexandria, and then ultimately perhaps Sacs and Anniston and Oxford. We'll see how that behaves, but it's wanting to ride down just like this in this northwest flow aloft here. So just be aware that if you are in Alexandria, Weaver, Wellington, Duke, Sacs, Anniston, Oxford, that's a pretty potent storm that's coming down your way. And it's one you'll have to watch pretty carefully, and you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. All right, Birmingham Metro. Heavy storms approaching Gardendale. And again, the storms seem to be a little weaker up here. They're not as intense as they were 15, 30 minutes ago, which is good. But still, they could ramp back up again. The air is hot and unstable down here. But still, we've got some heavy rain, a lot of thunder, lightning, gusty winds. Kimberly, Morris, Warrior, back over toward Trafford, Palmerdale, Pinson, and Clay. And then it's pouring over here on the county line. Up around Bagley, Sayre, Sipsey, Empire, Dora, Summerton, Cordova, Parrish, through southern Walker County, over toward Oakman. And again, I would imagine we've got some pretty tough winds as well. Notice within the radar beam, 63 mile per hour wind velocities. And again, the beam's a couple thousand feet off the ground, but we could see winds well in the 50s probably at the surface. Let's take links one full, Ryan, if we can. I want to show the Birmingham camera. This is Regions Center looking north into this line of severe storms coming into downtown Birmingham. And again, down below, to kind of get your reference, you can see the Top Golf facility down below the BJCC. That's looking north right into this thing. So again, if you're in the Birmingham metro, just understand that we've got 40,000 people statewide with no power. And this could easily create power outages and knock down some trees. I would not want to be driving when this line comes through. It'll be rough for about 15 minutes, then it moves on down to the south, and we're pretty much all over. Yeah, there's a look at the BJCC, but that's the view looking north. So again, shelf cloud coming into the Birmingham metro from the north. And again, this is going to be quite a disruptive hour for the Birmingham metro between now and about 3:30. The storm should be in downtown Birmingham close to 3 o'clock, 2:55, 3 o'clock this afternoon. And if we can switch to our Tuscaloosa camera, I want to look north from Bryant-Denny Stadium. This is going to be from, and look at the numbers there, 91 degrees. Goodness gracious. It is very, very steamy. But let's pan that a little bit to the left if we can. I think we've got a control there, Colby. Yeah, there we go. That's looking almost due north into that storm coming into Tuscaloosa, the campus of the University of Alabama. Now, Drew, here's your homework. They've got a baseball game in Tuscaloosa. I'm sorry, no, they don't. Alabama won last night.
Oh, yeah, right.
They won. They beat UCF, so they do not play. Auburn plays today. Okay. We might check that Auburn first pitch time. Auburn will be playing Milwaukee today. The NCAA baseball tournament continues, and we had games in Tuscaloosa yesterday. There were a couple of delays, and it was pretty late night, but Alabama did manage to win in extra innings. And then Auburn will be playing, and the storms are still quite a ways out from Auburn, 5 o'clock. Yes. All right, so Auburn plays at 5, and it'll be a close call. Hopefully the worst of the storms will be a little west of there, but we can't guarantee that. So let's go back to our triple box. Again, thunderstorms that are strong to severe coming through northern Pickens County. They're coming into Reform. They are coming through northern Tuscaloosa County. They are coming through southern Walker, northern Jefferson, coming into St. Clair County and Etowah County as well. They're moving to the south at a pretty good clip. It's one and done today. Once the storms pass, you're done with severe storms. We've got Chris Mann, who is roaming northern Jefferson County, the northern part of the Birmingham metro. I would imagine he's on US 31, up around Fultondale, Gardendale. And again, we'll have our sky cams in the base. Let's go back to our Birmingham camera. We'll just kind of leave it on the Regions Center camera. We have a camera that's atop one of our big buildings in downtown Birmingham, the Regions Center, and that is looking north right into this thing. We can watch it come into the city together. And again, Straight Mountain, Springville, Chandler Mountain, Steele, Southside, Rainbow City, Glencoe. Big, bad, nasty storms. And again, all along the line, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. No tornado warnings. We don't expect any. Conditions don't favor tornadoes today. This is all damaging straight line wind. And again, it's not been the best of days. Again, if you're just joining us here, we've got about 40,000 people without power. We've had a series of trees and power lines blown down from the Tennessee Valley into the central part of the state. We've got reports down now of trees down in Trafford, Center Point, and Pinson. We have a tree down in Fayette County on Gun Club Road, Highway 107. We've got nickel-sized hail reported in Gadsden. We have reports of a large tree down on Bankhead Highway. That's from Adamsville. That's US Highway 78. So again, we're still getting many reports for trees that are down. And again, the winds are very formidable coming in here. This will be a very disruptive storm. There's a minus 69. That's 69 inbound. That is near the Jefferson-Walker County line. And again, these are pretty strong wind velocities, needless to say. And again, these are at radar beam height, not down at the surface, but still, it's not going to take a lot to get these winds down to the surface in this type of environment. And all that's going to be coming right through the Birmingham Metro. So I'm afraid our 40,000 power outage count is going to jump up quickly with this type storm coming through the metro. And again, what you might want to do is just kind of treat this like a tornado warning. If you live in a house where there might be a lot of trees around you, or you're just not sure, there's nothing wrong with doing that. It can't hurt anything. Small room, lowest floor near the center, no windows, just like this were a tornado warning. And I certainly would not want to be driving in this. That would not be an especially good idea. It's going to take us about 20, 30 minutes, 40 minutes to get this in and out. I'd say 30 minutes on an average. There'll be some light rain beyond that, but the core of this thing, it'll be about 20, 30 minutes, and you just don't want to be out and about. So if you're in an office building, the best thing to do is just to stay put if you're in Tuscaloosa or Birmingham. So again, these storms should be in downtown Birmingham soon. We're watching our Skycam from the top of Region Center here. Let's look over at Tuscaloosa County, Drew. Again, we'll watch the storms here. You can see that they are approaching the northern tip of Lake Tuscaloosa. This is Lake Tuscaloosa here. And the storms are up here near Northside High School, Walker Elementary School, the town of Samantha. And those will be dropping into the city of Tuscaloosa, again, around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Same thing, with potential for winds enough to knock down trees and power lines, maybe some small hail. The stronger wind velocities are up here in southern Walker County. And we've also got the same thing over here in northern Pickens and southern Lamar counties. Exact same kind of thing. These storms are capable of producing straight line wind damage and possibly some hail as they drop on down to the south. And the whole line is covered by a severe thunderstorm warning. There's a look at your line stretching from Southside, Rainbow City, Attala, Gadsden, Glencoe, down to Springville, Kimberly, Morris, Gardendale, Adamsville, Parrish, Cordova, Doris Summerton, Berry, Reform, and Ethelsville. And this whole thing is going to be moving to the south. Let's show Auburn, Drew, in relation to this line of storms concerning the baseball game down here. It's a 5 o'clock first pitch. I don't know. They might be able to start it, but I'm not so sure that I don't think they're going to get through this thing without some type of lightning weather delay. But they had that yesterday. I think they played their second game last night. It ended after midnight, so they're used to these late nights. But again, that line ultimately will be coming down into Auburn late this afternoon, early tonight, so keep that in mind. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Jefferson, northern Shelby, St. Clair, northern Talladega, western Calhoun, northern Tuscaloosa, northern Pickens, all the way through here. And again, these warnings will continue to be issued, and they will continue to expand south. The new warning is for Pickens and Tuscaloosa, and what this is going to do, it's going to cover the southern part of these counties. So again, the city of Tuscaloosa is going to go under a severe thunderstorm warning for this activity. Aliceville, the southern part of Pickens County, boom, there you go. So all of Tuscaloosa, all of Pickens. And again, this is not like a tornado. It's not a tornado day. This is an elongated line of severe storms. So instead of small polygons we use for tornadoes, today it's going to be more of a county type day, which is very odd, but it happens from time to time where when the potential for damage is widespread, you just issue warnings for an entire county, and that's what's happening here. So all of Tuscaloosa, all of Pickens, all of Jefferson, all of St. Clair, under a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, once the storms pass, you're done with it. It's a one and done kind of day. So let's take regions full, Ryan, if we can. The dew point seems to have mixed down a little bit in Birmingham. We've seen some dew points in the mid-70s today. The dew point at Region Center is 66, which maybe will hopefully mitigate the threat a little bit. We've seen other spots with dew points up in the mid-70s, but still, these could easily knock down trees and power lines. They already have. And notice we've got a wind gust now to 47 miles per hour in downtown Birmingham. That's the outflow coming out of those storms. And again, this is on top of the big building. I believe that's a 33-story building in downtown Birmingham. It's not going to be that windy down at street level, but still, that is a sign of the times here. We'll go back to the triple box. We've got a tree down on Bob Lee and Rainbow Drive. That's in Etowah County. We have trees down on Hyatt Drive and Milton Road in Steele. We have a tree down on Steele Station Road in Etowah County. That kind of connects Steele to Rainbow City. We have a tree down on US 11 and Frost Hollow Road in Steele, a tree blocking the roadway there. We again have a report of a large tree down in Adamsville on Bankhead Highway. Reports of trees down in Trafford, Center Point, and Pinson. And again, Drew's, what it is, this outflow boundary has come through downtown Birmingham. That's the outflow boundary from the storms. You can see that ahead of that. And Drew's got it marked off here. And that's the reason we have a peak wind gust of 47 at Region Center in downtown Birmingham. The number might go higher as the main batch of storms gets in here in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. But again, with the gust front, we've got a wind gust of 47 in downtown Birmingham. And again, so we're watching Chris Mann, who is in Jefferson County on the road, looking at the same storm, Region Center, downtown Birmingham, and we're going to bounce back from the various sky cams we have across the state. But the greatest concern here is these trees that are going down, and they have been going down since about 11:30 this morning, and we're now at 41,731. 41,731 are currently without power statewide. And again, the storms are just getting into the Birmingham metro. Here's a look at the county map, and you can see we have 2,000 now in Jefferson, 2,500 in Walker, about 8,500 for Cullman and Morgan. Those two counties have been the hardest hit so far by outages, and accordingly, trees down. Etowah County, 3,500. We've got 2,500 in Walker, 2,000 in Jefferson. And again, I'm afraid the numbers are just going to keep going up. So again, those are the latest power numbers as of 2:47 this afternoon. So back to the radar, and again, we'll stay with this. We've been with it for a long time. We're just going to stay with it this afternoon. We have no tornado warnings here. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, let's just say the good news, if you're in Aniana, the risk of severe weather is over, just light rain. Cullman, you're done with it. Jasper, you're done with it. Haleyville, Double Springs, Fayette, you're done with it. Vernon, Sulligent, you're done with it. Albertville, Gunnersville, Fort Payne, you're done with the severe weather threat. The threat is now along and south of this line. And again, that will keep on dropping to the south. And we'll see. We've got a watch that's in effect all the way down to Interstate 20. A new watch might be issued farther to the south, and that these are coming through at a pretty quick clip here. So here's the extension. This is an extension of the watch. The watch now includes areas as far south as Sumter, Marengo, Dallas, Lowndes, Montgomery, Macon, and Lee. So initially, the watch went down to about Interstate 20. Now it's down to US 80 and Interstate 85. The county's in pink, and that's until 7 o'clock. And of course, again, all these places we've called out, you're done with it. Severe weather risk is over north of that line of storms. So back to the line we go, and we are at 2:48 this afternoon. And Drew, your thoughts? You've been staring at that radar more intently than me. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing any major, I think, degradation of anything at this point. Like we mentioned earlier, there's been some kind of pulsing up and down where you see a heavy core with some strong winds kind of come up for a little bit, maybe go back down a little bit. But overall, I feel like it's still kind of maintaining its intensity. And you've got these little areas, these kind of purple, pink areas that keep kind of staying there, where you've got that heavy rain, but also some hail mixed in at time, lots of lightning, and continued wind issues as well. The reports continue to pour in along as the storms move through. Those have kind of become pretty steady at this point. So, and again, just looking at the velocity, especially, of course, we're closest to the Birmingham radar here, so it kind of accentuates the higher winds there in Jefferson County and northern Tuscaloosa and over into St. Clair County as well. But we'll go ahead and just to check it, we'll go back to the Columbus radar, and we still have some pretty good winds with this as well, although I think it may have come down a little bit like we had talked about earlier. So, at this point, I still think we're maintaining a pretty good health with this line so far. Unfortunately, now again, we've talked about eventually as we get later into the evening, as this continues to push further to the south, we should see, and we expect to see, a weakening of it eventually. But I mean, we're mid-afternoon. We've still got lots of warmth and humidity there in place, kind of in the environment out ahead of us. So lots of instability is available for these thunderstorms. And so in the near term, at least, I wouldn't expect to see a big downturn in the intensity there, James.
All right, 2:50, 10 minutes before 3 o'clock. Again, Chris Mann is in Jefferson County looking at the storm. Our Skycam atop Region Center looking at the line of storms coming into the Birmingham Metro. And again, we'll be checking some of the other cameras here as we go, but you can see that line stretches from now around the Angel community, around Pleasant Valley School, west of Jacksonville, over to Shoal Creek Valley, Raglan, Asheville, over to near Trussville, Chalkville, Gardendale, Graysville, Adamsville, Oak Grove, Parrish, Oakman, Samantha, Reform, and Ethelsville. That's your line right now. From east to west, moving to the southeast in a northwest flow aloft. And again, these storms seem to be a little weaker coming into Birmingham, but still they could produce some strong winds, enough to knock down trees and power lines. And again, any storm within the line here is capable of producing strong straight line winds and possibly some hail. And again, we will go to some of your reports. We'll get Emily, who is all over it. Emily's going to gather some photos and videos, and we'll show those here in just a moment. And that it's always good to see weather where you are. And we thank everybody for sending these. We've got so many folks that have taken the time to send in images today. We're thankful for that. We've got reports of trees down. We've got reports of hail. And again, all of these, it enables us to see it. All right, so let's go to WEX 05. And this is obviously what a lot of people have been dealing with. First off, heavy rain and flooding. Where's this from, Emily?
This is from Altoona.
Okay, Altoona, which is in western Etowah County to the west of Gadsden.
This was from Hartselle earlier before.
Oh, wow. So this is Hartselle in Morgan County, and so many folks have the security cameras now, and you can see, actually see what's going on here. Expect to see a state bird flying through that thing any minute now. Again, Hartselle's in Morgan County.
Got storm clouds in front of or behind the Coca-Cola truck.
Yep.
This is some hail that was blowing around on the ground in Jasper.
All right, that's in Walker County around Jasper.
This is in Coleman.
Some of the, again, the rain rates are tremendous. And that's coming from Coleman. Many spots have gone well over 1 inch in a very short amount of time.
This was in Warrior near Corner.
All right, Warrior up in North Jefferson County. See a little tree down there.
This was in Jasper also.
Okay, that's in Walker County at Jasper.
This is in Hartselle.
Okay, Hartselle, Morgan County, more a pretty large tree that's come down. Some pretty sizable trees have been blown down today. Oh yeah, I knew it. You knew that was coming. The Alabama state bird.
This is in Crossville.
Crossville.
Person said it probably flew about 100 yards.
I almost got hit in the head by one of those things. This was in Cordova, and we were wrapping up an outdoor event, and we had lightning hit within 7 miles. I was going in, and that thing almost clunked me in the head. So you never know when those things are flying.
This is Smith Lake earlier.
All right, Smith Lake. Again, we hope the boaters were off. Yeah, hope the boaters were off the water during this stuff. It's not been good. Smith Lake, Lake Gunnersville, anywhere up on the Tennessee River earlier today.
This was a pecan tree that fell down in Good Hope.
All right, Good Hope, that's in Coleman County.
This was Sawyer Mountain.
Oh, wow. Goodness gracious. Where's this again?
Sawyer Mountain.
Okay, wow. Sawyer Mountain, that's not good. We've heard of no injuries we should mention today.
This was Little Mountain Marina where we were talking about.
Right. That's a marina that's up on the Tennessee River.
So these were a few pictures from them.
And this is where we worry, where we've got folks in mobile homes or campers and trees are coming down. That's a bad combination. And we're fortunate nobody was injured.
This was Hanceville.
Hanceville, that's in Coleman County. And again, these are the storms coming into Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden, Anniston.
This was in Gardendale.
Gardendale, not that long ago.
Southside.
little small hail in south side, Etowah County.
This is another picture from Highway 79.
All right, Highway 79. So again, this is just an example of what, oh goodness, where is this?
Green Hill.
Green Hill, that's up in North Alabama. That's not good. Do we know if it was anybody injured here? We heard of any?
They didn't mention it, but it was her daughter's trailer home, but she didn't mention that anybody was injured, so I hope not.
Wow, and again, that is Green Hill, which is in Lauderdale County. We had a peak wind gust of 61 at our Skycam up there.
This is in Gadsden.
Looks like maybe some small hail falling at Gadsden earlier today.
So that's all for now.
Okay, great. Thank you, Emily. So these are a look at the radar winds at radar beam height, which is a couple thousand feet off the ground, but still, this stuff's coming into a very densely populated part of the world here. And this is inevitably going to knock down a lot of trees. We just are concerned about that. In fact, let me take a look at our latest power numbers. And we're now at basically 50,000. We're at 48,341. About 50,000 people in the state have no power. And the numbers keep ramping up, and I'm afraid they're really going to jump up as these things come through these population centers. It seems like downtown Birmingham, the worst of this is going to be a little to the west, out here towards Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, Pratt City, Edgewater, Oak Grove, Rock Creek, places like that, where it's probably pretty rough out here. Again, we have no evidence of any tornadoes. We don't expect tornadoes today. The concern, damaging straight line winds. And again, just as a course of least regret, you might want to consider just treating these warnings like a tornado warning and just be in a good, safe place, especially if you're in a trailer, a mobile home, a camper, something like that. With trees coming down, that's a really bad combination. Drew, what you got down there south of Gadsden?
Yeah, I saw a message from Hunter Robinson at Weather Service in Birmingham about a surge with some outflow in Calhoun County. So looking like in the... Oh, I gotta get her. Don't let her screen turn off there. So, yeah, we've got a heavy core here near Wellington, moving kind of in the direction of Weaver, eventually towards Anniston. So again, this was kind of where the Weather Service pointed out a potential issue with this storm having some really heavy winds. So looking at, again, that looks like a good chance we're seeing some hail out of that in that area. But if we switch over to the velocity product, and we'll do a few queries on that. And yeah, we're seeing definitely, at least at beam height, 60 mile per hour wind gust potential, or at least wind being detected there at beam height. So some concerns there that will continue, as we've seen in a lot of spots, seeing further tree damage and things like that in these areas. To the north of Anniston at this point, it's kind of already, again, finished moving through Gadsden for the most part at this point in Hoax Bluff, but now moving down towards Jacksonville, Weaver, Anniston. Eventually Piedmont will be kind of grazed by it as well. But if you're in Anniston and Oxford, just kind of a heads up that it's not much going on there right now, but you're in the polygon and you've got that severe thunderstorm heading in your direction there, James.
All right. So all these storms mean business, all of them. So just, I would not want to be driving in any of these storms today because of the nature of the limited visibility and the strong straight line winds and the fact that trees could be coming down. I would just wait these things out. And again, it's about a 30-minute process for the core of these things to pass. And here we are right at 3 o'clock, and the storms are coming into Birmingham. And again, the heavier storms are west of Birmingham, back off to the west. So if we can, Colby, get regions, the region center camera, and let's point it to the west. We're looking at the campus of the University of Alabama, looking north. Let's take Lynx 1 full, Ryan. This is going to be looking to the, that's, I believe, north. We're going to move it to the west and take a look at what this thing looks like. We'll keep going. Keep going a little more. All right, and maybe come down just a little bit. All right. Again, down below you can see Interstate 65. Let's pan a little bit back to the right, kind of look into the core of this thing as it's coming on in. It sure looks like the worst of this thing will be to the west of downtown Birmingham, just pouring rain. As you can see from our Skycam at Region Center. And let's go back to the triple box. Again, what we're looking at here, it's this. And again, this is Highway 269 right here. McDonald Chapel, Sylvan Springs, Edgewater, Concord, Oak Grove, Pleasant Grove, Rock Creek. That's where the core of this thing is located with some pretty strong wind velocities. And again, this storm is moving to the southeast. And again, there's a minus 65. And understand that the storm is getting closer to the radar site, which means the beam is lower and closer to the ground. And those values that you see, they could be achieved down at the surface. So again, very strong winds coming through the western part of the Birmingham Metro, and that'll be coming down toward northern Shelby County, ultimately places like Pelham, Helena, and Alabaster, McCalla, McAdory, out through here, Shannon, Bessemer, Lipscomb. So just be aware of that as the storm continues dropping to the south. And this, of course, is one of many different storms we've got. Let's go back to Tuscaloosa on the Skycam, Colby. This is going to be I want to take a look at what's coming into the city of Tuscaloosa next. And again, this is looking north into this. And let's take the Lynx 1 full, Ryan, real quick. Just want to show this. This is what it looks like coming into Tuscaloosa. Got a peak wind gust of 35 with this thing so far. I would imagine the winds will continue to increase as it comes on in. And let me just read some reports while we're looking at this storm. We've got a tree down on Highway 77 in Southside, a tree on a house on Hall Avenue in Bessemer. We have a tree down on Lister Ferry and Canoe Creek at Rainbow City. We have a tree blocking a lane at Caldwell Mill and Camp Horner Road. And there are just a number of these similar type reports of trees down. So just be aware that that's what you can expect if you're in the city of Tuscaloosa or the city of Birmingham, the Birmingham Metro, with this storm coming in. So let's go back to our triple box with Chris Mann. He is out on the highway looking into this storm. The core of this storm is on top of Lake Tuscaloosa, about to move into Northport University, the campus of the University of Alabama. In Pickens County, pretty much the same thing. The core is along US 82 down toward Aliceville and Carrollton. Toward Carrollton, not quite to Aliceville yet. And again, we'll check some of the velocities over here, Drew, and see what they've looked like. Again, we've had some pretty good velocity counts coming out of Lamar and Pickens. And again, there's 55, 53. So again, these are still very windy storms. The good news, the numbers are not quite as bad in northern Tuscaloosa County, which is encouraging, but the numbers are quite stout over here in Pickens County. So again, but still, these could ramp back up at any time. And severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect for Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Jefferson, Shelby, for St. Clair, northern Talladega, for western Calhoun. And again, that thing coming down 431, that means business, and that thing is coming right down the pike toward Anniston. We've got maybe some small hail falling out here around Alexandria, Wellington, Duke. Jacksonville is here. Piedmont is up here. The worst of this thing seems to be along and west of Alabama 21, a little west of Jacksonville. But again, this is dropping to the southeast. That's coming right down toward Anniston and Oxford, Sacs, Weaver, Linlock, McClellan, Alexandria. And it's the same thing. Like all these storms we talked about today, the storms are capable of producing damaging straight-line winds. And the Weather Service is going to be blanketing this whole line with warnings. A new warning is coming out in a minute for northern Bibb. But Colby, let's go to our Birmingham camera. We're going to flip from the University of Alabama camera to Birmingham, and we're looking west. And again, really the eastern part of downtown Birmingham east, everything looks okay. Avondale, Birmingham, out here toward Irondale. The worst of this is west of I-65. Fairfield, Midfield, Birmingham's West End, Wylam, places like this, out toward Hueytown, Pleasant Grove, Oak Grove, Rock Creek. Take Lynx 1 full, Ryan. Look at that. That is just, you talk about a downpour. I mean, you get underneath that thing, you stick your hand out in front of your face and you can't even see it. That's how heavy the rain is falling there. We've got a report of structure damage at Grub Mart in Jacksonville. The extent of that we don't know. We have a large tree down on Rocky Ridge Road at Lock Ridge Road in Jefferson County in the Birmingham Metro. The wind threat is real. I mean, this is the real deal. Understand, a lot of trees could be coming down with this. This is a very significant wind threat with all of these storms. You need to, again, I would just consider treating these warnings like a tornado warning today. Let's go back to the triple box. The new warning is for northern Bibb. And again, what the Weather Service is doing, they're just blanketing the whole county of Bibb, all of Bibb, under a severe thunderstorm warning. So most all of Shelby, all of Bibb, all of Tuscaloosa, all of Jefferson, all of St. Clair, severe thunderstorm warning. And again, Drew, from your perspective, these are hanging in there. The winds are still formidable. They're tough.
Yeah, I think so, James. Just not seeing much evidence of any sort of weakening at this point, and especially this core of it that we're looking at kind of in the middle part of the line here, moving through now kind of into southwestern Jefferson County. Again, looking at the velocity, that seems to be where we're still seeing some pretty high values. And as James has mentioned, we're getting really close to the radar at this point. The radar is down here. You can see to the southeast of Alabaster and near the Shelby County Airport, and you've got almost 60 mile per hour wind gusts there, and we're just a few hundred feet off the ground. So really, again, not seeing much indication of any sort of weakening. The Weather Service has continued to communicate that there's continuing to be a wind damage threat with this, and obviously we've been seeing lots of tree damage, and it's just kind of a constant stream now we're seeing coming in through all the chats. Now, as you move further back into northern Tuscaloosa County, thankfully, at least it looks like in that area, maybe the winds are not quite as rough there, but as we've seen earlier in the lifetime of this system here, even sub-severe looking winds that we're seeing on the radar can translate to knocking down some trees with the wet soil. And again, moving back over into, looks like we've got a new warning that's just been issued for this section over here, but moving back into Pickens County, switching back to the Columbus radar, heavy rain there, heavy thunderstorm activity, Reform, Gordo, Carrollton, and Pickensville. And the velocity still looking pretty strong there as well. Just to the southeast of Carrollton, 57, close to 60 miles per hour. And so again, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued then for southern Pickens County. Looks like northern Sumter, northern Greene, and northern Hale counties with this now. With this is the newest warning, and may have heard of just another one just come in too there, James.
Yeah, and what the Weather Service is doing, they're blanketing the whole line with severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's the right thing to do. And again, let me get an update here. We are now at 61,000 without power statewide. 61,000 have no power statewide. So let's expand this out, Drew. Just want to show the whole band here. Again, the band of severe storms stretching from Jacksonville almost to Piedmont, Jacksonville, over here down to Anniston, then curving through Talladega around the Superspeedway, then into the Birmingham Metro. The core winds are south and west of downtown Birmingham, out here toward Bessemer, Hueytown, Pleasant Grove, Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McCalla. And again, this is moving to the southeast. That'll be coming into Shelby County. Heavy storms in northern Tuscaloosa County, approaching the city of Tuscaloosa, campus of the University of Alabama. Heavy storms in Pickens County along US 82, Reform, Gordo, Carrollton, dropping south. And again, we have warnings now as far south as northern Coosa, northern Tallapoosa, all of Clay, southern Talladega, southern Shelby, all of Bibb, northern parts of Hale, Greene, and Sumter County. So again, the whole line is blanketed with severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential of damaging straight line winds that could exceed 58 miles per hour. And again, we're currently at 61,000 without power, 60,908. And again, we're going to check with Emily here in a few minutes with more images coming in of trees that are down across this part of the state. And we thank you for sending those in to us. It is our window to the world. We've got 14,000 now out in Jefferson, 14,000 with no power. We're still about 8,000 for Cullman and Morgan. And again, you can see that the worst stretch has been pretty much right down I-65. Morgan County, Cullman County, and Jefferson County. But notice we've got 4,500 for Calhoun and Etowah here. So the numbers just keep ramping up. Tuscaloosa County, about 1,500. So again, 61,000. That's the current number of power outages statewide. So we'll go back to the radar, and let's see. Chris is, I saw a note, he is at the Galleria exit, exit 6, the Helena exit off of Interstate 459. So Chris is basically in this mess right here. He would be at the Morgan Road exit, which is exit 6. Just to give you a reference on his location, again, that's the Skycam at Region Center, downtown Birmingham. Those storms coming into the over-the-mountain communities, Homewood, Vestavia, Mountain Brook, Hoover. Again, they're going to, this is the nasty segment right here. There could be some pretty, really strong wind velocities in through here along Interstate 459. I don't see any at Chris's location at this point. Looks like the trees are not moving that much. But the radar beam, and again, we're really close to the radar here. The radar's at the Shelby County Airport. We're getting these 60 mile per hour inbounds, so potential for very strong winds coming into Interstate 459. And that will continue dropping down here toward Helena, Alabaster, Montevallo, Maline, Wilton, places like that. And again, that's this big batch of storms dropping to the south. And these storms mean business in terms of wind damage, straight line wind damage. We see no sign of any tornado problems. Let's take Links 1 full, Ryan. Again, this is from Region Center in downtown Birmingham. And Colby, if we can punch up Tuscaloosa while we got Links 1 up, let's go to the Skycam on the campus of the University of Alabama. This is going to be looking north into the belly of the storm. Again, that's from Birmingham. That's from the top of Region Center. This is coming from the University of Alabama, and quite frankly, that does not look as ominous as what we saw in downtown Birmingham. But again, that will probably be changing a good bit in the next 5 to 10 minutes as these storms continue pushing to the south. So let's go back to our triple box. It is 312. We have a line of severe storms, all of them capable of producing tree and power line damage, coming through parts of Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Jefferson, St. Clair, Calhoun counties. They're moving to the south, and again, they could produce tree and power line damage anywhere you see the line here. This is not like a tornado day. There are no tornadoes involved. This is a widespread line with potential for widespread, strong, severe wind gusts running all the way from Jacksonville and Piedmont, Anniston, down to Talladega, then curving into the Birmingham Metro, the southern part of the Birmingham Metro, into northern Tuscaloosa County and central Pickens County. Let me read off some of the latest reports coming in from the Weather Service. And I should mention that the Weather Service is upping the wind potential to 70 miles per hour with these things, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. We have a tree on a house on Avenue V in Bessemer. We have a tree down on Nixon Road in Bessemer. And again, one of the key messages here, understand the whole thing here. Any of these storms can produce strong straight line winds, but one of our greatest concern, it's this thing right here. Let's look at this one more time, Drew. Again, this is a serious wind threat that is about to move into Helena. Let's look at some of the wind velocities right in through here. And we'll do a pixel query. There's 65. This is right off the ground. 68, 65 miles per hour. This is going to knock down a lot of trees, and this could knock down trees on structures and cars. I would not want to be driving. So let's go back to the reflectivity. And again, this storm with very, very high wind potential coming into Helena, Pelham, Alabaster, Maline. All right. Ultimately, Calera. Those strong. Chris Mann is right in the middle of this. And again, Chris is along Interstate 459 at Morgan Road. That's the stream that you see right over here. And again, that will be moving right down into the core of these densely populated cities in Shelby County. Again, Helena, Pelham, Alabaster, Maline, and ultimately Calera, if it stays intact, and ultimately probably affecting places like Montevallo and maybe Wilton. And this, out of all of the storms within that line, this seems to be the one at the moment with the highest potential for really, really strong winds. And the great concern, the soils are saturated and the trees come down easily in these kind of conditions. So understand, you might want to treat this like it's a tornado warning. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, just like it's a tornado warning. That might be the best possible thing to do. As this comes on down to the south, I would not want to be in a car. I would not want to be in a mobile home. If you can go to a gas station, a fast food restaurant, any site-built structure that can serve as a shelter, that might be a good thing, especially for this thing coming into Pelham, Helena, and Alabaster. And again, the wind velocities are not as extreme over here on the eastern side of this, but they're still in spots capable of producing strong straight-line winds. So just be aware of that, while the most extreme wind velocities are in that cluster of storms south and west of downtown Birmingham. They still could produce some pretty strong winds over here on the eastern side of the state as well, and severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect. But again, the velocities do look lower over here, which is certainly a good thing, and we'll take that. Let's look at our Tuscaloosa storm real quick, Drew. We'll take a look at the storm coming into the city of Tuscaloosa. We'll check the wind velocities here at radar beam height, a couple of thousand feet off the ground, and the numbers are not looking that extreme. I will say that we've had a wind gust of 42. Notice our sky cam on the campus of the University of Alabama. That's the north end zone of Bryant-Denny Stadium looking north. That's an outflow wind gust of 42. Within the radar beam height, the numbers look manageable here. They don't look nearly as bad as the ones south and west of Birmingham. Still gusty, still maybe some trees and lines here down, but the winds, velocities do not look that extreme at the moment in Tuscaloosa County. But still, the warning stays in effect, a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential for winds strong enough to knock down some trees and power lines. So let's go back to our storm that is southwest of Birmingham coming into Shelby County. This one right here. All right, and again, this is coming into Helena as we speak. And ultimately, that will be coming down into Pelham, Alabaster, Maylene, Calera, Montevallo, if this thing holds together. And it will. The line has been holding together since 11:30 this morning. In the central and eastern part of the Birmingham metro, the wind velocities do not look that extreme. The greatest concern, it's for areas south and west of downtown Birmingham. And again, right in there, that hot spot you see, and that's radar beam height, which is pretty close. It's not good. We have a tree down on a house and a power line down on a vehicle on Avenue K in Brighton. We have lines down on Rosewood Lane and South Side. Power lines are down in the 2300 block of Powell Street in South Side. The Anniston Airport has recorded a wind gust of 46 miles per hour. That was at 3:10. In fact, can we pull up the Anniston camera real quick? Colby, let's look at Anniston's camera and let's see what our peak wind gust is here. This camera is in downtown Anniston, and yeah, look at that, 56. So our Anniston Skycam has recorded a peak wind gust of 56 miles per hour. And again, that's an example of what these things are doing. So we have a peak wind gust in downtown Anniston of 56 miles per hour. And let's go to Chehaw real quick. Going to look at Chehaw State Park because the storms are basically rolling into the park, which is right here in the boot heel of Cleburne County. Let's check the wind gust at Chehaw State Park. If we have connectivity, and we do, only 21 so far. Okay, that's a good thing, but again, the storms are just getting there. So this is Alabama's highest mountain, 21 miles per hour at Chehaw State Park. And let's bounce it back over to Tuscaloosa. This is going to be looking north from Bryant-Denny Stadium. And storms are coming into the city of Tuscaloosa as we speak. We have a new warning for Randolph, by the way. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Randolph County. We should mention that the Weather Service in Birmingham, they've got the outflow hitting their office. They've got a 50 mile per hour wind gust at Calera. 50 mile per hour wind gust at Calera. Again, there's your warning for Randolph right here, Randolph and Cleburne. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for much of Cleburne and Randolph counties for this storm that produced a wind gust of 56 in downtown Anniston. All of Clay, under a severe thunderstorm warning, northern Tallapoosa, northern Coosa, as the storms continue surging to the south. So the winds over here on the eastern side of the state are packing quite a punch. In Talladega County, we have a tree blocking the road on Beacon Access Road. All right, and we can, Drew, let's look at this core that's going up around Chelsea. Wanted to look at this thing real quick. Yeah, right around in here. Let's look at some of the wind velocities here. Weather Service had noticed this core. See all the lightning that's increasing in through here. Let's do a pixel query and check some of the wind velocities. Again, this is US 280. Okay, they'd look manageable. We can handle that. That's good. 23, 28, that's very manageable. So let's go back over to the one coming into Helena and see what's going on here. You can clearly see we've got brighter colors here, which means the wind velocities are higher. There's a 56, 58. These are all inbound coming in. Again, the Weather Service at the EET, which is right here, that's the Weather Service in Birmingham. They've got a wind gust of 50 miles per hour at their office. We've got power outages in parts of Shelby County now. And let's check the latest numbers. We're approaching 100,000 without power. Wow. We have 91,000 without power, 91,000 statewide with no power, 91,027. So this is a very high impact, major power event. We'll take a look at our power map. Jefferson County, 28,000, 12,000 Calhoun County. We've got 7,000 in Morgan County, 7,500 in Cullman County. So again, that's kind of a breakdown county by county. And obviously restoration efforts are underway, TVA, Alabama Power, the co-ops, but it's going to be a while. This has been a really rough ride this afternoon. So again, let's go back and show kind of a wide view, Drew. At 3:22, we have severe storms now stretching from Calhoun County, and we'll talk about that in just a second. Calhoun County, near the Cleveland County line, down to Chehaw State Park, down to Talladega, Chelsea, Westover. Helena, Pelham, Alabaster, Woodstock, West Blockton, Tuscaloosa, Aliceville. Anywhere within that line, we could see enough wind to cause tree and power line damage. We've got spots, hot spots within that line, in some cases that are producing stronger winds than others. But again, at Anniston, we had a wind gust of 56. So Drew, talk about that rotating cylinder. We're not expecting tornadoes today. Let's stress that.
Correct, James. Yeah, and I think sometimes what we're seeing with this kind of thing, when you see that cylinder, which again, a lot of times when we see that, we're looking for wind shear, basically. It can be rotation, can also just be kind of strong straight line winds. And in this case, we're really far from the radar. The radar site's down here in Shelby County. We're a good ways away from it. So sometimes when you're basically sampling this about 4,000 or 5,000 feet off the ground, and so sometimes what it'll be is it'll see some kind of some wind shear or rotation within the upper level parts of the storm, but not usually as worried about it when we're seeing it this far away. If we switch back over to the Peachtree City radar, which is a little bit closer, I think at this point, it's not too much closer, but maybe slightly closer. You don't see the same signature there. But just to kind of check it real quick, again, we'll look at the velocity, and I think part of the reason we're seeing it is because of what you're seeing here, that localized area just south of Heflin of some high velocity. So again, doesn't look like a tornadic signature or anything like that, but just a more strong straight line winds. So they're just around Heflin and nearby, right along I-20, probably seeing a localized area of heavy winds that could be knocking down some trees at this point. So doesn't always indicate a tornado problem like it seems to indicate when you see that there, James.
All right, and if we can, Colby, let's go to our Alabaster camera, our Alabaster Skycam, and we'll put that up here just to take a look and see what that looks like. Is this for the city of Birmingham? The risk of severe weather is over, and I don't see a peak wind gust measured here, but that camera is shaking and baking. I know it's awfully gusty. Again, this is on a higher ridgetop in Alabaster. Take links 1 full, Ryan, if we can. This is what it looks like at our Shelby County camera in Alabaster, and Drew, I don't think we are able to get a peak wind gust here.
Yeah, I don't think we get gusts
yeah.
off this site.
But again, it's been a rough ride. And again, we know that we had a wind gust of 50 at the Shelby County Airport down in Calera, down below Alabaster. But that's what it has looked like today. And again, that's a really, really rough ride. If we can, let's go back to our Tuscaloosa camera. Oh, let's go to WEX 05. And Emily, we got you mic'd up now, so we can hear you. So go ahead.
Okay. All right. So if you can see it, this picture's from Highland Lake earlier. We got a few trees.
And that's
down
in
there.
Shelby County. Okay.
And then we've got this video from Talladega earlier. Scary-looking clouds there.
Right. And again, we've had a lot of wind eddies, things on the base of these clouds, but again, there's no tornado threat. So where is this now?
This is Jacksonville.
Wow, this is the storms that have come down through Calhoun. They packed a punch. It's been rough. And again, our Anniston Skycam had a wind gust to over 50 there.
This is from Albertville. Cool lightning there.
Fire in the sky. Yep.
This is from Pine Mountain. If you watch the video, you'll see I think it's a grill take off a little bit.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Got to
It's
get
gone.
the brakes on.
Yeah,
on that thing.
we clearly got to get the brakes on that thing. We don't lose that grill. Pine Mountain, by the way, is in Blount County, north of Pinson.
And this is at the University of Alabama.
I almost saw our Skycam there in that shot.
Mm-hmm.
That's from the campus of the University of Alabama. Thankfully, they're not having to play a baseball game today. University of Alabama won their game last night.
This is Ohatchee.
Okay, this is in Calhoun County at Ohatchee. And again, this is why you got to be careful when you're driving. It's pouring. You don't know if there's a tree down around the corner or not. But again, this is western Calhoun County at Ohatchee. And I would imagine that's probably Alabama Highway 144 or Alabama Highway 77, one of the two. So be really, really careful if you got to drive this afternoon.
This is from Coleman from earlier.
All right.
Still seeing damage reports from North Alabama come in. This is in Rainbow City.
Well, Rainbow City, that's
down there.
that cluster that came down through Gadsden and Etowah and Calhoun counties.
We also have, I don't remember where this one is from, but we had a big tree come down here. 2 big trees come down from the roots.
Yeah, but that's a sign there. I mean, these trees are not little small trees. Those are huge. And again, the concern is that the ground is so saturated that trees are going to come down easier today. Now, where is this Green Hill?
This is Little Mountain Marina again.
Okay.
Still seeing reports come in there. It was pretty bad there. This is in Sachs. Had a tree branch fall on the car. This is in Ridley. The stop sign came out of the ground. We also have, this is Elk Estates in Limestone. So they had a tree come over
Wow.
the road.
And this was
2 trees
obviously
come down.
earlier today. This is in Limestone County. This all happened about 12 noon today. This was about 3 hours ago.
This was in Fayetteville. Big tree there. Having a hard time zooming in. Here we go. And then we've just got a few more here. State bird again.
Oh yeah,
Impala.
yeah. It's clearly in flight. It's going to be one of those days.
Yep. And then this was towards Giesberg.
I'm sorry. What was that again, Emily?
Giesberger, sorry.
Where?
Giesberger? Never heard of that.
I thought you said cheeseburger for a minute. I said,
Giesberger. Intersection of Snake and Shaw.
Okay. Ripley looks like near Coxie. Ripley. Yeah.
okay.
I don't know what that is.
So those are the photos I have for now, but they're really rolling in.
Okay. And
so
that would be that.
I'll have
and
plenty more.
That's in Limestone County, up in the Tennessee Valley. And again, we thank everybody for sending these in. And again, Emily, thanks to you, the pictures and videos come in so fast, she's able to process them and see them in real time. We can't show them all, but they're all seen and they're greatly appreciated. So again, we've got a line of severe storms that continues to drop south that has produced widespread power outages and tree damage across Alabama this afternoon. So let me just go through some late reports, and there are so many of them. We have a tree down on Oliver Drive in Rainbow City, a tree down on Lister Ferry Road in Southside. A tree is blocking Highway 77 at Lincoln. We have lines down on Rainbow Drive in Rainbow City. We have a tree blocking the roadway on Speedway Boulevard near the Talladega Super Speedway. We have a tree that has fallen on a residence on Howard Street in Talladega. No injuries reported at this time. We have a tree down on Eileen Street in Rainbow City. Trees down in Atala, Miller Hollow Road. We have a tree down on a power line on East Street South in Talladega. And again, just multiple reports of trees down, so many. And let me peek again at the numbers. 107,000 with no power. Goodness gracious. 107,000 with no power in the state as of 3/31. And the numbers keep going up. Many of you are probably without power watching this on your phone. If you are, thank you. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for trusting us. Severe storms all the way from Cleburne County near Heflin, down to Ashland and Lineville in Clay County, down to Childersburg and Talladega County, down to near Wilsonville, Alabaster, Calera, West Blockton, Vance, Romulus, Aliceville. And there's some breaks in the line where things are relatively quiet. For example, downtown Birmingham happened to be in a break in the line, which is good. But for others, you've had it really, really rough. And again, we've got one of our Skycams at Centerville now that's, again, looking into this. We've got this extensive region Skycam network giving us an amazing view into this. And we've got Chris Mann, who was out. He's been with us all afternoon. And Chris has given us some great views of these storms. But again, statewide, 107,000 people are currently without power. And again, we'll take a look at the specific county map. Jefferson County is up to 30,000 without power. Tuscaloosa County, 5.5 thousand. Looks like we've got 12,000 in Shelby County, 14,000 in Calhoun County, 6,000 Morgan and Cullman counties. So it has been a really, really rough ride today, and it's not over yet as the storms continue pushing on down to the south. This is the Alabama Weather Network. It's 3:32. I'm James Spann with Drew McCombs, and we want to thank you for trusting us. And Drew, kind of fill us in on those reports, all those storm reports you got there.
Yeah, so we've obviously had, and way more than what we were even showing here. This is a large amount. You don't see this many on the screen usually at the same time, but lots of wind reports just kind of coming in nonstop at this point. So again, we'll kind of take a look at some of these here. And again, this was some damage from earlier, tree down near Carbon Hill in Walker County. Some of the more recent ones there, looks like trees down South Shades Crest and Bluff Ridge Road there in Shelby County. There's been some reports there near Samford University of trees down in Vestavia. We've had other ones further towards the east in Talladega County, multiple trees down around Talladega and Lincoln. And so again, it's just almost, kind of a wide swath across the entire line here. Lister Ferry Road there, Steel Station Road near South Side in Etowah County. And again, most of it has been tree damage, trees falling down, trees hitting stuff, whether there have been some structures hit, there's been some cars hit as well. But the amount of actual structural damage without trees involved has been less, but I think I've seen a few cases where some outbuildings and stuff have been damaged with just the wind itself. But yeah, you can see just a broad swath of these wind reports. And when you get these kind of events here with these mesoscale convective systems, this is what can happen sometimes if you have a pretty strong one. And I think we've definitely got one here, obviously with a number of trees down. So we'll continue to monitor those, but it's the rate that they're coming in right now. It's kind of hard to keep up with, to be honest, James.
Right. Again, we've got thousands of trees down, thousands across the entire state. It's been a really rough ride, and we had concern going into this morning that with this very unstable air and a northwest flow situation, this thing coming through during the peak of the daytime heating process, this might be the case, and it's certainly been the case. And again, we've got warnings blanketing the entire state from the Mississippi line to the Georgia line. This runs all the way from southern Pickens County and northern Sumter County to Randolph and Cleburne counties right here. Cleburne County here, Randolph County here. And again, within this line, anybody in here could see enough wind to blow down trees and power lines. And we've got so many roads that are closed at this point because of downed trees, just be aware that if you are traveling, be really, really careful. Just give you a few examples. This is coming from Homewood Police. We have trees and power lines down Oxmoor Road at Vulcan Road, Lakeshore Drive at Columbiana Road, on Woodland Drive and Crest Drive. And that's just in the city of Homewood. More reports. We have a tree blocking the roadway on Jackson Trace Road near Haines Street. That's in Talladega. We have trees down on Holly Lane in Munford. We have a tree down on Gilliland Road in Altoona. We have trees down in Lincoln on Allred blocking the roadway. And again, the list is long. I could read these all day. Tree down Oliver Drive in Rainbow City. So just be aware that we've got many, many, many trees down, and many trees are blocking the roads. And you just want to take it really slow and just make the assumption that we might have a tree down on your route and you don't know what's coming around the corner. And you don't want to turn around the corner going really too fast and you wind up hitting a tree that's been blown down. And especially that's true out in rural areas. So again, any of these storms, any of them in this line are capable of producing damaging straight line winds all the way from Heflin, Lineville, Ashland, Sylacauga, Centerville, Brent, Romulus, Vance, all the way out to Aliceville. Now here's the good news. Downtown Birmingham and Hoover points north, risk is over. You're done with it. Still some lingering light rain, severe weather threat is over. Anniston, the severe weather threat is over. Gadsden, the severe weather threat is over for you. Basically, along and north of Interstate 5920, risk of severe storms has ended. The concern is now south of Interstate 20, and these storms will continue sagging to the south over the next several hours, and they're still going to pack a punch. And understand we've got these little outflow boundaries you see down here, and even on those outflow boundaries, the winds have been gusting as high as 45 and 50 miles per hour. We've got reports of trees blocking parts of Morgan Road, including one tree that's on top of a truck just north of County Road 13, and that's in Shelby County. And that's an example of what we've seen here. The good news I can tell you is the fact that, to my knowledge, we have no injuries today. I think we have somehow managed to come through this without injuries so far based on reports. But again, we're far from done here. These things are still packing a punch. They're still capable of producing strong winds. And again, we've got our sky cam at Centerville. I don't think we have an anemometer on that one, Drew, but still, it is capable of producing very strong winds. You can see the camera. Let's take links one full, Ryan, real quick. This is our sky cam at Centerville. And again, when you see those cameras shaking and baking like that, you know it is so windy.
Hey, James, I'm going to mention something here real quick. Chris Mann actually has got a tree down in his neighborhood, so he's got to head back in that direction for that. So we may lose him. We'll lose him here fairly soon. But yeah, he's being impacted as well there by the trees being down.
All right, so let's go back to the triple box, and we're going to take Chris down so we can get to take care of his home. And let's put one of our other links boxes in the top box, Ryan, to have. We'll have multiple sky cams up. So again, this is the sky cam from Region Center, and tell you what, watching the activity here, we're going to leave the Centerville camera up in the lower box, and we'll just kind of rotate through the top box. We'll do some rotating views there. But again, the encouraging thing I can tell you, despite all of the trees down and the damage we've had, is the fact that we've heard of no damage. And Abbeville's looking good. Yeah, what we'll do, if we can just maybe get the cameras in the path of the line, like Demopolis and Livingston, and those cameras there, we'll get that looped in the top box, and that will help us with that. So at 3:39, this is the Alabama Weather Network. We've been live since 11:30 this morning for about 4 hours. We thank you for staying with us. If you are just joining us, we have had a rough day today with thousands of trees down across the state, thousands. And as of this moment, we now have 116,000 people with no power, 116,000 without electrical service across the state. And again, let's see, Colby, if you can give us some cameras within the path of the line. Geneva's way down in South Alabama. We're gonna get that focused on the line itself, so we can rotate the cameras. In the top box, we'll have a fixed sky cam that we choose in the bottom box there. But again, the line again stretches from near Aliceville to around Ralph and Foster's, over to Vance and Coling, West Blockton, down here toward 6 Mile, Lawley, over here toward Lay Lake. The storms extend down into extreme northern Coosa County, Clay County around Ashland, Lineville. Again, Cleburne and Randolph counties, Heflin, down toward Lake Wedowee. And everything is dropping to the south. And again, the storms have really not weakened that much. And again, we stress that there's spots within this line where it's nice. We have just light wind and light rain, no big deal. But you've got other spots where straight line winds are hitting 50, 60, 65 miles per hour. And that's producing a lot of tree damage. And with the saturated soil, the concern is for the trees that might come down more easily today. And again, these are wind velocities in the radar beam coming through Chilton County. And again, we're seeing these outbounds in the 50 to 55 mile per hour bracket, and that'll be coming into Clanton here. So again, that's the type of wind we've seen. And again, on that Centerville camera, you see how it's been shaking. Those are strong winds coming through Bibb County. As you can see, again, town of Randolph is here. Randolph, Highway 139 goes up to Wilton, West Blockton, down to Centerville, Brent. And again, it's extremely windy in these storms in Bibb County as well. Enough wind to knock down trees and power lines for sure. And then in Tuscaloosa, we've gotten away, it seems like the city of Tuscaloosa, the greater storms have been a little to the south and west of there, much like Birmingham. But the city of Birmingham fared pretty well. The big issues were just to the west of Birmingham. And the same thing in Tuscaloosa. Bigger issues seem to be a little east and west of the city. But again, they're still capable of producing damaging wind. But again, the key number, 116,000 people with no power as we speak. And a new warning is coming up for southern Sumter and southern Greene. The Weather Service will have warnings in effect for this entire line. So in a minute, you'll see these gaps filling in. We've got warnings in effect now for southern Hale, for Perry, for all of Bibb, all of Chilton. And again, the Weather Service will continue to extend the warnings on down to the south as the line continues to shift on down to the south. And again, Emily, in a few minutes, when you get some more photos and videos, just let us know and we'll get those back, because that tells a better story, is what you're sending us from the field. And we thank everybody for the time to send us images today. It's a tremendous help for us to determine the type of damage that we've experienced across the state today. And it's really interesting. Notice the sharp cutoff on the Georgia line here. I mean, Georgia, no problem. And really the same thing for Mississippi. This has been an Alabama issue today. But Drew, those East Alabama storms are mean.
Yeah, they have been, James. It looks like it might be trying to diminish just a little bit here more recently, which we would want to see. But I definitely would say there's a good chance that, we've heard some reports from these areas already, but in this area, moving through Jacksonville, Heflin, down towards to the west of Ranburne there, I think we're probably going to see quite a few reports coming out of there. And we still have a pretty good velocity signature there. Lots of lightning focus there. See another one of the shear markers pop up. We mentioned that earlier, that we don't really see that as a tornado signature right now. It just looks like mainly going to be a core of sort of a compact core of straight line winds with this, but we'll do a few samples and it's still showing 40, 50 mile per hour winds possible. But again, I think we could see maybe a little bit more than that. In some cases, I think we've, with the radar beam, we haven't necessarily seen the exact same kind of values that we've ended up seeing at the surface in some cases. But I do think this little area might be backing down just a little bit, but there's still lots of lightning there. If you're to the east of Hollis Crossroads, again, kind of towards Newell, not quite to Ranburn, but you'll eventually get that here fairly soon as well. So yeah, these have been pretty intense. This eastern edge has certainly packed a punch there, James.
We just got a note from John Talbot with our Skywatchers. Hoover has an active search and rescue operation going on now for a vehicle that was seen going over the embankment on Shades Crest Road. And that would be up on Shades Mountain, and we hope that it was an erroneous report, not from John, but maybe somebody called in the police. They didn't see it, but it sure sounds like it is quite valid. So again, Hoover has an active search and rescue for a vehicle seen going over the embankment on Shades Crest Road, which is certainly not good. And it's another reason we advise folks not to be driving, because there are trees down all over the place. I mean, again, it would take us 2 hours just to list all the trees down in various places that are affecting travel and roads. So again, here's a look at our new warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for the rest of Tallapoosa County, all of Elmore, all of Autauga, most of Perry, and all of Hale. So again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings. This would include places like Prattville, Billingsley, Wetumpka, Eclectic, Tallahassee. And again, these storms are going to be marching to the south. They should be in the Montgomery metro in about an hour or so, maybe an hour, 15 minutes. So again, if you're in Prattville, Wetumpka, Montgomery, Selma, this US 80, Interstate 85 corridor in here, just be aware of that. Auburn, Opelika, we've got that baseball game scheduled at 5 o'clock. This is Auburn's game to get into the supers, if you will. And they'll be playing Milwaukee at Plainsman Park at 5 o'clock. First pitch is scheduled there, and it's not looking good, and I'll tell you that. You can see very solid line of strong to severe storms rolling in from the north. That's going to be very windy. It's going to produce just a lot of issues. I don't feel good about a 5 o'clock start here. I don't think anybody does at this point. So there's a good chance that that is going to be delayed. So just be aware of that. Goodness, Livingston, 96 degrees. Are you kidding me? Are my eyes deceiving me? It said 96. Maplesville, 91. That's this hot air south of this line of storms that the storms will encounter that type of air mass. But again, the Auburn baseball game, certainly there's going to be a delay involved. But yeah, look at the numbers here. Selma, 93. I mean, this is like mid-July type heat. But then you go back in the rain-cooled air, you got Cullman, 68. But this is the environment the storms are going to be coming into this afternoon, and that is extremely unstable. Some of the instability values are up there close to 4,000, 5,000 joules per kilogram, which is pretty remarkable. So for the city of Tuscaloosa, the risk of severe weather is ended for you. The risk is to the south of there now. The storms are coming into northern Sumter. They're coming into northern Greene. They'll be in Utah shortly. They're coming into Moundville and Hale County. Storms coming into Centerville and Brent. We've got our Centerville Skycam up. We're watching that together. The storms are coming into Jemison and Thorsby in Chilton County. Thunderstorms are coming through Lay Lake on the Shelby-Talladega County line, south of Wilsonville up here. Thunderstorms in progress at Sylacauga back into Clay County. Heavier storms coming down here toward Kellyton, Goodwater, ultimately Alexander City and Rockford. Pretty good storms coming into Lake Wedowee. Again, I would not want to be on the lake today. Not a good lake day for Lake Wedowee for sure, with these storms in Cleburne and Randolph counties dropping to the south. And again, it's just this extensive line that's stretched out across the central part of the state that has knocked down thousands of trees across the state today. I was noticing from Walker County 911, they're reporting a total of 54 calls for downed trees. 54 calls, that's a lot. Got a tree down on Roper Drive, tree down on 15th Street Road, Virginia Lane in Hueytown. That's coming from John Talbot. Tree down on Quail Point Way in Southside. We have a tree down on a mobile home on Highway 75 near Boaz. The mobile home is destroyed, but thankfully nobody was injured. And that's always a concern for these events, a tree coming down on top of a trailer. And again, this was a tree down on a mobile home on Alabama 75 near Boaz. Mobile home is destroyed, but nobody was injured. And that's the good news there. So, new warning for Chambers will be coming out soon, by the way. If you're in Valley, Lynette, Lafayette, you'll have a warning here shortly. And again, it just seems like this segment might be the most intense, the eastern side of this, the storms east of I-65 based on the current radar trends. And again, those are dropping to the south. They're coming into Kellyton, Alexander City, Rockford, coming into Horseshoe Bend, coming into Mellow Valley, about to be coming into Wadley and Roanoke here soon. They're coming into Wadowee. And again, with these storms, they're all capable of producing strong straight-line winds. The new warning is for Chambers. You're going to see Chambers lighting up here in just a second. And again, the Weather Service will be issuing warnings for the whole line until they show signs of weakening. And they have not done that, unfortunately, at least on the eastern side of the state. Maybe a little bit over West Alabama, but again, there's your warning that just popped up. And again, the Weather Service is using entire counties today. That's very rarely the case, but when you've got this long stretch of damaging winds, it's the way to go. With tornadoes, you don't do that. Tornadoes are small, counties are huge. You use polygons. For something like this, you just use counties. So let's go back to Chilton. Let's take a look at Darren down at the Weather Service indicating a strong wind signature over western Chilton. Let's take a look at what we got here, the velocity. And again, you can see those stronger winds here. 64. So again, this is along Alabama Highway 22. This is between Clanton and Maplesville. It'll be coming down here toward the community of Fairview. Not the Fairview in Cullman County. This is the Fairview in Chilton County. And then down toward Billingsley. This is US 82 right here. And again, potential for very strong winds, especially west of I-65. And that could impact the city of Clanton. So again, potential for strong winds coming down this Highway 22 corridor here, Maplesville to Clanton. And those stronger winds coming right down County Road 37 down to Fairview and Billingsley. This is the county line. This is Chilton. This is Autauga County. And again, this is just one of many within that line. Got a report of a tree down with power lines, Old Gallant Road and Randall Road in Gallant. This coming from Etowah County. Trees down on U.S. Highway 431 in Wadowee. And again, we could just list these tree down reports over and over. But again, we've still got evidence of strong winds with this thing right here in Chilton County. And again, this is the one that came down through western Shelby, producing a lot of tree damage. And again, that will be crossing over out of Chilton into Autauga County here soon. There's Autauga. This is Chilton. But again, Clanton, Isabella, Maplesville, Fairview, any of these communities in Chilton County, just be aware the winds could be quite strong. Let's go look at this thing, Drew. This is in Coosa County, not too far from Goodwater. This is basically along Highway 280. That's US 231 going down to Rockford. That's 280 going down to Alexander City. Maybe some pretty good hail falling here. Not that far from Central High School in Coosa County. And again, evidence of maybe some pretty strong wind velocities in here as well. The wind maybe not looking that impressive. Okay, we've got more of your images. Let's go, Emily.
All right, so this picture is from Sachs from earlier as well.
That's Calhoun County north of Anniston.
Had some strong winds there. We've got a tree down in Alexandria earlier. It seemed like it hit Alexandria pretty hard.
Yeah, this is all in Calhoun County north of Anniston.
This is in Coldwater. We've got a tree down and then a little folding table as well.
We have no idea where that table came from.
No
but again,
idea.
Coldwater is west of Anniston in Calhoun County, near Oxford.
And this is an alabaster. If you watch the
Oh, wow. What was that
roof-
thing?
I think it's from the roof.
Oh, yeah, part of the roof peeled off.
Yeah.
Goodness. So again, that was Shelby County.
This is Eastern Valley Road in McCalla. So we had
Okay, Eastern Valley Road,
just
McCalla.
broke off the trunk there.
Yeah,
So
that's the kind of day that it's been.
this was in Anniston, so also same situation. It broke off the trunk. This was in Oxford on Mellon Bridge Road.
Let me tell you what, Calhoun County took a hit from this thing.
They did. This is 10th Street in Anniston, and that fell on a power line over on the other side of the road.
I would not want to be driving under that thing.
No. This is in what do you say?
Sylacauga.
Sylacauga. This is in Sylacauga. We had a few pictures from Sylacauga. They had some interesting cloud
Yeah, shelf
formations
clouds,
there.
southern Talladega County.
Yep. This was in Alabaster, and the person said that her fiance usually parks there, and he got home maybe not even 10 minutes later.
Wow.
So this is an interesting picture of some clouds from Jemison. Do you recommend this behavior? This was on Highway 119 earlier. Is that something that we should do if we see it?
Well, I wouldn't recommend it, no. So do we know where on 119 this was?
I do not.
Okay. Again, that could be anywhere from,
I think that the road is closed now and you can no longer do that.
right, yeah, the law enforcement will get on the scene pretty quickly. Of course, in a case like today, they're so stretched out because there's so much of this stuff.
And this was in Albertville earlier. It's kind of hard to see, but it was a really big tree that fell completely uprooted.
Yeah, that's in
In the
Marshall
area.
County. That's a big one.
Very big tree. And right at the end there, you can really see how big it was. A big tree there. Some flooding in Atala earlier too. You can see it's basically past her rain boots that she's wearing. So pretty deep there.
Yeah, some spots have probably seen 1, maybe 2 inches of rain in just a short amount of time today.
And then we've got a tree down in Shelby County there across the gravel road. This was in Montevallo on Melton Street also. So if you look behind the RV there. And then we also have, this was in Fowler Ferry Road in Southside.
Again, this is Etowah County, not too far from Gadsden.
And they already have the road blocked off there.
Oh,
This
wow.
was in McCalla around the Lou George Loop and Fletcher Road area.
Goodness.
So,
You can see why we have a lot of power outages.
yes. This was a car that was, drove off the road on US 411 North between Moody High School and Lake Joyce Road. And no road blockages or injuries have been reported, so I think they're okay, which is good. And then this picture is from Helena, and the wind was blowing so hard that it sucked up the ceiling tile into their attic earlier.
Well, that's not good.
Very
Goodness.
interesting. And this was
That's a big
on
one.
Bluff Street in Bessemer, no injuries from here. You can see it fell on,
Oh, wow.
looks like a mobile home.
And this was Bessemer?
Yes,
Wow. But
Bluff Street.
we are so fortunate that this is the one thing that worries me on a day like today. It's trees and mobile homes, trailers. And that's terrifying. We're just glad nobody was hurt there.
That's all I have for now, but
All right,
they're
thank you.
pouring in, so there will
Yeah.
be more.
Yes, sir, Drew.
Yeah, I was going to mention, James, that our Skywatcher and also helps us out with some social media moderating, Tanya Griffin in Talladega, she saw that, or she actually just saw that the Auburn baseball game we've been talking about has been delayed until 8. So I
Okay.
think they're going to have to pull the trigger on a delay for that.
That's good. That's the right call. You don't want people out at the stadium and this stuff is going on. And again, this is a little different than your normal line of thunderstorms. This thing, again, the latest power outage count is 137,000. I'm sorry, 137,000. The new number, 137,648. That is a huge number. from this thunderstorm event across the state. If you're without power, you're not alone. And again, Drew is flagging some of the higher wind velocities coming through Chilton County and parts of Coosa County, right down across Lake Mitchell, from western Coosa County over toward Fairview and right below Maplesville. That'll be coming down into Billingsley and Autauga County. And that's a 78 mile per hour wind gust, Drew. That's, again, within radar beam height. And you know some of that's going to get down to the surface.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out if that's legit. It's, could be a little artifact, but I think we're at least, we could be close to that at least. So, yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to mess around. Obviously, we've seen tons of evidence we've been showing with this, why you wouldn't want to mess around with this. The interesting thing, though, is that, what we're seeing with this now is that a lot of those heavier wind gusts, like we've talked about earlier, are right along, this is your outflow boundary. So, you're getting hit with this really extreme gust of wind before the rain even gets there. So just be aware of that even if it looks like the rain's still a little bit off in the distance, a lot of times the big gust that might be knocking down the trees now, a lot of times is out ahead of it and not necessarily embedded within the thunderstorm itself. So just got to be aware of that.
All right, so it's 4 o'clock. We're on the Alabama Weather Network. This is James Spann with Drew McCombs, and we want to thank everybody for their work today. We're watching a band of severe storms dropping southward. The storms moved into the Tennessee Valley about 11:30 this morning. They haven't stopped. The barbed wire fence will not hold these things up. They keep going. And you can see that these storms are stretched out now from out here around Pleasant Hill and Greene County to near Greensboro and Hale County, down to about Clanton, over to Alexander City, and then back up to near Roanoke and Wadley. And within this line, we could see storms that are capable of knocking down a bunch of trees. We have had so many trees that have been blown down. We have so many people that are currently without power. And again, just looking at more of the reports coming in, it's pretty widespread in terms of the tree damage. But I'm telling you, in some of the shots Emily showed of the trailers with trees down through them, we're very fortunate that we did not have any loss of life today or injuries. To my knowledge, we have had no injuries. Let's take WEXO 5 real quick, Ryan. This is why you got to be careful if you're driving today. I know that a lot of folks have been watching us from work, and soon it's going to be time to go home. And the encouragement here is to be careful. This is from our colleague Ashley Brand. She reports that this tree fell on a truck on County Road 52 in Helena. This is not too far past County Road 13 driving toward Interstate 459. I've been down that road a gazillion times. Lots of limbs and trees down. And Ashley says she could smell the pine as she was driving home. But again, you can see that it has not been a good day for state drivers and for property owners and for people in general. This has been a very, very, very disruptive type event. And again, we hope that everybody's been locked in and focused, and we thank you for watching us. So just wanted to show that from Ashley. So we'll go back to our triple box. It is now 4:03. James Spann here on the Alabama Weather Network, and we are watching a line of severe storms. And let's first off give an all clear once again. If you're in Tuscaloosa, you're all clear. No more severe storms. Shelby County, all clear. Sylacauga, Talladega, and I say all clear, it's still light raining, but I'm talking you're done with severe storms. Sylacauga, Talladega, you're done with it. Ashland, Lineville, Heflin, Anniston, Gadsden, Birmingham, you're done with it. The concern, it is for areas along and to the south of that line. And again, watching more reports coming in. Goodness gracious, the number of trees down, it's pretty incredible. From just about every county affected by these storms today. And so we're quite thankful that we've had no injuries today. City of Calera responding to multiple reports of trees and lines down across the city. Fultondale, multiple trees down and some roads blocked. Got from Aaliyah, we've got Alabama 117 blocked near US 11. That's in DeKalb County in northeast Alabama. So again, the best, what I would advise you to do is just to take your Maps app that you've got on your phone, a good one like Apple or Google, and just try and map out the road that you would normally take home. And if you see blockage or a bunch of red there, you might want to work your way around that, because law enforcement, they are really stretched this afternoon. So some of the stronger wind velocities are coming down through. Woo, boy, Drew, what did you find here? Goodness gracious.
I'm still trying to figure out if that's real or not.
I'm not so sure that's real. If it is, we're in trouble.
I'd have a hard time believing that. So hopefully that won't. But I think we're still seeing some very strong winds there on the leading edge of these as they're moving basically out of Chilton into Autauga County now. Right.
Occasionally with radar, the way radar works, it sends out beams of electromagnetic energy that bounce off raindrops. The beam comes back, and you can have artifacts and you can have contamination within the radar beam, and you get these pixels that are not valid. And I think that was probably the case here. But certainly we have a chance of some strong winds coming down through Chilton County. We've got the peak wind gust. We got 2 cameras in Chilton. We've got one near Clanton. We have one over in the eastern part of Chilton County. And you can see that both of them are showing winds gusting to 27, which, again, we can do that. That's very manageable. So, again, winds gusting to 27 so far at our sky cams in Clanton and the sky cam in eastern Chilton County. That's good. But I do think is this coming from Maxwell, Drew?
This is from Maxwell. Yeah. I saw the Weather Service was mentioning just needing to kind of talk about Lake Martin and areas around Alex City there, Dadeville, places like that, with anything that might be happening around the lake. Got this storm's looking pretty rough, starting to move in here with these 60-mile-per-hour velocity signatures.
Yeah, so again, you've got Lake Martin, which is right here. And we've got winds of this magnitude coming in from the north, and you need to be aware of that. Now, a lot of campers are at Wind Creek State Park at Lake Martin. A lot of folks camp. I would not want to be in a camper at Wind Creek State Park at this point. I would go to some type of a shelter if you can, because of falling trees. And again, Lake Martin right here, severe storms, Alexander City, Kellyton, about to roll right down through the core of the lake, and we're getting some evidence of very high wind gust in through here. So just be aware that I would not want to be in a camper on the lake, and that would include all those campers you see at Wind Creek State Park. And just try and find some good, sturdy, site-built structure where you can ride this thing out. These storms have knocked down thousands of trees, thousands of them statewide. And again, we're at the peak of the daytime heating process here at 4:08 in the afternoon. These things are not going to weaken. And they could really, really produce a lot of havoc here on top of Lake Martin. So certainly nobody should be on a boat. If you're watching us on a boat, get in now. And again, if you're in a camper, I would strongly recommend getting out of the camper and getting into a site-built, sturdy structure. You got some restaurants and some spots where you can do that around here. But again, Lake Martin is in the path of a pretty wicked line of severe storms capable of producing some very strong winds. Again, the winds could hit 70 miles per hour, 70. That's almost hurricane force. And the severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. So again, just be aware of that. And the greatest concern, it's over here on the eastern side. The western side is degraded a bit, which is good. The Weather Service is not going to issue a warning for Marengo. That's good. Just to peek at this, over here, things look a little more disorganized. The wind velocities are not as bad. And again, based on what the trends, the Weather Service not issuing a warning for Marengo. The storms have weakened over here. The focus is over here on the eastern side of the state. So let's go back to our storm that's coming into Lake Martin. And again, we get a really good look at this from the Maxwell Air Force Base radar, which is right here. I mean, that's a very good low-level slice. And those storms are on top of Rockford and Alexander City, and they'll be coming right down on top of the lake. And again, US 280 is right here. Get your bearings straight. Dadeville, Camp Hill, of course, Auburn, Opelika down here. And again, based on the information we've received, they have moved the Auburn baseball game until 8 o'clock. First pitch, 8 o'clock at Plainsman Park. So that's a great call. We just don't want anybody out in this. We do have a note from Tallapoosa County EMA. We're getting reports of multiple trees down and power off in Alexander City. That's what's coming to Lake Martin. Again, multiple trees down, widespread power outages in Alexander City, and that's coming right down on top of the lake here. So again, if you know anybody that's at Lake Martin, do us a favor and call them. They might not know about this. They might be out on a boat. They need to be in now. Nobody should be on a boat, and nobody should be in a camper where a tree could come down through it. That's dangerous. That's really dangerous. So if you know anybody that happens to be camping at Wind Creek State Park, or maybe some other place on the lake where they don't have good shelter, just tell them to get out and go find a restaurant. There's a lot of restaurants, places to go, gas stations around there where you can just seek shelter from this thing. So again, out of all of the storms on radar, this is the one with the greatest concern, the cluster coming through Coosa and Tallapoosa counties, Rockford to Alexander City, back over to New Site, Horseshoe Bend. And again, that'll be coming right down the chute, right down through Lake Martin. And again, we're hoping that people are able to help us by maybe calling somebody that you know that's down there. And again, the good news is that the western side of the line is degrading a little bit. It's weakening a bit, but this is not. One quick note, Chilton County Sheriff's Office says they have no reports of injuries, but they have trees and trees and lines down in multiple locations. That's in Chilton County. Again, no injuries in Chilton County, but we've got reports of trees and lines down. Multiple trees down in Calera. And again, just everybody that's dealt with this, they've got trees and lines down. In fact, let me check the latest numbers here. Latest power outage count is 139,037. So basically 140,000 people in the state with no power. That's a big number. Let's check it county by county. Jefferson County, 30,000. Shelby County, 24,000. That's 54,000 in the Birmingham Metro with no power. Anniston, Calhoun County, that's 20,000 with no power. Tuscaloosa County, 6,000. Cullman County, 5,000. Morgan County, 4,000. These numbers have improved, by the way. That was much higher earlier. Of course, they saw the storms earlier in the day, but that's your county by county breakdown. But obviously, the Birmingham Metro hit pretty hard by this earlier today. But again, for Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Gadsden, severe weather risk is over. The concern, it's now shifting down to the south. And again, we've got very strong winds coming into Lake Martin. Drew, your thoughts on this? It looks pretty nasty.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, of course, we just got the report from Alex City of a bunch of trees down and power outage. And so, like we've talked about, Lake Martin, the Weather Service has just reiterated that there's a significant wind threat for Lake Martin and the surrounding areas. And so I want to continue to kind of talk about this. So again, I think the velocity signature continues to look strong, where we could see certainly 60, 70 mile per hour winds with trees coming down pretty readily, it looks like at this point, as we've seen throughout the lifetime of this. So it looks like Dadeville, if you're in that area, Stillwater's neighborhood there on Lake Martin, Jordan, Red Hill, places like that. This is pretty much imminent. But if you're anywhere on Lake Martin, if you know you're at Lake Martin, you need to be inside, I would just go ahead and kind of treat it almost like a tornado warning, where you just want to be inside, be in the center part of your house and be away from the windows and stuff. Because again, especially if you're in an area that's got lots of trees around some of these houses around the lake, if those come down into the house, then you don't want to be a part of that. So still want to make sure everybody's kind of taking this seriously, because and certainly you don't want to be out on the water with this coming through. That's not a good situation.
So it's 4:14. This is Monday, the 1st of June, the month of June, starting off with a bang here in the weather office. We've been live since 11:30 this morning, as we've had this line of severe storms rolling southward through the state in this northwest flow aloft in a very powder keg type atmosphere, very, very unstable. Thousands of trees are down statewide. We have 140,000 people with no power. The most intense part of the line, it's over here, through parts of Coosa and Tallapoosa counties. Let's look at the western side real quick just to show you that the storms are not as strong and the wind velocities have come down. I know it's still gusty. I know it's raining. There's thunder and there's some lightning here. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Sumter, Greene, Hale, and Perry counties. But the wind velocities have really come down, which is good. The Weather Service has opted not to issue a warning for Marengo because of the weakening trend here. So that's the reason we're focusing on that eastern batch of the storm. So let's go back over to our storm that's coming down through Alexander City and Rockford and Roanoke, again, right in through here. And that seems to be the biggest problem that we have right now. And again, we've got reports of trees and lines down in Alexander City. And again, all of this is moving to the south. The threat to Lake Martin is very significant here with damaging straight line winds. And again, this is Lake Martin right here. And we do note that new storm that's fired up south of the line over Montgomery, but again, for the moment, that's considered under severe limits. But it's the greatest concern. This is June. This is the first day of meteorological summer. Don't you know this place is packed? The morning was gorgeous. The sun was out, beautiful morning. And for a lot of people, they might not be paying attention to the weather and they might not know about this. So again, if you know of anybody around Lake Martin, be sure that they're in a good, secure location. I would not want to be in a camper. I would not want to be in a trailer. And again, we would kind of take this as if it's a tornado warning. In a site-built lake house, you want to be in a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. Helmet if you got one, in case a tree comes down on top of the structure. A lot of trees have done that today. And again, give us about 30 minutes, and it's going to be to the south of there, and it's over. You can go about your business. But safety is the key. We don't want anybody injured today. That's the main reason we do what we do here. So again, the key message is for those on Lake Martin to be in a safe place, a secure, site-built, sturdy structure as this line passes. We don't want anybody in a camper. We don't want anybody in a trailer. We don't want anybody in a car, and we sure don't want anybody in a boat. You need to be in a good, safe, sturdy, secure location as the storms come on through here, as the wind velocities continue to be quite impressive. And again, we're getting a good look at this coming from the Maxwell Air Force Base radar site, which is just down here off the south shore of Lake Martin. So let's look at the velocities on this thing, Drew, and just kind of see how we're doing. And again, we'll go to Emily here shortly. I know that she's got a lot more images and video. We'll go to her shortly, and we thank you for sending it all in. But these are inbound winds, inbound coming toward the Maxwell Air Force Base radar site. And quite frankly, the beam is not that high off the ground, maybe 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet. And a lot of this could mix down to the surface very easily. And remember, with the wet soil conditions, the saturated soil, trees will come down easier today. And again, winds like this could bring down just a whole lot of trees, especially around that lake. You know, the wind whips down those main channels, and it's just not a good situation. So again, everybody needs to be hunkered down around Lake Martin. More reports. We have trees and lines down, complete blockage. Merritt Springs Road in Gadsden. Millerville Highway, Sylacauga, trees down. We have trees down on Forest Green Road in Southside. Got a new warning coming up for Lee and Macon counties. Again, the stronger wind velocities here coming into Watauga and Elmore from out of Chilton. And again, we're seeing evidence of strong winds here. So again, if you are in Pine Level, Prattville, Billingsley, Otaugaville, Independence, be in a good, safe place. Old Kingston. So here's a look at our new warnings. These are severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for Macon, Lee, and northern Russell counties in East Alabama. This is until 5:45. So again, this is a really good thing that the 5 o'clock first pitch has been delayed in Auburn until 8 o'clock. Their game against Milwaukee, which is a big game that determines who carries on and who keeps going in the tournament. But again, 8 o'clock first pitch time moved from 5 o'clock. We don't want anybody outside during this thunderstorm episode. Again, it has brought down a lot of trees, a lot of lines. It's been a really rough day today. This has been rough. And again, there's no evidence this will weaken at all over the next couple of hours. Now, once we get the sun down these things get into South Alabama away from the better support, they should weaken here in a few hours. But again, in the short term, they will most likely stay very, very strong. And again, the good news for those of you in Dallas, Marengo, and Perry, the Weather Service opting not to issue warnings. No warnings for you because the storms have weakened. They look sub-severe. So again, when these warnings go out, when they expire, they will not be extended in that these just look noisy and sub-severe. The main concern, it's right in through here. Northern Autauga, southern Chilton, southern Coosa, Tallapoosa, parts of Chambers counties. This is where the wind velocities are pretty extreme. They've been extreme and they're remaining extreme. And again, the greatest concern, it's for Lake Martin. And the Weather Service will be issuing a warning for Lowndes in Montgomery for this activity here that's moving south. I know there's an isolated storm in Montgomery, but for the main batch producing the stronger winds, we'll have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Lowndes in Montgomery. That'll be coming soon. So you'll see those counties popping up here very shortly. And again, we have hundreds of your images and videos, and we thank you for that. Thanks to Emily for working so hard today. You need a full-time person managing that, and we have that today, and we're so thankful to her. 224 Acton Avenue in Homewood has a tree down. And so many other trees are down statewide. So again, we've got the sky cams up. You can see Montgomery's sky cam here. That's coming from the public television tower at Patterson Field, looking north up into this. And again, we'll kind of see that deteriorate. In fact, we might want to turn that Montgomery camera north. Right now it's pointed southwest. We'll kind of turn it north, overlooking the cemetery. And that'll give us a better view of probably a wall cloud. There we go. That's our storm right there. And that's in the cemetery down below. That's Oakwood. Drew, who was buried at Oakwood Annex Cemetery?
Hank Williams.
Hank Williams. Indeed. Montgomery, the history is so rich in Montgomery, but again, in fact, take Montgomery full real quick, Ryan. Just that's a look at the incoming storm, and again, down below you can see the Oakwood Cemetery, and in the Oakwood Annex, that's where Hank and Audrey Williams are buried, and you can drive past that site, and many people have done that. Hank is from Butler County, same county where I'm from, in rural South Alabama. And of course, he died very tragically at a young age. But again, that's a look into the storm coming into Montgomery. The camera is on the public television tower right by Patterson Field, looking north. So we'll go back to our triple box here at 423. Go, Emily. More pictures from you. Can't wait to see these.
All right, so this picture is from Trimble. They had 11 inches from today so far, 11 inches of rain in
That's
the area.
wow.
Yeah.
Not quite sure that's all in one day. But,
I don't. They said it was all in one day. I'm not sure.
It'll be the flood of the century.
Or is that centimeters?
It's centimeters. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, centimeters.
Now we know. Now we know.
Centimeters
yeah.
of rain.
There we go. That makes sense.
In Alabama.
4 inches.
4 inches of rain there. And then in Coleman, this tree fell on their house, and they were actually inside the house, but they were all okay. Luckily.
And again, guys, let's hold it there for just a minute. This is why we're concerned about the storms going south. This is not the only time this has happened. And these big trees come on these structures, and it's dangerous. This is dangerous stuff. And so we just don't want anybody in a trailer, a mobile home, a camper. You just can't do that. It's risking it, and we're so thankful nobody was hurt there.
Very, very thankful for that. This was in Wellington. A goat got loose in the storm.
You know, you don't see a lot of goats on the loose in a storm. Wow.
I hope he can make his way home. This was in Alabaster. a tree branch fell off of the tree. Glad the zebra truck was okay though. Very good.
That's a good-looking truck.
It's a very cool truck.
Yeah.
And then here in DeArmondville, we had a big tree come down.
And that is
Barely missed the
just to
trailer
the
there.
east of Oxford in Calhoun County.
In Lake Purdy, a pretty view over the area before storms came through. This was in Weaver,
That's
maybe
in
almost an hour ago now.
Calhoun County, north of Anniston.
This was in Tuscaloosa. You can watch a big storm wind gust came through, and you can watch the trash can and everything. And they said that they picked up all the trash and everything afterwards, and everybody was okay. But big wind gust, the shingles are coming off the roof and everything. So
Wow.
that was in Tuscaloosa a little while ago. This was in Wilsonville, so more small hail there in the area.
Yeah, most of the hail today has been fairly small, about that size. The bigger concern, of course, has been the wind.
This was a very cool lightning picture from Lakeshore Drive in Birmingham when the storm came through. This is from Montevallo, and a lightning bolt hit the tree there.
And that tree shot. That tree will not live.
This was the Grub Mart in Jacksonville.
Okay, we heard that report,
Yes.
and I figured at
Sure.
some point we get a photo. That's a mess. It'll take a while to clean that up.
This was a chicken coop that in Calhoun County that got hit by the storm, but luckily all the chickens were okay.
Okay.
So that's good. But you can see in a
Don't you know they
second-
had a wild ride?
Yeah. You can see in a second, you can see some of the chickens in the end of the video. So very glad the chickens were okay as well. Really getting lucky here today.
Yeah, they're probably not happy. Uh-oh, state bird.
State bird, not so lucky. There's another state bird that wasn't so lucky that I'll show you in a second. This was on Bob Lee in Rainbow City. A tree down on the road
And again,
there.
for those that don't know, we had a wind gust of over 50 at our Anniston Skycam location. The cluster that came down through Calhoun and Etowah, really, it was tough.
So this was the state bird that's not so lucky. This was in Wellington as well.
Yeah, that bird's not going to fly much longer. That's not
No.
good.
Very sad, but a pretty big tree fell over there. We also had trees down in Duncanville in that area. A pool in Eastaboga did not do so well either.
No, hopefully that'll buff right out.
And then
Oh,
this
goodness.
car in Maplesville also did not.
That's in Chilton
Have such
County,
good luck.
southwest of Clanton. I hope nobody was in that thing.
It doesn't, I don't think so,
Wow.
which is good. Colby's also been helping me pick out some pictures and download them for me, so it's not just been a one-man job over here. But
Well, look at that lightning strike. Wow.
Yes, so lightning struck the tree in Childersburg earlier, sorry. So it was smoking, and then
Oh, wow. Just
in the
saw
house
smoke.
nearby, the outlet was not. did
Lightning
not
is
do
frightening.
well.
I'm terrified of one thing when it comes to weather, and it's that, lightning.
Scary. So that's all I have for now, but they are really just pouring in. So
Right.
more
And
to-
again,
more
we
to
thank
come.
everybody for sending these in, and thanks to Emily for managing the content from you. And again, it gives us a really good idea of what's happening in the real world. So again, it's 428, and we've got the greatest concern. It's for the storms coming through Elmore, Tallapoosa, and Chambers in East Alabama. The western storms have weakened to sub-severe limits, which is good. But again, we've still got winds, again, and this is basically at the surface. I mean, this is, the radar is right here. So this is just a few hundred feet off the ground, so that could easily be at the surface. Winds of 40, 50 miles per hour coming right down through Lake Martin. And it's been a rough ride. We hope everybody was sheltered. These storms next will be coming down toward Tallahassee here, which is Reeltown, which is over here. There's Eclectic. And again, it's coming through Slap Out. You ever been to the Slap Out produce stand? It's good, Drew. You really ought to try it.
I got to get there, but
I should have worn my Holtville Bulldogs t-shirt today. I love Slap Out. But again, it's going to be a rough ride. Same thing. The same thing we've seen all day. Trees will come down, power lines will come down. In fact, let's check the latest number. 146,719. So as of this moment, we have 147,000 people in the state with no power. And again, the restoration efforts are underway. Our friends at Alabama Power, TVA, the co-ops, they were aware of this going into the day, and they're very good at what they do. If you see a lineman, thank them. What they do, it's not easy. And they're out in this trying to get power restored as quickly as possible. I know it's hot. I know it's humid. You want your air back on, but trust me, they are all over it. All right, Drew, outflow boundary, talk to us.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention again, we've talked about it already, but just especially if people haven't joined us until now, a lot of, in the Weather Service just reiterated that a lot of the damage, at this point especially, is occurring along the outflow boundary. So basically, this line out ahead of the storms that you can't really see because it's just wind at this point. It's not the actual rain part of the storm. And so out ahead of the storm, by a good ways, you're getting this gust of wind. And what they're saying is a lot of the damage right now is actually occurring with the outflow boundary. So the trees that are being knocked down are generally happening out ahead of the actual rain. So just wanted to kind of mention that again, that if you are seeing a storm off in the distance, it's possible that the wind a good chance the wind's going to get there well before the actual rain gets there, and that's going to be maybe the more dangerous part of the storm at this point that could knock down some trees. So don't just wait till it gets right on top of you. You want to go ahead with all these areas that are in the severe thunderstorm warning and be sheltered. Just take it easy, find them, get inside, and don't be out in it because we've certainly have tons of evidence that it's not a good idea to be out there in this right now. James.
Nope, not at all. So 431, our live coverage continues on the Alabama Weather Network. We have a line of severe storms. And again, let's just mention that the storms in Greene County have weakened. The reason we're not focusing as much over here is the fact that they are sub-severe, and the Weather Service will not be extending the warning southward. Yes, sir.
I have a report of an injury.
Okay.
In Grant.
Okay, and that's up on Lake Martin, or Lake Gunnersville.
A canine sheriff car got hit by a falling tree, and the dog was okay, but the officer had a hand injury.
Okay, so that's our first injury report. This was at Grant, up around Lake Gunnersville. This was Marshall County Sheriff's deputy.
Yeah.
Apparently a canine officer, a tree hit the vehicle. The deputy was injured. We don't know the extent, but that's our first injury report of the day. And unfortunately, it was from law enforcement in Marshall County. And as soon as we get additional information on that, we'll pass that on. But again, for the moment, the storms are sub-severe in West Alabama, which is great news. The storms have weakened. They're still producing heavy rain, thunder, lightning, but the wind velocities have come way down. The warnings will not be extended south. So again, once the warnings go out for Sumter, Greene, Hale, and Perry, they're gone. Now, over here, yes, we've still got concern for strong winds coming into Montgomery. And again, we have Montgomery, Lowndes, Macon, Lee counties all under severe thunderstorm warnings for this line segment here that is coming in from the north. The storms, quite frankly, look a lot weaker over Autauga County, which is good. It just seems like the emphasis continues to shift more to the east over here. The storms that are coming down toward Eclectic, Tallahassee, places like that, they're going to be very windy, very windy. Winds could exceed 50 miles an hour at the surface. And the same thing over here for Lafayette, Lynette, Wadley, ultimately Auburn, Opelika, and Tuskegee, and northern parts of Russell County. We've got new storms that have formed around the Montgomery metro. These are out ahead of the main storms, but again, the main concern, it's these storms that you see right in through here. But let's look at Autauga County. It looks like these things have weakened, Drew, north of Prattville. Let's look at the velocities. And this has been a very windy mess coming down out of Chilton County. And again, you can see that in northern Dallas and much of Autauga County, it looks pretty good here. That's good. The higher winds are over here, again, toward Eclectic and Tallahassee. So what you see coming down toward Montgomery from Autauga County, Although now that's from Maxwell, right?
So actually, it's switched back to BMX. So
Birmingham,
originally
okay.
it was from Maxwell, but it looks like it's showing a little bit better or higher velocities off the Birmingham.
We're getting the lower slice out of Maxwell, so I
Yeah.
think that's more of the truth. This is much higher in the storm. We'll go back to Maxwell, and again, you'll see it drop down to 30, so I think that's more like it. So again, the storms are not as strong as they were over Autauga County, but they're still showing evidence of strong winds. Again, eclectic, Tallahassee. Again, it's come right down through Lake Martin, and I have not heard of any specific damage at the lake at this point. But the one concern that we all have, it's Interstate 85 from Montgomery over to Auburn, Opelika, and Valley. A lot of folks, it's 435, a lot of folks drive Interstate 85 home, and the bands of stronger winds are about to impact Interstate 85. And the last thing we want is for folks to be hung up in this, high-profile vehicles, trees that might be blown down. So again, I would prefer not to drive along Interstate 85 from Montgomery all the way to the Welcome Center at Valley for about the next 30 minutes. I would wait until 5 o'clock to take Interstate 85. That's just me. And if everybody has a different risk tolerance level, but if you decide that you want to take that drive along Interstate 85, just be aware that the winds are going to be really tough for a while, and the rain's going to be heavy, and there could be falling trees, and there could be high-profile vehicles that really struggle with this. So just, if you got to drive Interstate 85 from Montgomery over to Auburn, Opelika, Valley, be careful, and I would suggest waiting until maybe 5:15 and go there at this point. The good news, the western side continues to weaken. It's not as organized. Again, it's kind of getting away from the better dynamic support. So again, we've got no doubt we've got thunderstorms coming in to Demopolis, but they're sub-severe based on radar and the wind we're seeing here. And that's good. And again, the Weather Service will allow these warnings to expire. I think they go out at 4:45 for Perry, Southern Hail, Southern Green, Sumter. 5 o'clock. So, but again, they will not be extended. So that's the good news here. But again, the main concern, it's really Elmore, Chambers, and Tallapoosa, right in through here. The storms you see up in northern Dallas County, Plantersville, Valley Grande, Jones, they're strong, but again, the wind velocities are just not that bad. They're showing sub-severe. And you don't want to warn for storms that are not severe. That's a false alarm. You don't want that. You want to reduce those while keeping up the POD, the probability of detection. So again, this is the latest wind look. And again, this is your stronger wind velocities right in through here. Coming into eclectic and Tallahassee. Soon it's going to be in Auburn and in Opelika. And Drew, I don't think the winds have not come down that much, have they?
Maybe not a lot, but I think it feels like I'm seeing, of course, we're getting to the point where it's just starting to kind of get to the radar site. So there can be a period of time right as the storm is, or the winds are right at the radar site, that you can it can be hard to get a good reading on them until they kind of move on the other side of the radar site. So that may be kind of contributing to it here, but it might have gone down a little bit from earlier. So I don't want to say too much in that vein yet, because I think it's still a threat that we need to be careful about here, obviously, like you're saying with I-85. Also, we'll mention, again, it doesn't look like severe level, but there looks like there's some gusty winds down in south of Montgomery as well, with one of those cells that's kind of out ahead of everything else. So we may have to watch those cells that have formed south of Montgomery as that outflow surges to the south. If it eventually catches up with those, could see some enhancement potentially with those. Again, those are kind of at this point mainly along 331 there, kind of in between 331 and 231 near Pike Road, or kind of west of Pike Road near Davis Crossroads. So again, you got some good bit of lightning down there with those as well. Now, again, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery County. I think it's more probably for the stuff that's further to the north, though, for the original line. But just we'll keep an eye on those as well. But Yeah, we'll have to as the gust front's basically at the Maxwell Ace radar site at this point. So I think we'll have a better feel for it as it kind of gets a little bit further to the south.
Yeah. Ryan, can you press WEXO 5 real quick, full screen? So this is a live look at Auburn. This is coming from Toomer's Corner, the camera many of you are familiar with. And again, this really, really windy thunderstorm complex is getting close to Auburn. The winds will likely be increasing there very shortly, so we'll be watching this camera with great interest to see how the winds behave. The wind velocities have maybe come down a little bit. The reflectivity is down a little bit, and hopefully, best case scenario, the storms weaken and we don't have that many problems. But again, remember the Auburn baseball playoff game was scheduled at 5 o'clock today, but they moved it to 8 o'clock, which was a great call. We just don't want people walking around in the stadium with lightning popping everywhere. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for all of Lee County, and those stronger wind velocities are inbound. But I do think that they probably, I think the velocities are not quite as strong now as they were 15 minutes ago. Drew, don't you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I think in the last little while, 10 or 15 minutes, that it does appear that things have come down a little bit. Like I said, once we get the gust front or the outflow boundary out to the south of the radar site, we'll get a better sample of it, I think. It's kind of hard to get a good sample of it when it's right there along it. But I do think even before it reached the radar site, it was kind of seeing a little bit of a downward trend as it got south of Lake Martin and south of Dadeville and places like that. So hopefully we're seeing things go in the right direction. It looks like maybe the lightning also is down a little bit potentially in some of those areas. So that also can kind of show you some things as far as the overall intensity of the thunderstorm. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that maybe we're seeing a little bit of a trend in the right direction, James.
Yep. All right. So again, we're watching the sky cams on the screen, East Chilton and Montgomery. Let's go back live to WEXO 5, Ryan, and let's take that full. This is going to be from Toomer's Corner in Auburn. And again, you can see that the camera is starting to shake a little bit, and I just want to watch. We'll know in the next few minutes if the thunderstorm winds have maintained their intensity coming through Auburn. Again, the reflectivity is down, the velocities are down, and it looks like they have weakened just a little bit, which is good.
The gust front will be just any moment now, it looks like.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring. And again, like Drew's talked about, a lot of the wind, it's not been within the storm itself, but the gust front that's out ahead of the storm. You can see that little fine line on radar. And again, these folks might want to get inside. There's not that much lightning left with these storms, thank goodness. But again, we'll know in a few minutes what it's going to look like here in Auburn, so we'll just kind of lead this up together. It's 4:43. This is the Alabama Weather Network, and we're watching a line of severe storms moving through East Alabama. We've got one line segment coming into Auburn and Opelika, and we thought we'd just watch the Toomer's Corner camera provided by the city of Auburn. And you can see the trees are starting to rustle. And again, hopefully we'll get away with a wind gust of 20, 25, 30. We'll see. But again, it's starting to shake and bake, Drew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's, depending on what it's mounted on, sometimes it can be a little misleading how much it's shaking. But
yeah, it's on one of those, traffic light poles there, so it doesn't have a lot of, stability like other structures. It's not on a building. But again, in the next couple of minutes, literally, we'll kind of know how this thing is behaving, and that will kind of let us know if the weakening trend that we're seeing on radar can be confirmed. You can't beat a visual. You cannot beat a visual. That's why we want to have these cameras everywhere. And we use them extensively today, and we're thankful for the region Skycam network. We're thankful for the City of Auburn camera here and for you that have sent us images in. And again, Emily's going to have more shortly from you in terms of storm damage with trees down and power lines down and what's happened. Your images are critical, and I say this all the time. It's our window to the world. We really wouldn't know what's going on without what you send us, and so we're thankful for that. So we're going to hold it here for just another minute on the camera at Toomer's Corner. Again, this is in Auburn at 4:44 as we have a line of storms coming in. The reflectivity has gone down and the wind velocities have come down. And I think we're starting to see confirmation of that. And it's just it's a good thing because there's a lot of folks in Auburn for this baseball game that was scheduled for 5 o'clock today. And the last thing we wanted was to have a lot of issues with wind and damage in Auburn before that game started tonight. And I think we're going to be able to get away with just minor issues here based on what we've seen so far. I'd say the winds are probably gusting to 25, 30 miles per hour, if that much, in Auburn. And again, we'll stay with it just for another 30 seconds or 60 seconds here just to kind of confirm, but it's getting close. And the good news, Drew, I've not seen any damage reports out of Lake Martin so far.
Yeah, nothing yet. So definitely good to that, because you think you've got even though it's a Monday, it's still the beginning of summer basically. So still would expect you've got a decent number of people hanging around there. So I would think we would have heard something if there was, especially considering how much we've seen reports from other places. So glad to see that maybe we didn't get as much as you might have expected so far, at least.
Yeah, this June 1st, Lake Martin is packed. School's out. Meteorological summer's here. It's that time. If you've been to Lake Martin on a June, July, August day, you know how packed it can be. And again, it was gorgeous this morning, just gorgeous, nothing but sunshine. But again, the Weather Service in Birmingham is kind of confirming the trend that we're seeing, that the intensities are indeed weakening and going downhill. And that's a good thing. And hopefully we can get rid of all these warnings and kind of get back to a normal schedule here soon. It's been a very long, difficult day for the people in Alabama. Forget us. We got the easiest job in the world. We're in a safe, dry studio. The folks that have had trees come onto their home, trees drop on their car, that's been rough today. Yes, sir.
James, going back to Lake Martin. So Mike Thomas, our sky watcher at Lake Martin, this was about 20 minutes ago, but he reported a wind gust of 37.5. So again,
that's not bad.
Not too bad.
We can live with that. Yeah. We can live with 37 mile per hour winds. And again, based on that camera at Auburn, I think we're okay. So let's go back to the triple box. And again, if we see anything change there, we'll let you know. So we are at 447. And let's expand this out and kind of show the whole situation here. And notice the warnings are gone. Let's just stop and put it current. We have no warnings at all in West Alabama. Perry, Hale, Greene, Sumter, all these storms are sub-severe. Sub-severe, peak winds are 25, 30 miles an hour. In fact, if we can change the top box from East Chilton to Demopolis, I want to get the Demopolis camera up, and that'll give us a much better view of the storm coming in. And again, it's not severe. It is raining heavily, but it is not severe. No damaging wind, no large hail. So again, sub-severe storms, Sumter, Greene, Hale, North Marengo, Perry. The warnings begin in Autauga and Lowndes and extend eastward over here to Lee and Russell counties and extreme southeastern Chambers County. But the reflectivity has clearly been going downhill. These storms are much, 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 much weaker than they were. The wind velocities have come down. The core reflectivity has come down, much weaker. Great news for Auburn, great news for Opelika. And I think we made it, the Lake Martin storm, I think it weakened as it came down through the lake, which is a very good thing. Here at 449, often storms are getting stronger instead of weakening, but I think the dynamic support is waning this afternoon as they move deeper into South Alabama. And again, we've got these pretty good clusters in Elmore County, but again, the wind velocities seem to be coming down as well. And I do believe that is a flood advisory, Drew, the little polygon in green here, not a warning, but an advisory.
Yeah, let me double check it. It's the severe thunderstorm warnings are outranking it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a flood advisory for the city of Montgomery for the storm that formed out ahead of the main line that was over the city. And again, that's
flood advisory.
Right. That's just not a warning, but a flood advisory for heavier rain that's fallen there. But again, you can see that the velocities have been steadily coming down. We'll check some of the pixel queries, and again, 40, 36, and that's right at the radar. So that's basically what you're expecting at the surface. So along Interstate 85, we have winds gusting to 35, maybe 40 miles per hour, and that's all sub-severe. Remember, to be severe, you got to be at 58. The Autauga Elmore warnings will expire at 5. It looks like the Weather Service will not be extending any of these warnings, as it looks like most of these storms have now weakened to a point where they are sub-severe, which is a very good thing. And we're thankful for that. Emily, let me know when you're ready over there. Okay, she's almost ready. And again, we thank you for sending in your pictures to us in video. All right, so WEX 05.
All right, so we had a few trees, pecan trees, come down on Green Pond earlier, but the flag still stood.
Northern, what'd you call that tree?
Pecan tree.
Now, Drew, how do you say that word?
I say pecan.
So I'm from Butler County. We say pecan, but there's no right or wrong way. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that you're not from Butler County.
That's just a pecan.
Yeah.
This is another angle of those trees that came down.
And nobody was injured, right?
Nobody was injured,
Okay.
and the flagpole still stood, so that was pretty cool. This is a tree in White Plains on a power line. This is also in White Plains over, it looks like a shed in somebody's backyard, and looks like a dog was going to investigate it afterwards. So.
And again, White Plains is in Calhoun County, east of Anniston.
This was Henry Road, Anniston. We're just
Goodness
getting so
gracious.
many reports from there. I don't know if the status on anybody who was in the house or anything, if there was anybody at all, but I think this was just somebody driving by. This is also Henry Road in Anniston there, another tree down on the road. So Anniston really got a lot of the, another state bird in Southside. It is completely flipped over there, and another plastic seat there. So luckily the car is fine. This is a tree in Weaver down on a road. They didn't specify which road, but that's a big tree.
That's Calhoun County, north of Anniston.
This
Wow.
was in Montevallo.
Shelby County.
Big tree, uprooted again by its roots there. This tree fell in Goodwater on Highway 9, so they've got crews trying to work on that there. This was also in Goodwater, Highway 9. The power line is down.
You can't get that truck through that thing.
Neither
Goodness.
of the trucks can go by,
Yeah.
so it's blocked on both sides of the road, which is unfortunate. And then West Blockton, we've got trees on power lines as well. Looks like this car is either trying to go through it or managed to miss it. This is a very green backyard, but this was in Weaver. Trees down there.
Again, that's north of Anniston, Calhoun County.
This is the Auburn
Plainsman Park.
Stadium. They're getting ready to cover up the field there, as you can watch them put the tarp over the field. And to the other side, there's blue skies. So
Auburn has always done a good job with their emergency management on campus. I've had a chance to visit. In fact, I came to Jordan-Hare not that long ago and kind of went through their procedures and policies, and they're very good at what they do. And they made a very, very solid decision to move the first pitch from 5 o'clock until 8 o'clock. That's just a great call.
Well, that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Emily. So it's coming up on 5 o'clock, and all of these warnings are set to expire at 5. And I do believe that we're not going to have many more warnings, as it looks as though the storms are getting away from the dynamic support. Wind velocities are coming down. The reflectivities are coming down. Main issue now, just a lot of rain and maybe some flooding issues, which is the core of what's going on here. So let me do one thing here real quick. I'm going to We're going to go back and take a look at the situation in Auburn, which we should see here in just a moment. All right, yeah, there we go. Thank you, Ryan. So again, this is a live look from Toomer's Corner in Auburn. And again, we've seen no evidence of really strong wind in here. I'd say the wind's gusting to 20, 25, maybe 30 with the outflow boundary. And now that the actual showers are coming in, it's that we can live with that, Drew. We can live with that all day.
Yeah, I guess I'd just say I'd try to get those babies indoors with some lightning maybe still hanging around. Oh, boy.
Yeah, whoa, hello.
Let's not do that either.
No.
Yeah, other than that, no, at least the wind. And yeah, the heaviest rain is moving to the south, but hopefully they're good as far as the lightning is concerned. But yeah, glad to see that the wind hasn't been too disruptive here in the Auburn area, and hopefully it looks like along 85 nearby as well, as it seemed to weaken before it got to that corridor. So hopefully we haven't seen as many issues and haven't seen any reports, I don't think, coming from either Auburn or Opelika or along I-85 so far.
Yep. So again, Auburn looking good. We saw the gust front come through, and it was breezy, and the heavier rain came through, and it was breezy. But again, everything's sub-severe. So the warnings are all, looks like they're all going to go out here in about 5 minutes at 5 o'clock, and hopefully that will be it for the day. But understand, we have 160,000 people in the state with no power as of this moment. I'm glad they got across the street. I was worried that those two ladies finally got across the street. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, so let's go back to the triple box. And again, you can see that it's pouring in Montgomery. And heavy rain in parts of Elmore County. There's the rain in Auburn, Opelika, up toward Valley. But again, the reflectivities have been coming down, velocities have been coming down, and we just don't believe that any of these storms are now severe. So the bottom line is we're almost done with this. It is, but we've got, as you've seen from the images and the video that Emily has shown, we've got so many trees down and so many folks with trees on cars. Punch up 05 real quick. Let's see, the rain's picking back up in Auburn. This should be the end of it. This ought to be the last little batch of heavier rain that's coming through. And we do have some lightning strikes in there. Looks like Birmingham just did issue a new warning. This is going to be for Bullock and Russell. All right, we'll take a look at that in a second. But again, that's a live look at Auburn at 4:57 this afternoon. So let's go back to the radar and we'll take a look at this new warning. So even though things have gone downhill, these have weakened. The Weather Service in Birmingham, they decided they wanted to post a warning for Bullock and Russell. And this is in effect until 6:15. And again, I guess it's based on the history of these. And if the storms continue to weaken, then they'll cancel these early. But again, most all these warnings will be going away at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bullock and Russell counties until 6:15 for the segment that's coming through Macon County here. And Drew did find a 54 mile per hour velocity within the radar beam, which is pretty close to ground level here. So it's still pretty windy coming through at least Tuskegee. The velocities have come way down over here in Lee County. Not seeing much at all here. There's a 34, there's a 20. This all looks sub-severe. So it looks like these higher velocities will be coming down toward Bullock and Union Springs. And obviously the storms themselves don't look that impressive. It's mainly this stuff on the outflow. And understand, this has been a long-lasting event here. We've had this going on since 11:30 this morning when they first crossed into Alabama. But let's go back to 05 real quick, WEX 05. We'll take a look at Auburn. And first pitch would be happening right now. And that just was not be a good idea. So again, the first pitch for the Auburn-Milwaukee baseball game, 8 o'clock. The storm should be long gone. Should be a pleasant evening at Plainsman Park for that. But again, that's kind of the last batch of the heavier rain showers coming through Auburn. The rain will taper off. They'll see some light rain off and on for the next hour or two. But I think there's a very, very good chance by 8 o'clock all the rain will be gone. Again, that was a good decision. So back to the radar at 5 o'clock. Back in the old school days, we'd have to say the call letters. We don't have any call letters. We're the Alabama Weather Network. That's all you need to know. So let's, again, we've got our Montgomery camera down here in the lower box, Demopolis camera in the upper box, and it's raining at both of these sites. Peak wind gust in Montgomery, 25. Peak wind gust in Demopolis, 19. I mean, that's not bad at all. We've had higher wind gust on sunny days. So again, there's no need for any warning for the storms in West Alabama. These are sub-severe. The storms along US 80 from Selma to Browns to Demopolis. And in Montgomery, just heavy rain falling, just good old-fashioned rain here. There's a flood advisory. That's the green polygon for the heavy rain. And heavy rain out here along Interstate 85. And again, out here in this little outflow area, there's evidence we might see some strong gusty winds, and that's the reason the Weather Service extended the warning down into Bullock County and Russell County. And again, we'll see if the weakening trend continues and they cancel that warning earlier. So again, this is probably going to be the last warning of the day. So when does this warning go out, Drew? This is still going to be up until 5:45 for Macon. And again, over here in Auburn and Lee County, that's until 5:45. But again, a lot of these are just going to go away soon. So we'll stay here for a little longer. Storms are weakening. Wind velocities are coming down. The event is just about over. We thank you for being with us. Some of you have been watching for, 5.5 hours. We thank you for doing that. We typically provide long-form coverage for tornado warnings, but from time to time for high-impact events like this, we will provide long-form coverage for severe thunderstorms, and we thought that would be the case today. It'd be appropriate to do that. But again, all the reports coming in, and again, we'll go to Emily one more time here, about 5 minutes before we wrap up the coverage, to go back and look at the trees down and the damage. We've had tremendous images and video from you today, so thank you for doing that. But again, things are just looking a whole lot better. So west of I-65, Selma, Demopolis, nothing severe. Thunder, lightning, yes. Severe, no. Again, Lowndes, Montgomery, the wind velocities are just very low here, and these are basically sub-severe. So these warnings will be taken out very soon. Again, Montgomery, you see the peak wind gust 25. The only concern, it's this little segment right here, this outflow boundary coming through Macon and Lee counties. And obviously you saw that it came through Auburn and just didn't do anything. In fact, let's go back to WEX 05, full screen. You want to see Auburn? There you go. There's live look, Toomer's Corner. Got light rain falling, a little breezy, but just not bad at all. Power's on, everything is fine. The storm's weakened tremendously, and that line segment's going to be moving into Russell County. So if you're in Phoenix City watching this, that's pretty much what you can expect. You'll have a little wind gust, but I just honestly think the storms are sub-severe coming out of Lee County, coming into Russell. So again, it looks good if you're in Phoenix City, Seal, any community in Russell County. The stronger wind velocities are coming out of Macon down into Bullock. That's where there still could be some issues with down trees and power lines. So we'll go back to our triple box here at 5:03. Statewide power outage count 162,112. Let's look at the numbers on our map here, Drew. Our power outage numbers. Winning the trophy, Jefferson County at 28,000, Shelby County at 20,000. So in the Birmingham Metro here, we've got about 50,000 without service. We've got 20,000 without service in Calhoun County, 12,000 in Elmore County. We've got 8,500 in Tallapoosa County. 6,000 in Tuscaloosa County, 6,500 in Bibb County, 4,500 in Chilton County. So again, that's a quick look at the numbers statewide. And again, the statewide total is a 504 is at 162,112. Wow. All right. And again, we've been live here. And the nice thing about what we do here, we don't have to cut off television programs. We just cut off our own weather programming. So we can do that all day. It's to have the resources we have here, it's just a joy to watch the network grow. And we thank you for watching and choosing us. We thank you for using the app. Thank you for having the app on your TV and your phone and your tablet, and for trusting us. We went live in August. We've been on the air since August, and quite frankly, we just have not had that many issues. All right, let's go to Emily for another round of photographs from you.
All right, so we have another tree down in Weaver, and you can see how big that tree was. That guy standing next to it, and
that's
it's
huge.
The same height as
Again,
him.
this is Calhoun County, north of Anniston.
Huge tree there. Here's another view of it. It was a very big tree, so really indicative of how strong those winds were there. In Prickettville, this tree didn't do so hot, and it had a lot of really beautiful things underneath it that unfortunately were knocked down. Hopefully not too much damage there. This tree completely fell onto this other tree here, so I was in Prickettville. We also have a tree down on Wire Road in Auburn. We've got storms coming into Auburn, videos of that from just a little bit ago. This photo shows how strong the wind, or video shows how strong the wind was there with the banner whipping around.
And this was in Auburn, right?
Yes, this was
Okay.
in Auburn just a little bit ago. Then we also have this picture of scary looking clouds there in Wetumpka, but hopefully not too bad there in a little bit. We've also got this picture of a tree in Helena on Cahaba Falls Lane there. So just
That's
some more
in
pictures
Shelby
coming
County. That's
through.
Birmingham Metro.
So coming through from the north and central part of the state still, there's just a lot of damage, very widespread there. So, but that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Emily, again, for processing all these images. And again, thanks to you for taking the time to send them. So, again, a look at the latest radar wind velocities. And remember, the radar beam is not on the ground. The radar beam goes straight. The Earth is curved. So these are probably 500,000 feet off the ground. Winds are peaking at 44. There's a 55. And again, this is all in southern Macon County, south of Tuskegee. And this is basically along the gust front, the outflow of this storm. And those wind velocities will be coming into Union Springs here in a matter of minutes. And that's the reason the Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bullock County. And they also issued one for the rest of Russell County. I'm not so sure we have any issues in Russell County. The winds were just not that bad coming through Auburn. We watched it live on the Toomer's Corner cam operated by the city of Auburn, and it just wasn't that bad. And the wind velocities continue to come down here. But still, we got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bullock and Russell counties in East Alabama. The warnings for Montgomery and Lowndes counties, those are going to be going out pretty soon. The storms in Montgomery, it's just pouring rain, just pouring. The main issue, it's a lot of rain in the city of Montgomery. In fact, let's take Montgomery full, Ryan, if we can, that Montgomery cam we've got. And if we can, let's point that Montgomery camera back to the south, Colby, back toward that downpour, back toward Crampton Bowl. That's overlooking the cemetery, looking to the north. We're going to point it back to the south. And yeah, there's Crampton Bowl right below. And down below, the street below, that's Madison Avenue. And again, the Skycam, it's just east of downtown Montgomery. And it's basically in the parking lot of Patterson Field and the Alabama Public Television Tower. And that's just a good old-fashioned downpour. And notice the peak wind gust, 25 miles per hour. And again, the storms in Montgomery are just not showing any sign of being severe by classic definition at this point. So again, that's a very good thing, and we're thankful for that. So we'll go back to our triple box. And Drew, what you got? Got some rain totals there.
Yeah, just talking about the rain and everything here. And since we've got the flood advisory there that kind of encompasses basically Montgomery itself, we've gotten a little bit over an inch in the last couple of hours within that polygon there, kind of right there in the core part of Montgomery. Other spots have probably gotten around an inch in surrounding areas as well. So again, this is not a major flooding rain, but just the kind of rain that in a quick burst can cause a little bit of relatively transient, temporary street flooding. You still want to take it easy in those kind of situations. Hydroplaning obviously is a problem as well. You don't want to be out driving fast on the interstates and stuff with that kind of thing. So that'd be another thing we'd kind of caution against. But yeah, at least again, like we've talked about, we weren't expecting flooding to be a major issue at this because of the system moving pretty quickly from north to south and not kind of staying in one place for a long period of time. So that continues to bear out, but a few spots getting some occasional minor street flooding there, James.
All right. So again, we're kind of winding this thing down. We're going to stay with it for a little while longer. But again, the storms clearly continue to weaken. And we think the event is just about done. Having said that, if you're in Union Springs or Bullock County, the outflow from these storms here could produce some pretty gusty winds, maybe gusting to 40, 45 miles per hour. And with the soil saturated, that might bring down a few trees. So that's the reason there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bullock County. And again, we've also got one over here in Russell County. Let's look at this thing near Phoenix City just for the fun of it, Drew. Take a look at velocities here. This storm is located near Smith Station, and we'll check the wind velocities in there. And again, there's a 29, 28. That's clearly sub-severe. So again, if you're in Phoenix City, I just don't think you have any issues with wind here. The better wind velocities are over here in Bullock County, coming out of Macon County. Again, you can see there's a 51, there's a 50 south of Tuskegee, and that wind is coming into Bullock. So for Russell County, I don't think you have any problems. If you're in Bullock County, you might have some problems with strong winds, maybe enough to knock down a few scattered trees in through here. So again, if you're anywhere on Highway 29 down toward Union Springs, be aware that you've got strong winds. The stronger winds are now south of Tuskegee along that gust front, marching to the south. And again, that's the reason for the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Bullock County in East Alabama. Yes, ma'am.
We do have an injury report.
Okay, another one?
This was from a fire chief in the city of Childersburg.
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 Right.
They had an elderly woman that was struck by a small green structure, and it went airborne during the storm, and she's being treated for her injuries at a local hospital. Okay,
so that's the second injury. We had the law enforcement injury, sheriff in Marshall County, and then an older lady in Childersburg that was hit by debris. So that's two injuries today, which is too many. But with all the images we've seen of trees coming down through homes and mobile homes and trailers, it's been a rough day today. It's been very rough. And again, we have at this point statewide 161,000 with no power. 161,000 people have no power in the state. So again, it's been a very impactful day, and that's the reason we thought we would just stay with our continuous coverage through the afternoon. We started this morning about 11:30, so we're coming up on 6 hours of live coverage, and thank you for joining us. Thank you for choosing us. Again, we'll just kind of watch this outflow right in through here. And we'll see how this stuff behaves. Again, we've still got some pretty decent wind gusts coming out of the Montgomery storm in South Montgomery County over here into northern Bullock County. And again, that's on the outflow of these storms that's been moving steadily southward through the state this afternoon. So the stronger wind gusts coming through South Montgomery County. Again, this is US 82 right here. That's 331 going to Troy, US 82 going over to Union Springs. And again, those stronger wind gusts approaching the community of Pine Level. Now, this is confusing. There's two Pine Levels around Montgomery. There's one north of Montgomery in Autauga County. There's one south of Montgomery in Montgomery County. Those stronger wind gusts affecting the southern community of Pine Level. And again, of course, if the winds continue, it'll come on down toward Troy. Troy's in Pike County, which is right here. But again, stronger wind gust on the outflow of these storms coming through parts of South Montgomery and Bullock counties in east central Alabama. No tornadoes. We do not have tornadoes today. We will not have tornadoes today. The wind profiles don't favor that. This is all straight line wind. And again, all of the damage you've seen, all the images you've seen on the channel today that is straight line wind damage, knocking down thousands of trees across the state. And straight line winds can be very serious business, like a small tornado. Today's a great example of that. But again, we're almost to the end of the road here, so close to being finished. And again, we'll stay with us for a little while longer. Again, we've had no tornado warnings today. The promise we give you is to be on the air if we have tornado warnings, always, always. Severe thunderstorm warnings, sometimes you need to, sometimes you don't. All warnings are not the same. But we thought, based on the widespread, high-impact nature of this event today, we just wanted to stay on the air with you during this entire event. So again, you saw Drew with some pixel queries and some potential wind gusts in through here in parts of Bullock and South Montgomery counties. The winds coming into Union Springs. And again, they'll keep on dropping to the south, right down Highway 29. And again, ultimately, it could be pretty gusty in Troy. Probably will be gusty in Troy in about 45 minutes or so. But again, we're hoping that with the dynamic support kind of pulling away, that the overall severe threat will continue to diminish. We might want to put in the top box Troy, if we can do that. We have a campus or a camera on the campus of Troy University, and we'll put that one up. We'll point the camera north from Troy. And again, looks pretty good. It's been a beautiful day in South Alabama. Everybody in South Alabama, they're thinking, what are these guys doing on the air? It's a gorgeous day. And it has been. It's been sunny. It's been hot. Many spots up in the low 90s, hottest day of the year so far. But again, that's Troy looking north from the campus of Troy University as this line drops to the south. Again, Troy is here. And again, right in through here, we've got potential for those strong straight line winds, may be enough in some cases to knock down some trees and power lines. Our friend Rich Thomas in Montgomery says the winds only gusted to 30 in the eastern part of Montgomery. Not bad at all, which is good. In looking at Lee County, goodness, see trees down in multiple locations, not in Auburn. Looks like he's got about a dozen trees down in Lee County. One report of a tree down across Interstate 85 southbound in Lee County near exit 66. And checking more of the reports, and it's just a whole bunch of trees down. But again, thankfully, we just didn't have much in the way of wind in Montgomery. So, Drew, your thoughts on the next hour?
Yeah, and actually, I'll give you that, but I was just kind of looking back. You're talking about the reports there around Opelika and Lee County. It might have been this little cell right here. Looked like it kind of strengthened a little bit, had a little bit more lightning with it, had a little bit more of a core as it came through Opelika. So that's kind of looking like to me that may be where, even though the velocity signature didn't look like much, but that might have been where we saw some of the trees down. And that part of that storm is heading towards Phoenix City, so it could be getting a little dicey in Phoenix City here pretty soon. Again, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. But I think, yeah, as far as the next hour is concerned, I would expect we'll still see kind of a slow downward trend as the storms continue to move to the south. I mean, we've continued to see that, but occasionally you'll see a little core pulse up. I will mention that there's been a few cases. In fact, again, this was a few minutes ago, but you had the outflow right here, and as it continued to push out ahead of the storms, it occasionally might kick up another little cell. So you can see here that just a few scans later, you had some intensification of a couple of cells kind of out in front of the main line. So we may still see some of that too as the outflow pushes south into this unstable air mass. We could still see some little cores go up. They may not always stay up. It looks like in that case that kind of sort of got merged into the rest of the storm. However, I will say here in the last scan of the radar from Maxwell, looks like we do have a decent little core there moving towards Union Springs at this point. So again, heavy rain, maybe some small hail with that. We'll take a quick look at the velocity while we're at it. And again, this is in the area where we're still potentially getting up we're sampling 40, 50 mile per hour winds a little bit over 1,000 feet. So I still think in Union Springs, places like that along US 82, Hector, over towards Peachburg, that's an area where we still could see some more trees getting knocked down there, James.
Yep. So again, that's the reason the Weather Service continued the warnings into Bullock County for the storms coming out of Macon. And again, we'll keep watching the trends here. Looks like what the Weather Service is going to do is they're going to finish it out downstream with one more severe for Pike and Barber. So what the Weather Service is going to do, they're going to issue one more set of warnings for Pike and Barber counties, and that should be it. And again, that's probably not a bad decision in that we've got those stronger velocities here coming out of Bullock and parts of Montgomery. So, and again, in a few minutes, you're going to see Pike and Barber coming under severe thunderstorm warnings. And I say finish it out. It finishes it out for them. Once you get below Pike and Barber, you get into Dale and Coffee counties. Those counties belong to the Weather Service in Tallahassee, Florida. They are in a different Weather Service county warning area. But again, the promise we've always made here, doesn't matter what Weather Service office issues or warnings, doesn't matter what TV market you're in, we've got your back. That's the situation here. Not seeing any damage reports from Bullock or Russell counties, which is good. And we hope that trend continues. So again, in just a couple of minutes, we'll get that last warning for Pike and Bullock counties down here in southeast Alabama. That would include Eufaula, Troy, Brundage. And then I think that will probably be the last warning that we'll need here. And again, we'll stay with our long-form coverage for a little longer until the new warnings are posted and kind of get everybody settled in here and get a good look at Troy and Eufaula for what you can expect. We started this morning with these storms. We're in southern Middle Tennessee, and they came through the Tennessee Valley, rolled all the way through the northern half of the state. They're now pushing into South Alabama. Let's look at a big picture, Drew, just kind of show the rest of the line over on the western side. And again, we stress these are all subsevere. What you see here in Sumter, Greene, Hale, Marengo, Dallas, Perry, subsevere. Nothing severe, no need for a warning, no damaging wind. The greatest concern, it's outflow coming from the storms you see right here through South Montgomery, Bullock, and Russell counties. And what the Weather Service is going to do is issue one more set of warnings, and this will be for Pike and Barber. And these will be severe thunderstorm warnings. They are not planning on issuing any warnings for Butler or Crenshaw, as the storms in Lowndes and Montgomery, they're really all subsevere. Winds in Montgomery gusting to 30, our peak wind gust 25. Again, obviously, these two warnings can pretty much be taken out right now. But again, this is the last bit of concern right here. So we'll continue to watch that. Just not seeing a lot of reports out of Macon or Bullock, either one. And during the peak of this thing, it was pretty intense. We had there's our warning for Barber and Pike. So again, watch this one and this one, and you'll see it light up together, representing hopefully the last warning of the day. And there they go. And again, that's for the storms coming out of Bullock and Russell and Montgomery. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for Pike and Barber counties in southeast Alabama. The warning will be in effect until 6:30, and they might cancel that earlier. We'll see. Seeing some pretty decent little damage reports coming in out of Elmore County earlier, not in the last 10 minutes, obviously. The risk of severe weather is over for Montgomery, Prattville, Wetumpka. Risk of severe storms over for Auburn, Opelika, Tuskegee. And again, we're down to just a very small part of the state with problems, and it's this southeastern part right here Union Springs down to Troy, Clio, Eufaula, Phoenix City. And again, that will be coming down into Barber and Pike. So, Drew, let's check the velocities one more time. I know you've had a pixel query kind of day. Let's do it again.
Here we go. And we're still seeing some over 50 mile per hour velocity signatures there, and we just got a new update here. And so I'll kind of place some more a little bit further towards the south. Yeah, still getting 58, 57 mile per hour readings there. And as far as where we're detecting those, that is a good, a couple of thousand feet off the ground. The radar further to the north, we've kind of passed through. We were talking about earlier how we weren't able to get a good look at this velocity signature for a few minutes as the gust front and as the storms passed basically right over the radar. But as they have pushed further to the south, we're getting a better look at things. And so, yeah, we're still packing a pretty good punch with the winds here, at least a couple of thousand feet off the ground. So still, if you're in Union Springs, again, a lot of that wind has already kind of moved through Union Springs at this point. Let me switch it back over to the velocity again. But China Grove there, the other pine level, the further to the south pine level along 231 that we were talking about earlier with the two pine levels, you're seeing some gusty winds there as well. Eventually, Inverness, Ox Level Blues, Old Stand, Needmore, Midway, those places are kind of next in line here within Bullock County for some heavy winds that could be knocking over some trees. So, this core part of the storm here still looks fairly strong from a wind perspective, and certainly some very heavy rain in Union Springs at this point. Maybe some small hail. A good bit of lightning has happened here in the last few minutes in Union Springs, around Thompson, Cornerstone, Fitzpatrick, places like that. Hurtsboro, further to the northeast, you're about to get some heavy rain here pretty soon. You're still under severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like maybe not quite as intense with some of the winds, but we still got some pretty good winds up that way as well. So I'll go ahead and query some of those. 30 to 40 mile per hour winds at least at the radar beam height in those areas. So, we've still got this core that is sort of centered on Bullock County and starting to move into Pike County as well, that has some decent looking wind right along the outflow boundary. Now, I will say that it looks like the outflow boundary isn't quite as far ahead of the storms as it had been a little earlier, so it's kind of hugging closer. We had some new storm kind of develop along the boundary, so we got the rain a little bit closer, especially in and around Union Springs. The rain kind of coming up closer to the edge of that gust front and outflow boundary, but there's still some areas where it's a little bit out ahead of it, but you might see them kind of a little bit more co-located at this point than it was earlier. Again, just kind of switching through some of our other products here. The hail potential is still there with these, but we're not seeing the kind of hail signatures probably that we were seeing with some of the earlier storms further to the north. So again, we would expect to see some small hail, but I don't really see any evidence of damaging hail or anything like that. So again, really just winds are going to be the threat with this at this point. Now let's go ahead and look. I'm going to look back over further into Russell County there over near Phoenix City because we've seen a few reports on social media and just talking about that it's gusty winds moving through parts of Russell County. So we'll go ahead and flip back over to our wind product, our velocity product here, take a few queries. And again, near just kind of to the southeast of Hurtsboro, getting a 49 per hour reading off the radar from there. Got something again, 30, 40 up towards Phoenix City, 30, 40. So still within the kind of the background situation we have here where we've got some saturated soils. We're still probably going to be seeing some trees go down with some of this, even if it isn't exactly as high as what we've seen here earlier. So seeing an update here from the National Weather Service in Birmingham. First of all, just some reports. So from Russell County Emergency Manager, seeing a tree across the road there on Uchi Hill Highway, 4027 there. And let's see, also some trees down near Camp Hartman Road. So this is all also from Russell County, some trees down near North Herring Road. So yeah, we're getting definitely some reports of some trees down in Russell County. Emily, you've got something?
Yeah, I've got a few more pictures if you want to pull them up.
Yeah, let's pull up, Ryan, let's pull up WEXO 5 here and take a look at some of the pictures.
So this was an in Ohatchee, again, it looks like the tree kind of went for a little swim there. I didn't make that up. Colby did. But then we've also got a shelf cloud there on Pike Road. Looks like the puppy is looking at the shelf cloud too, admiring it there. We've also got some trees down. This is on Highway 155 in Chilton County. We've got a tree down in a backyard in McCalla near the $1 Million Lakes area. We've got this car, and this was in Lake Purdy. The driver was okay, thank goodness, but probably hydroplaning or too much rain or couldn't see.
Yeah, as I say, is a tree.
Oh, you got hit by a tree? Oh, I didn't know that. So it got hit by a tree, but luckily the driver was okay.
Yeah.
This is a pretty quick video, but a semi-truck was driving and it was blown over.
Where was that located?
This was on the ramp for I-20 and I-59.
Okay. So that would have been a little bit earlier. I was wondering if it was
earlier.
85, since we're talking about wind crossing over 85 recently.
This was earlier in the day. This is some flooding in Montgomery there. You can see the roads are getting a little wet there. We've got a tree down, a few more trees down there in Wellington as well. This is in Wellington there. And then just a few more. This is another big tree that fell. This is in Iron City from the root. And then this is in Millbrook, and this is across from the City Hall. It looks like a office was hit by a tree, so there's some pretty extensive damage there, but nobody was hurt, luckily, so that's what I've got for you there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so that's again, that's what we've seen, and that's the big problem here, was that we've seen trees coming down into structures most often as the main way of creating some issues. Now, I did want to mention, and again, I'll toss it back to you, James, that the Weather Service mentioned that the wind threats moving into northern Pike, southern Bullock, and southern Russell counties here. So that's kind of what we're showing here with the velocity product. There's your northern Pike area there through Bullock and up through into parts of Russell County, and starting to move pretty close to Barber County as well. So that'll be the areas we'll continue to watch potentially for more trees going down there, James.
Yeah, so again, as a fairly small part of the state, there are other thunderstorms around, understand that, but in terms of the severe threat, it's here. The chance of potentially damaging straight line winds, parts of Bullock, parts of Russell, Barber, and Pike counties. It's this segment right here. The activity in Montgomery and Lowndes counties, that's not severe. This is basically it right here, and that will be coming down into Eufaula and Troy in the next 30 minutes or so. And again, we've got our Skycam on the campus of Troy University. In fact, let's take Troy full, Ryan, real quick. This is what it looks like looking north from the campus of Troy University. And if these storms continue to behave in the way that we have seen them, we could see winds gusting to 35, 40, 45, maybe 50 miles per hour. And with the saturated soil conditions, that is potentially enough to bring down trees and power lines. So that's the reason for the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Pike County in southeast Alabama. And that warning also covers Barber County in southeast Alabama. That would include the city of Eufaula. So just wanted to show the incoming storm there. So we'll go back to the double box, and again, this is and again, if you're in Demopolis or Uniontown or York Livingston, it's pouring rain, there's thunder, there's lightning, we're fully well aware of that, but again, no evidence of any damaging wind over here, none. So just routine storms, maybe some creepy looking clouds, maybe a little bit of minor flooding, but again, large hail, no. Damaging wind, no. Yes, sir.
We have an update from the brother of the police officer that had the tree fall in his car.
Okay.
He said that both him and the dog are okay.
Okay, good. So from the deputy in Marshall County that was injured, he's okay, and the canine is okay. The dog is okay, so that's good. We've heard of one other injury today in Childersburg. An older lady was hit by debris that was being treated, but other than that, those were the two injuries we've heard today, and it sounds like the deputy in Marshall County is going to be fine, so that's good. But again, if you're in Linden, Providence, Gallion, Faunsdale, Bellamy, York, it's pouring rain here, but again, not severe. The storms in Lowndes and Montgomery counties, not severe. These warnings will be going away here soon. The focus, it's over here in Bullock and Russell counties in East Alabama. Union Springs, back over to Phoenix City. Right in through here, there could be some strong winds. And on the outflow of that activity, again, we could see a wind gust of maybe 40, 45, maybe 50 miles per hour. The storms are accelerating. They're moving along at a pretty good clip. And again, that's the reason we have the warnings in effect for Pike and for Barber counties. And again, within the radar beam, which is not at the surface, the radar beam height, we've got these winds of 53 to 56 miles per hour. Down at the surface, we probably got winds of 45 to 50. But again, with the soil conditions, that might be enough to bring down some trees and power lines. And it sure looks like the stronger winds here might stay a little east of Troy, especially over here in Barber County. But still, Troy could certainly see some pretty decent wind gusts with that outflow coming down from the north. Again, maybe 45, maybe 50 miles per hour in spots. We'll see. So again, at 5:36, we're going to hold it here a little longer. I honestly didn't expect to stay on for 6 hours today, but hey, it happens sometimes. And that's the freedom of what we have here with the network. We can go as long as we want to without worrying about cutting off Freak of the Week or whatever on television. So again, line of storms, potentially severe, coming through parts of Russell and Bullock counties. The outflow of those storms, the outflow boundary coming down into Barber and Pike. And on the outflow, we might see enough wind to knock down a few trees and power lines. We've had that across the entire state today. Check the latest power numbers, 159,000. So it looks like the peak was about 165. I think that was the highest number that I've seen. The power outage count now is 159,000. And again, the big numbers are, of course, from the population centers. We've got Jefferson and Shelby counties, 26,000, 18,000, 20,000 in Calhoun County, 12,000 in Elmore County, 7,500 in Tallapoosa, 6,000 in Tuscaloosa County. But again, it seems as though we have peaked and the power outage count starting to go down, which is good. Restoration efforts continue. Linemen, they are absolute heroes. They are out there working to get your power back on. Many of you are watching by phone. You don't have power. It's humid. It's muggy. It doesn't feel good. We understand that. But I promise they're out there working as hard and as safely as they can to get your service back on. All right. So again, we've got the Abbeville camera in southeast Alabama, 87 with a dew point of 73. But unfortunately, we've lost the weather sensor at our Troy camera, so we don't have wind data there, but we can certainly take a look at the storm that's coming in, and it looks like the core of this will be staying east of Troy, coming down instead of coming into Pike, really coming into Barber. The reflectivity is really low here north of Troy. This is basically just some light rain, but again, with some light rain, it can be pretty windy with the outflow from this stuff here. So light rain in northern Pike. We've got the heavier storms in Bullock, then curving over into Russell counties, dropping to the south. And again, the bulk of the wind potential will be coming through Barber County, specifically places like Clio and Eufaula, Clayton, places like that. And then if it holds together, they'll wind up down here in Dale and Henry counties in southeast Alabama. But a lot of this is kind of shifting over into Georgia. Notice we've got these severe thunderstorm warnings now, including Columbus, Georgia, and points off to the east. But again, we're getting some pretty decent looks at that Troy Skycam there, and that will be coming on down the line here. So we'll stay here for a little longer. We have no tornado warnings. We don't expect any tornado warnings, which is the wind profile simply did not support that today. And let me just say this, we're out of tornado season. Alabama's tornado season begins in what month? November, and it ends in May. So the 1st of November through the end of May, that's tornado season. Typically, June, July, August, September, October, we don't have tornadoes here unless there's a tropical system involved, a hurricane or a tropical storm. You need that for the necessary shear for tornadoes to form. The tropics are dead quiet, and today is day one of the Atlantic hurricane season, and it's calm as could be. Despite what you see on TikTok and all these nitwit Uncle Joe's Hurricane Center accounts that forecasting a major hurricane in the Gulf this week, that's nonsense. Those are engagement farms. All they care about is engagement. Truth means nothing to them. We had one account that posted 80 maps of hurricanes making landfall on the Gulf Coast last season. 80. How many made landfall? 0. So please think before you share and try and find a good, credible source of information instead of some of the nonsense that's out there on socials. Drew, I saw a half-naked guy pointing to a hurricane map showing a hurricane landfall coming up on Mobile Bay last week for this week. The guy was dancing, he was half naked, and he was cussing, and it had like 500,000 views.
You tell me you don't trust that guy?
I'm saying I really don't trust that guy. We call him a jabroni. All right, so again, we've got these stronger wind gusts that are coming down. And again, the stronger velocities are out here to the east of Troy. Again, there's nothing more than light rain here. This is just light rain. It's windy, but it's just light rain. The thunderstorms are over here to the east, coming through parts of Russell and Bullock counties. And again, the thunderstorms are going to be coming through Barber County. Pike County is just going to see some light rain, and it's going to be windy. I don't think we have a wind gust of 58. That would verify the warning. But the better chance of any winds like that would be over here in Barber County. So again, we'll keep watching things for just a little bit here. But the good news for Interstate 85 in points north, you're done with severe storms. Montgomery, you're done. No risk of severe storms. Selma, Demopolis, you're done with severe storms. Any threat of severe storms. There's still a low-end threat in counties like Wilcox and Clark and Monroe and Butler. But again, at this point, we think any better chance of severe storms over southeast Alabama. So let me come over here and do one thing real quick. I knew that I had to do one thing really quick. All right, because we could not be on the air without this guy. So 541, scattered storms over South Alabama. I noticed one morning in the Florida Panhandle. Let's look at that one real quick, Drew. This is a thunderstorm that is down here where a lot of people are down here. I mean, a lot of people are down here. This is a thunderstorm not too far from Sandestin. That's Choctawhatchee Bay right there. And looks like the Weather Service in Tallahassee has put up a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for this storm. That's 331 and 98 right here. Sandestin is right over here. But again, I just wanted to point that out. That's for South Walton County until 6:15. But let's go back up. We're not the Florida Weather Network. We are the Alabama Weather Network. And I will say, if we ever have a major hurricane coming up on the Florida Panhandle, we'll cover it like it's Alabama because so many of you have great interests in that, and it ultimately will affect Alabama. So if we do have a major hurricane on the Florida Panhandle making landfall at Destin, Pensacola, Fort Walton Beach, Panama City, Mexico Beach, Cape San Blas, we'll cover that long form. And we hope that's not the case. This is an El Nino hurricane season, which means it should be, we have a lower hurricane count, but all it takes is one. We know that. But again, thunderstorms in progress, mainly in Bullock and Russell counties, moving down toward Barber County. And we'll keep it here until about 6 o'clock or so, about the next 17 minutes, and just kind of ride this out. We're getting to the phase now where things have calmed down tremendously. Storms are not as strong. We had a very hectic day with thousands of trees blown down. At one point, 162,000 people had no power. In fact, even as we speak, we still have 159,000 people with no power. But again, the storms have been slowly weakening, and the warnings are becoming more of the standard severe thunderstorm warnings, not the immediate threat to life that we've had throughout much of the day today. So again, we'll plan on staying here live until about 6, and again, we'll stay longer if we need to.
James, I was going to mention just
Yes, sir.
as far as anecdote, as far as the widespread tree issues. Not that this necessarily tells you anything for sure, but we mentioned earlier Chris Mann had a tree down in his neighborhood. He was going to go check that out. Then we've seen that Krista Pitchford got back to her house and found a snapped tree there as well. So both of our chasers that were out in the field today have had trees down where at their houses. So I mean, it's been all over the place. But to your point, we're not seeing. We've had this extreme volume of reports coming in there for a period of time. Certainly not seeing that anymore with these storms, even though we're still seeing some pretty good velocity values, probably still knocking down some trees. We've seen some more recent reports in Russell County of a few trees being down, but definitely there's been a significant downward trend in those reports coming in. So that's good, and hopefully we'll continue to go in that direction.
Right, and again, the Weather Service is saying the storms are clearly not as intense as they were. They're weakening, but they're still maybe strong enough to knock down a few trees. Nothing like what we saw earlier today. And again, just to make it formal, we've talked about this for 30 minutes. The storms in Montgomery and Lowndes County, they're not severe. Those warnings are gone. And the warnings for Bullock and Russell, these will be expiring at 6:15, and we'll be down to just 2 counties under warnings down here, and that's Pike and that's Barber. So if you live in Eufaula, understand you're going to have a gusty line of storms to come through in about 15 minutes. There could be enough wind to knock down a couple of trees. Remember, with the saturated soil conditions, trees come down a little easier in this type situation. You might have a down tree with 45 mile per hour winds, where normally it might take 70 mile per hour winds to bring a tree down. But based on the thousands of trees down today, we all know that it's been one of those kind of days. So again, there's potential for a few down trees and power outages here as the storms come on through in the next 30 minutes or so. And again, if you're in Troy, there's nothing more than light rain here, and it's breezy and gusty. But let's punch up Troy full, Ryan, real quick. Let's see if the camera's shaking and baking, and no, it's not. It's not even moving an inch. And looking down at the trees, we can just not see. It's breezy, obviously, but let's zoom down to those trees. Colby, we got a camera operator here. Yeah, there you go. And again, you can see it's breezy, but that's we can handle that. It looks like wind's probably 15, 20 miles an hour. And again, that's that gust front coming into Troy, and nothing more than light rain. There's no thunderstorms involved here. We're seeing some higher gusts in the radar beam that's way off the ground, not down at the surface, but those gusts are just seemingly not getting down to the surface. So a breezy evening in Troy with some light rain. But again, all the winds seem to be well under 40 at this point. The higher wind velocities are over in adjoining parts of Bullock County, where we could see some pretty strong winds coming down through Barber. Again, if you're in Clayton, Clio, Eufaula, the storms coming through Barber, those could pack a pretty good punch. So again, we'll go back to our triple box. Love the crepuscular rays down here at Abbeville. That's outstanding. Wow, what a glorious evening in Henry County. And of course, if the storms hold together, they'll wind up in Henry County next after exiting Barber. This is Henry County right here. Abbeville is here. And again, the Abbeville camera looks like it's mainly pointed back off to the west, but again, that's a gorgeous shot. So we've got just kind of gusty winds coming through Troy, and again, you can see the trees that are swaying, but not really excessive at this point. Higher wind velocities in southern Bullock. That's about to cross over into Barber County. So again, there certainly could be a few trees down. So just be aware of that if you're in Barber County. But again, we'll phase down the coverage here in about 11 minutes at 6 o'clock. Not because you're not important, just because everything's calming down. This is the lowest amount of reports we've seen. The storms are weaker. And again, we feel confident that everything will be calming down pretty soon. But again, still, severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Pike and Barber counties. And what was that? Loud beeping back there.
Severe thunderstorm warning out of Mobile. It looks like for Clark and Monroe. Yeah.
Goodness gracious, what is that? Well, let's go take a look. Clark and Monroe counties in southwest Alabama. Okay, there could be some hail here.
Yeah, it looks like it may be mainly a hail warning.
Right, there could be maybe 1-inch diameter hail here. To get your bearings straight, this is the Alabama River right here. Again, this is basically on the river, about to cross from Clark over into Monroe counties. And this does not include Monroeville. It doesn't quite include Uri down here. It includes McGargle and basically rural parts of southwest Monroe County. This is pretty sparsely populated parts of southwest Alabama down through here. But again, the main concern here, I would say, is coming from large hail. We'll check the wind velocity in this storm and see what that looks like. Again, the winds don't look impressive at all. And I think he issued the warning simply based on the possibility of large hail. That's a very, the wind velocities don't look that extreme at this point. So again, we've got the possibility of some large hail coming in the storm here, about to cross over the Alabama River. You know what's down here? What's that creepy face, cemetery face? You know what I'm talking about? We need to do a Spanning Alabama story on that. There's a cemetery with these creepy faces down there, and it's down here in this part of Clark County. But again, that's the Alabama River right there. Monroeville is over here. That storm is moving to the southeast. If it holds together, it might reach Uri. That's 21 going down to Atmore. That's 59 going down to Stockton. And we'll just see. But again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning, mainly for hail, for rural parts of extreme eastern Clark and southern Monroe counties. This does not include Jackson, Grove Hill, Thomasville, Monroeville. None of the major cities are involved in this, and that's mainly for the possibility of hail over there in southwest Alabama. So let's pop back over to our storms that are in Russell and Bullock counties that are moving to the southeast. And again, you can see in Troy, we're still watching the Troy camera here, and the trees are swaying, but the wind is just simply not that bad at all, which is good. And again, for those of you in Barber County, that seems to be the greatest concern. It's stronger winds coming out of Bullock into Barber County. And again, you can see, I'm trying to see what this...
Yeah, it looks like Tallahassee issued for most of southeast Alabama, it looks like.
Goodness gracious. Well, all right, well...
There it is, yeah.
Okay. So what the Weather Service in Tallahassee has done, they have extended the warnings to the south and east. We now have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Coffee, Dale, Henry, northern Geneva, northern Houston. And that warning will be in effect until 6:45 Central Time. And again, what's happening, the Weather Service jurisdictions change. Birmingham handles Pike and Barber. Tallahassee handles Henry, Dale, Coffee, Geneva, and Houston. And it's kind of an odd arrangement, but it is what it is. And so, again, in Pike County, we're just not seeing any big issues here. And I honestly think if you're in Coffee County, if you're in Enterprise, Elba, I just don't know if you're going to have any major problems here, because we're watching the winds on that Troy camera and they have just not been that bad at all. It sure looks like the greater chance of stronger winds will be Dale and Henry and Barber. Just not so sure Pike and Coffee will see much at all from this in terms of rain and damaging wind. Breezy, yes. Little rain, yes. But again, the greater concern will be Henry, Dale, and Barber over here on the eastern side of the state. or southeast Alabama. And again, they should begin to weaken soon, in theory. We're coming up on 554, a lower sun angle, the better dynamic support north of here. And in theory, we should begin to see a pretty decent weakening trend. But again, we'll hold it here for just a little longer if you're watching us in Ozark, Dothan, Abbeville, Headland, Elba Enterprise, Daleville. There's great interest. You know, we had the tornado that came through parts of Houston and Henry counties last week. What night was that, Drew? That was...
I think it was a week ago today.
Yeah. So it was last Monday night. Mm-hmm. Came through Webb, east of Dothan, and it came up east of Headland before dissipating. Hit WDHN television studios in Webb and produced some extensive damage to a home. It was rated, I believe, EF1 by the Weather Service in Tallahassee. To my knowledge, nobody was injured. Never heard of any injuries from that. But again, folks are probably still a bit nervous after that EF1 a week ago. And again, there's no tornado risk here. No tornado risk. This is all wind. And again, I honestly don't think you're going to see much hail from this. The main issue, it's just wind. Just for the fun of it, let's go to Fort Rucker. Let's flip the radar and look at it from the south and see what that looks like. And let's look at the wind velocities coming out of these storms here. So let's do some pixel queries. There's a 66, there's 57. Still pretty windy. So again, you can see that we've got a gusty line of storms and really the higher winds are on the outflow boundary coming through Barber County. And again, Pike County, it's certainly breezy up in the northeastern part of the county, east of Troy, east of Brundage. But the main wind is east of Highway 231 over here into our Barber counties. But you know, Drew, I've not heard of one tree down in the last 10 minutes. Have you
No, I have not seen any recent reports. I think the last ones that I was still seeing was I think in Russell County. Of course, the cells are starting to move out of the southern part of Russell County now, but certainly, you would think we might have heard something out of Union Springs potentially, and I don't think we've seen really anything from Bullock County that I recall to this point. So certainly nothing like what we saw earlier, and so that's a good sign. But yeah, we're still seeing a decent velocity being detected at beam height. Off the Fort Rucker radar, we're looking at about 2,000 feet. Now, one thing I did want to mention, I forgot to mention it earlier. We were looking at, I don't know if it was Troy or we were looking at one of the cameras, and we were comparing what we were seeing as far as, we were just looking at the camera. We didn't have the actual sensor, but we were just watching the trees a little bit. And the radar beam was showing 40-something miles per hour around Troy, but then you could look and just see in the trees that it wasn't that high. So I do wonder if we're getting to a point now where maybe we're not getting as much of the higher winds getting ducted down to the surface, maybe as much as we were earlier. Hopefully that's the case, since we're still seeing some pretty good velocity signatures at a couple of thousand feet. But maybe that's part of the reason that we could explain why we're not seeing as much in the way of the surface damage reports coming in as much right now, at least.
Yeah, we've seen no reports at all from Bullock County in terms of damage. No report, maybe one or two trees down in Russell County, and that's really it. So that's certainly encouraging. And again, Troy, it's barely raining. And again, you can see the live view coming from Troy and from Abbeville. And again, from Abbeville, we're looking up into the storms. And again, you can see the shelf cloud there. Really gorgeous, gorgeous sky this evening in the southern sky. And again, within this segment right here, there's potential for strong wind gusts. Little outflow boundary right here. That's basically coming into Eufaula down to Clio. And again, with no reports of any damage, no reports of any problems coming through Bullock County, and hardly any problems in Russell County, we hope that we get away with no problems at all here in southeast Alabama. And again, technically, we have warnings in effect for Pike and Coffee. I really think the gustier winds will be east of those counties, Dale, Henry, and Barber. This is where we'll probably see some pretty decent wind gust in here in the next 15, 20 minutes. But again, there's no chance, we don't expect a tornado. Never say never in the weather business, but the profiles don't favor tornadoes. It's a situation where we'll see just strong gusty winds, straight line winds, nothing like what we saw earlier today. We had trees coming down left and right, thousands of trees statewide. I mean, it's been a rough day. Again, at one point we had 162,000 people with no power. We're very fortunate that we've had no major serious injuries today. We had a couple of minor injuries, but no major serious injuries, and that's good. But again, as I look at my feed, it's just all trees down from earlier today, not in the past hour. We watched Auburn, the camera at Toomer's Corner, just breezy. We had no problems there. And again, I would suggest that most of these winds are gusting in the 35, 40, 45 mile per hour bracket, and I just don't know if that can bring down trees. But again, as a course of least regret, the Weather Service offices in Birmingham and Tallahassee continue these severe thunderstorm warnings. The higher wind velocities will be across Barber, Dale, and Henry counties. And again, if you're in Coffee County and Pike County, it's breezy over eastern Pike. Coffee, it'll be a little breezy, but I just don't know. But again, we're still seeing those as a minus an inbound 70. And it would just seem like we'd be getting a lot of reports, and we're getting close to the radar. This is getting close to surface level here. So again,
that might have been a little artifact. Sometimes you get a pixel or two that are maybe erroneous there. So it's still maybe 50, 60 miles per hour. We're about 1,000 feet. So I would certainly think if that's really a real thing there, that we would be starting to see a few reports of some trees down in that area, in that part of Barber County. So we'll have to continue to watch all of our channels here with interest, but nothing coming in, I don't think, so far. And another one, I see another one down back from Russell County, but nothing coming out of Barber yet.
All right, so we are at 6:01 on Monday evening. And again, we're in the process of sorting through many reports, and we just don't see a lot out of Barber County, which is good. We don't see a lot out of Bullock County, which is good. Had a couple of trees down in Russell County. But again, despite the higher velocities we're seeing with this outflow boundary here, so far we just have not had reports. And now Eufaula obviously is a good population center, so if there's anything happening there, we will know pretty soon. And again, I know that Emily is still here monitoring the incoming traffic. And we'll go back to you in just a minute because I'm seeing a few things that are coming in. In fact, it's just almost nonstop. And again, we thank everybody for sending in your reports. Let's see here.
I will mention, side note, James, you mentioned that cemetery with the grave masks earlier. Had a social media commenter, or Brandon Hancock, mentioned that it's Mount Nebo Cemetery.
That's it. It's in rural Clark County. In fact, let's look at that storm over there. Again, we technically have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of extreme southwest Monroe County, and it looks like it's fizzled out. We had a couple of volume scans with evidence of maybe some large hail. Right, you saw that right there, and it's just flattened out. That looks sub-severe. No indication of hail at this point. And again, this thing, if it holds together, that will be ultimately affecting Highway 21, URI down here. But again, that just looks sub-severe at this point. So I don't think we have a problem. Got some heavy rain falling on the Alabama River. Yeah, that creepy cemetery, it's actually over here at Carlton, I think. That's, what was it called? Mount Nebo?
Mount Nebo.
Yeah. It's over here. It's on the west side of the Alabama River in Clark County. But yeah, we're going to do a story on that one day. It's an interesting place. But again, that just looks sub-severe at this point. Not too concerned about that one. So let's go back to the thunderstorms over the southeastern part of the state. We'll go over to the Fort Rucker radar. And by the way, I was at Director Ryan and I were at Fort Rucker last Tuesday. Spent some time with our friends at the Weather Operations Center, and we're going to do a story on them. Had a really good time, fascinating to see what they do. It's hard. Aviation weather, it's hard. Predicting the future is always hard, but especially when it comes to aviation weather. So we enjoyed the visit there. But again, you can see nothing more than just a few little patches of light rain around Troy. And again, it's breezy. It's very breezy over here. If you're anywhere in Pike County, east of U.S. Highway 231. If you're in Brundage, it's breezy. Not raining much, but it's windy. And again, the higher wind velocities are most likely right around here, that little outflow boundary right here. That would represent the stronger wind velocities from Ayrton and Dale County back up to near Eufaula. But again, the good news, I've just not seen any additional damage reports. Had a couple of trees down in Russell County earlier, up here. But again, these are wind velocities within the radar beam. And again, the beam is getting close to the ground. I mean, the Fort Rucker radar is right here in Dale County. So it's only about 500 feet off the ground, and it just seems like a lot of that's not making it down to the ground. The surface winds seem to be around 35, 40 miles per hour. And that is certainly not, is well under severe criteria. But again, based on the history of these things, it's been a rough day today. We've still got these warnings for Pike, Coffee, Dale, Barber, Henry, northern Houston, northern Geneva counties. But again, the greater concern for the stronger wind, it's along and east of U.S. Highway 231. If you're west of U.S. 231, it'll be breezy, but I just don't think you're going to have a big problem here. And that would include almost all of Coffee County. The greater concern for the stronger wind gusts, Barber, Dale, Henry, extreme northern Houston. And these storms continue to slowly come downhill. And they've been doing that really. It's been a steady weakening trend over the past 2 hours. And again, you can see the thunderstorms in progress over here. Marengo County, I know it's pouring if you're down here in Sweetwater, Octagon, Magnolia, Vineland. You're thinking, what about us? Well, again, heavy rain does not have anything to do with severe criteria. Severe criteria deals with only two things: damaging wind and large hail. 58 mile per hour winds or greater, 1-inch diameter hail or larger. And there's just no evidence of that in these storms over here, just basically a whole lot of rain. Heavy rain falling out here around Pine Hill in the western part of Wilcox County, west of Camden, between Camden and Thomasville. Maybe a little bit of small hail falling around Pine Hill and Sunny South. But again, nothing severe at this point. So again, the active warnings we have are these right here for southeast Alabama, severe thunderstorm warnings for Pike. In fact, Pike is just off the board, and I think that's the right call. Pike is gone. And quite frankly, Coffee, I just don't see any issues in Coffee. If you're in Enterprise, Elba, I think all the problems are going to be, in terms of wind, will be along and east of 231. And I just don't see a problem here. I think they can cancel that. Pike has been canceled. So we're really down, the counties of concern are these three right here: Barber, Henry, and Dale. Outflow boundary is right here. That's where the stronger winds are going to be. And again, we've had the gust fronts come on through Eufaula. And Emily, you've not seen anything from Eufaula, have you? No. No. From where? Fort Mitchell. Yeah, let's see it. We'll take a look at that. But it's just been it's been pretty quiet, which is good. Fort Mitchell is in Russell County, by the way, so this is from the activity that came through earlier in Russell County. So let's take a look at WEX 05. So what you got?
This is just a tree that was down in the area, but that's really all we've seen.
So that's the only report we've seen out of...
There's a rainbow.
Ooh,
This
not
is in
bad.
Hope Hole,
Hope Hole.
and this is some scarier looking clouds in Tarentum, but that's the only damage report we have in Fort Mitchell.
Okay, so that one tree down in Fort Mitchell, and again, that's in Russell County, that one right there. But we've had no reports, not one from Bullock, not one from Barber so far. And again, that's good, and it's come on. The gust front's on through Eufaula, and again, it'll be coming through Ozark and Abbeville here soon. And we can kind of watch the Abbeville camera. We've got a peak wind gust at 33 right now. And again, I think we'll know pretty quickly if this stuff is severe or not by watching the anemometer at Abbeville, which you see right here. Abbeville, the camera is on the public television tower near Abbeville in Henry County, and we're looking north up into this thunderstorm complex, and but that gust front is right there. And it'll hit that camera here shortly. So we'll hold it here until the gust front passes through Abbeville, and we'll see. But again, no tornado warnings. Expect no tornado warnings tonight. And again, these storms have been weakening steadily over the past couple of hours, and we've gone from a non-stop, thousands of trees down situation to basically no reports. And that's a very good sign. And we are so thankful for that. Check the latest number on the power outages statewide. Let's see what we got here. 151, they're slowly coming back online. So statewide, 151,000 are without power. That's down from 165 at the peak. It was about 165. Birmingham Metro, we've got about 40,000 here without power in Jefferson and Shelby counties. Calhoun County, about 18,000. Elmore County, about 12,000. And again, you look at the numbers down here, they're just not that bad. Now, Lee County's got 5.5 thousand, but you get down to Barber, Pike, Bullock. Again, in Bullock County, only 500 outages, and you can have 500 outages on a sunny day. So that's a sign that the winds were just not that extreme. We've seen no reports out of here. So again, things are really starting to calm down. So again, we're watching our Abbeville Skycam. We've still got a peak wind gust of 33 miles per hour. Outflow boundary right there. And again, that outflow boundary is going to hit the Skycam in Abbeville in just a matter of minutes, and we'll stay with that. Don't forget Weather Brains tonight, weekly show for weather geeks, dweebs, nerds, dorks, and weenies. Weather Brains. YouTube.com/weatherbrains. We'll be live at 7 Central in less than 1 hour. YouTube.com/weatherbrains. Most of you listen to the audio version that comes out early tomorrow morning. So if you're a weather geek or dweeb, join us. We've been doing that show for over 20 years. Whoa. We started in January of 2006. How about that? Who'd have thunk that it would last that long? I think tonight is episode number 1063. That's a lot of shows, but it's a joy. And it's not for the general public. It's just for weather weenies, the people that deeply love weather. And what's cool, one of our regular panelists is now the administrator of NOAA, Dr. Neil Jacobs. It's always nice having friends in high places, but Neil is a great guy, and we're so glad he was confirmed. But he was Weather Brains regular for a long time. But enough about Weather Brains. Again, we're watching for a few more minutes our Abbeville Skycam. We're watching the anemometer. We're still sitting at a peak wind gust of 33. Storms are weakening. The gust front has come through Eufaula, these major population centers in Barber County with little fanfare. We have heard of basically no reports. In fact, let me flip over to Tallahassee, seeing absolutely nothing over there. No reports. And trust me, if there's anything going on, we'll find out about it. The one thing, I am so thankful for people that follow me on the social side and send me images. It is an honor that you send them to me. Thank you. And again, remember, I can't always post them all, but we see them all, and they are all greatly appreciated. All right, storms continue to fade away. I saw a creepy-looking cloud over there. Colby, did you see that creepy-looking cloud?
That one?
Yeah. No tornado. Take Abbeville full real quick, Ryan. This is that's just a little junk low cloud segment. But again, we're watching the anemometer here just to see. The gust front's about to come through Abbeville. And again, we've had a peak wind gust of 33, which is just not that bad. And we'll kind of see if that maintains that level. And if so, we'll go back to regular programming here shortly. And that the storms continue to weaken. We've had no reports, no tornadoes, just a very low-end severe thunderstorm situation that was a very high-end situation earlier today. So let's go back to our triple box, and we'll stay with us for just a little longer. Drew, any word from you? Anything? I've seen nothing.
No, it's strangely quiet again, considering some of the velocity values that we still have seen with this. But I will say that as the storm's getting closer to the Fort Rucker radar, again, you see some of these bright little pixels here, but a lot of times your data gets a little bit more messy when you get closer to the radar, and it's harder to trust that. So I think that could be some of what we've seen with the higher looking wind velocities with this as the gust front has approached the radar site. So I think they're being kind of erroneously enhanced with those errors. But outside of that, there's still maybe some 30, 40, 50 mile per hour winds aloft at least. Now we're pretty close to the radar site, so we're seeing this a few hundred feet, 1,000 feet off the ground or so. But as we mentioned earlier, seems like we're not getting as much of that down to the ground as we were earlier. So may still have a decent amount of wind aloft, but maybe it's not totally translating to the ground, which we're happy to see because we've had enough of all the tree reports for now. So if we can stop that, that would be good, obviously. So yeah, and just looking at the reflectivity presentation of it, it continues to degrade. You can see that you had some heavier cores earlier, and then as you go further in time, you see that those are starting to come down a good bit. In fact, it looks like
they canceled the warning.
They just canceled that warning there for Barber County. So looks like, I guess Birmingham has cleared out all their warnings at this point. We've still got the ones for Tallahassee.
So now we're getting to a disagreement with Weather Service offices. The Birmingham office believes that these storms are sub-severe. Tallahassee thinks they might be severe. So that's the reason there's no warning for Barber. There is a warning for Henry and Dale and even over there to Coffee. I'm very confident Coffee will have no issues with wind other than just a good breeze. And again, there's your outflow boundary right there. And it's going to be gusty. You'll see winds of 25, 30, 35 miles an hour. But again, 33 is the best we can do. And that is up on top of or not on the top, but up on the public television tower at Abbeville, where it's going to be pretty breezy up there anyway. And again, with a peak wind gust of 33, that just seemingly tells us that the winds are much, much, much far below severe limits here. And that's the reason Birmingham canceled that warning. So again, the Weather Service in Birmingham canceling the severe thunderstorm warning for Barber County. Tallahassee still has a warning in for Henry and Dale and even Coffee. But again, the storms continue to weaken and fizzle. And again, it's just a case where just not convinced we're going to have that many problems. Is it breezy? Yes. Could you see a wind gust of 30, 35? Sure, that's pretty windy. But to be severe, you need 58. And we just don't see any evidence of that. And once again, we're watching that Abbeville camera closely. Got a north wind sustained at 7, gusting to 33. And that is live, real-time weather data coming from Abbeville. So again, we'll hold it here for a few minutes before we go back to our regular programming today. Let's see, 149,939. So we're just under 150 on the power outage numbers. Many of you are without power, and that is not fun on a warm, muggy Alabama summer evening, June evening, meteorological summer evening. Hopefully your power is restored soon. Again, the linemen are working as hard as they can to make it happen. Got some flooding down here along 30A. How about that? From Destin back over toward Santa Rosa Beach, Rosemary Beach. These are flood advisories in effect down here for this heavy rain that's been falling on the coast. Alabama's Gulf Coast looking good today. Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, Fort Morgan, all as well. Looks good. Dauphin Island looking good. So again, Abbeville still holding at 33. So at about 6:25, if we don't have anything beyond 33, we're going to go back to regular programming as the storms are weakening. Barber County warning has been canceled. Technically, you've got a few warnings down here for Henry, Dale, Coffee. But again, Coffee will barely see any rain at all from this. The heavier storms are in Barber, and the outflow boundary has come down into Dale and Henry, and we've seen no reports of any damage in Barber, not one single report. That would include Eufaula. And again, we'll just kind of watch this thing together. But again, thanks to everybody. Emily and Colby, thank you guys for working today. Our interns were heroes. Director Ryan, thanks for coming in. And Drew, as always, thank you for being here. Drew is here. You were here. What was weird, we did on the Dothan tornado. That whole thing was odd. It was Memorial Day, as I recall.
Yeah, right. Yep.
And but Drew was on the air for the duration of that, so we thank Drew for his service for covering the Houston, Henry County tornado last week. And again, that's our promise. If there's a tornado warning, we're here. Many severe thunderstorm warnings are very run-of-the-mill. Not all severe thunderstorm warnings are the same. And again, we think these are just very, 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 very low end. Rain falling at Abbeville, the sky cam there, and again, the peak wind gust is holding at 33, northwest winds sustained at 20. And again, that little gust front is coming through the camera site here. And if 33 is the best we can do, that's good. The reflectivities are going downhill, velocities coming downhill. So again, so far so good. And again, you're still within the radar beam. You got some higher velocities, but it seems like none of these are reaching down to the surface. Because if we were to have 50 mile per hour winds, we'd have trees down all over the county, and we've just not had anything like that. So we are thankful for our sky watchers. We have a team of thousands of volunteer weather observers across the state that help us. And if you want to help us, get our app and just click on the Sky Watcher button, and you'll see the link where you can sign up to be a Sky Watcher. And it gives us great comfort going to the Sky Watcher chat, knowing these are weather dweebs, nerds. They care about the product. They're not trying to prank us. It's not the open socials. It's on, we use Slack, and it's a marvelous program. So again, to all the Sky Watchers today for their reports, thank you so very, very much. So at this point, with not much wind, no issues, we're going to wind down this segment. We've been on the air since 11:30. Been a long run here, but a good run. Now, if anything should happen different, we'll come right back on the air. But again, it just looks like the whole thing is winding down. A little breezy, a little rain, and that's about it. So at this time, we're going to go back to regular programming. Thank you for watching.